It's so boring.
Yeah.
Are you talking about lawyer speak?
Yeah. Like attorney ease, hit it your own thing. Like I'm gonna need something to eat.
I mean, they might have some input, but we're not.
And so,
Provide some refinement. But that's what the plan is saying.
this is what happened to me, and then it
Well, go ahead and sit down.
The internet working?
Worst comes to worst, I can do, but I can't do that.
Is the internet working or do you mean look at that?
Okay.
Okay. We can pop them onto one of the other networks.
Well, I'm trying all of them.
Oh, none of them working?
Can you mute? Can you mute? Can you mute the meeting?
I'm in on NCS.
Hi, welcome to the Natomas Charter School Board of Directors meeting for October 22nd, 2022, calling us to order at 8:08. I'll take roll. Doug Gaffney.
Doug will not be joining us.
Okay, Nita Kushal.
Here.
Sean King.
Here.
Gina Lee.
Here.
Dr. Meharada. Nope. Preeti.
Here.
Jennifer Morgan, I'm here. Ashante.
Here.
Okay. Hearing of the public for items on the agenda.
No, none received.
Okay, great. Board workshop, Natomas Charter School Strategic Planning.
Okay. Soon as our tech guy over here gets his thing set, we'll be all set.
Once a tech guy, always a tech guy, right, Sean?
Thanks, Sean. Joe, it's up to you to do the dog and pony.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Glad to see everyone. Thank you for coming in this morning and spending your Saturday with us. We appreciate you here. We did open the blinds so we get some natural light in. We feel like it's really Saturday. So as we all know, we're here today to talk a little bit about our Natomas Charter School Strategic Plan. So the last 2 days, we've actually had a diverse group of community members, staff members, parents, teachers, administrators coming together, working with Walt and his team. I'll have Walt introduce himself in just a second. Really working with us, trying to kind of, what's our vision? What's our mission? Where are we headed? One of the things that we talked about as a group on the first day is it's something we've talked about as a board, is that, Natomas Charter School is in a really interesting place right now. It's our 30th anniversary, literally 30 years ago right now. Ting and Charlie were walking their charter petition around the community of Natomas. We've also, though, had the 3 most disruptive school years, certainly in our school's history, I think for any of us as well as students and parents. And, we have all of this new baseline data that's coming in, whether it's past data we're talking about or social emotional data or graduation rates. And it's a real opportunity right now to sort of pause and reflect and think a little bit about, where are we headed next? Like, what are the things that we need to do? So as we, worked with our teachers and staff, especially yesterday, what we really started thinking about is, Walt and his team have these 20 objectives. So what we really started thinking about is, what are the priorities as different, funding resources are coming in, like where do we really need to allocate funds? But probably even more significant than that, like how do we measure success in these different areas? And so yesterday, the teachers and staff were engaged in about 7-8 hours of work, really trying to get their best ideas sort of down on paper. Today, what you're seeing is, what we're sharing with you is really a draft of the work that they put together. And so, today's an opportunity for you all to provide feedback, but also what we're gonna be doing after today is, Laura, Addie, Anita, and I, working with some of these stakeholder groups where, maybe we have questions like, well, what does this really mean? And this is an opportunity to receive your feedback around that, but also then for us to start working with those staff members about really setting for us a concrete plan with measurable objectives of where we're headed. And then that feeds into some of the other things that you've seen as a board, right? Like our LCAP or our WASC, Laura sort of laughs these days that her job is really just writing plans for the California Department of Education, right? But this really becomes sort of that highest level that feeds into those plans that we're putting together. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Walt Hanley, the National Center for.
Thanks for that nice introduction, Joe. Okay, seriously, we've worked a lot with each other, so my folks that are with me, my associate director, Dr. Mary Hopewell. She worked for WestEd. She's been working for different departments of education, Nevada, Arizona, California. Tremendous researcher, tremendous expert in the area of leadership development. She's been a former high school principal, former high school teacher, as a principal of her high school that was a distinguished high school, Blue Ribbon Distinguished High School. Just an amazing person that can really bring quality support, and she's the one that's been working with Fred, Dr. Fred Van Vleck, and working with your staff to develop what you have in front of you and what you're going to have presented to you in a formal way for adoption, for approval, sometime around January.
We don't like to fight song at all.
Happy idea.
Sorry.
At least he didn't answer.
Dr. Hopewell and then Dr. Fred Van Vleck, I'll make it quick on both of them. Dr. Fred Van Vleck is a former high school principal also, but he was a CBO, director of curriculum and instruction. Is a practicing superintendent, and he's got a lot of practicing to do, but he's practicing, he's young. But he's been a superintendent for 11, 12 years. But the thing that's amazing about Fred is he's been both the curriculum side and the business side. So that's really adds a lot to any of our work. And so, again, I'm going to introduce Fred. Fred's going to take it from here. He and Joe are going to do some things. But one of the things I want to remind you about is that we've been developing a succession plan since King left. Before King left, we started the succession plan. I need to come in and help facilitate that. And we're continuing to build that plan. And frankly, the board is going to be more empowered than it's ever been after this is done. Because what the reports, you're going to be receiving reports, an annual strategic plan report. These are the things we've accomplished. One of the things you need to be looking at as we go through today and over the next 6 months or 4 or 5 months is the reports. You're going to see metrics, and we'll talk about that in a minute, that really are the measurement criteria, such things as report to this executive director the results of this survey, and report to the executive director this, and report to this curriculum instruction person this, or the student support person. You may see some of those reports, you go, I'd like to see you present those to the board. And so that's another way of kind of keeping you apprised of what's happening in your charter. And frankly speaking, we talked about it with the staff yesterday, the first day, because it kind of came up in a natural way. There's a reality that Joe won't be here forever. So there needs to be, because you've had 30 years of, in a sense, the beginning of this started with 2 teachers in Natomas Unified, and we were in the Star Academy building, and I kind of did my history lesson that building came as a result of the deal that we made between myself and Charlie 11 years ago when I was here in Natomas. It felt good to be in that building. But the fundamental thing is that we need to recognize that the culture that was developed, and we do some recognition of it in the new strategic plan. We took many of the cultural things that have been established. We now need to institutionalize it going forward, and have a person Joe that can go right through the next CEO and the next CEO. And the board is going to be one of the major things that's going to create that continuity. The board is going to have to be empowered to be the decision maker and the continuity and to maintain the continuity. So your involvement is not peripheral. And there's a major shift that's happening from a mom and pop to a future, to how much is your budget?
22 million.
$22 million budget. And 2,000, all close to 2,000 kids. And so that's not insignificant. And you're going to be the fiduciary responsible people for that, for the charter going forward. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Fred Van Vleck. He'll take it from here. And then Dr. Mary Hopewell. Both of them are terrific in their work in the last couple of days.
We make them say that at every meeting.
So good morning. I would like to get to know each of you a little bit first. And what I'm interested in hearing from you is how long your name, of course, how long you've been on the board and why you're on the board. So 3 things: name, how long, and why.
Okay, my name is Nita Kushal. I've been on the board about a year.
Yeah, now.
I'm like, has it been a year? The whole reason why I joined the board was to kind of, help pretty much, help get the school better. I mean, make the school a better place for the kids. I mean, my kids obviously go to Natomas Charter. I've got one at Leading Edge. I've got 2 at Star. So basically to help, guide their future essentially and, do what I can as a parent as well as community member. I grew up in Natomas. I went to schools out here. And so just kind of see the evolving of the schools from when I went to school here to where my kids are. I think it's important to be part of it.
Excellent, thank you.
Jennifer Morgan, I'm the board chair. I've been on the board for about 27 years.
Actually, I think it's 6.
6.
I have a senior and 2 freshmen. They've all 3 gone through Natomas Charter since kindergarten. So this is a family to me. This school has given so much to my kids that it's just an opportunity for me to give back. This is an awesome board, awesome admin, great teachers. And so it's beyond all of that, it's an opportunity for me to learn more and really be exposed to a lot of different perspectives.
Excellent, thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ashanti Morton. I think I am now just starting my 6th year with the board as well. And I am the board secretary and community member. And I think the reason that I became interested joining the board in particular is because I've just been so in love with our program. Since my 2 sons were students in the Leading Edge program, I have lived in the Natomas community for, I think about going on 22 years. So, I remember when our community didn't even have a stoplight, but, or like a traffic lights or a grocery store or the high school. But I remember hearing about the charter school and my niece and nephew have come through the Natomas Charter School community. And it's something that's near and dear to my heart. And I just wanted to be a part of it and continue the vision and support the community and do that all that I could do to make sure that, the things that I heard about the program back in the day continue moving forward.
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Preeti Merchant. I am currently the STAR parent representative. I've been on the board 6 years as well. Ashanti and I were trying to figure out, we started together. Initially, I started as a Leading Edge parent representative. My family has been in Natomas for about 17 years. And so just feel really connected to the community. And once my eldest started at Leading Edge, I wanted to become a little bit more involved and provide support to the school as a parent. And, everything what they said is very true. We have a fabulous admin team and our teachers are wonderful and just want to see what I can do to move things forward.
Sean King. I've been on the board for 4 years. Wow. It don't seem that long, but it has. I joined the board for learning mostly. My kids went here, PFA, and my oldest went to Intercom and Heron, and my youngest went here, and now they're homeschooling. But I'm proud of this board, and I want to learn. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
I'm Gina. I'm going on my 3rd year. I joined about the same time when we had a new principal, Pact, and I love her, and I wanted to help support her vision. And it was the beginning of COVID, and since I'm a nurse, I thought I could help. But Joe seems to be more of an expert than I am. We knew way more things about than I did. And I just really loved it. I moved here from DC, and this was a school I wanted my daughter to go to when she was 2. And so I figured I could help, however I could help.
Great. Well, thank you, all of you. I didn't hear any of you say you're on for the fame and fortune, or this is your next political step to city council, or you're here because you want to change the program because it's horrible. And so I love the reasons that you're all here for, and you're all here to support the board. Today, we're going to work you hard, and I'm going to tell you that right up front. And I would argue that today is going to be one of the most important meetings and important processes you've all been through. Some of you on the board for 6 years, some of you just coming on the board just about a year, because this is going to be the guiding light for staff as far as what the priorities are of the charter and how, from your perspective as a governing board, you think the charter should move forward and really spend their time and their resources. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as we go through the process. And first, I want to start with talking about the role.
Fred, do me a favor. I think you should move sideways. That camera is right there, right?
I don't think they can see me though oh, they can?
No, they can't.
They can't, yeah. So I think I'm okay with the camera right now,
Sorry.
since we got the PowerPoint. It's a good thing because that is not my good side. Not that I have one, but yes. So what I want to talk a little bit about is starting with the Venn diagram that you have in front of you. And you notice there's a governing in front of you on the screen up here. I don't think you actually. You'll notice up on the top there is where you really all stand as a governing board. You're all about the beliefs, the visions, the priorities, and the policies of the charter. That's really your world and where you act. And then staff are all about the strategies, the tactics, and the techniques to make the what it is that's up on top happen. And then there's some overlap, and that overlap is in the strategic goals and the success indicators. And so as you think about that, that's exactly what we're going to be working on today. We're going to be working on this level right here and up as we talk about the strategic plan. We're going to talk a little bit about the overlap that you're going to have with staff. Joe's going to spend some time talking about some of the fiscal components, which are really the overarching pieces of the strategic plan, and gather some input on that. But really developing that what it is that you want for the charter and what it is that you see as the most important priorities. As we dig into this today, there are 20 different areas. We're actually going to ask you as we get through the day. There's going to be a lot of background, but at the end of the day, we're going to finish up the day with those 20 priorities ranked from what you think is the most important, all the way down through what you still think is important, but a lower priority than the others. And I said that very intentionally because just because an item ends up as number 20 doesn't mean that it's not important. It wouldn't be on the list over there, and we're going to talk about that some more here in a little bit if it wasn't important. And we'll spend some time talking about that. So yesterday and the day before, we worked staff really hard. We had late nights. We started about 1:30 on both Thursday and Friday. And on Thursday, the first day, we finished up at about 8:30. And then on Friday, yesterday, we finished up at about 7:30, sometime around there. And so one of the things that I noted, and I think it's important to note this here with all of you, is we've done a lot of these strategic plans around California and Oregon. And in those states, when we've done these strategic plans, usually on the second day, when we're really drilling down into developing the outcomes and the metrics, and I'll talk about those terms here in a minute, staff are like by hour 4 or 5 of the second day are starting to crawl the walls, trying to find that exit to get out and be done. And this staff was so dedicated, and they weren't ready to leave at all because they wanted to get the work done. And you could just really see it permeated the group, how important education is, how important the charter is to all of them. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention because all three of us were just amazed at the work ethic and the time that they put in. And my understanding is it wasn't even paid time. They all volunteered to come in, and that's just really a testament to the work ethic of your staff and the dedication that they have to doing what's best for students. So that's amazing. So if you see any of those folks, some of them are in the room here right now, but if you see any of the other folks who were in that room, I encourage you to thank them because they just did a tremendous job and put a tremendous amount of work forward. So you should be really proud of that. So one of the first questions that I want to talk about is why do a strategic plan? What is even the point of doing a strategic plan? And there's a lot of reasons behind it, but I'm going to spend some time today talking about some of those top of the thought process, if you will, reasons to do a strategic plan. Strategic plan is really, if you think back to that Venn diagram that I talked about before, as a board, you're all about the what of the district. And obviously you all meet once a month, is that right? You have monthly meetings? So you have to, in your 12 times per year that you meet, of course, unless there's a special meeting or something like that, but basically in your 12 times per year that you meet, provide direction about what it is you want for the district. And there's going to be times when you can't meet. And Joe is going to need some sort of a roadmap to help guide him in what the priorities of the board are. And so that's exactly what this strategic plan does. I said a minute ago, this is going to be some of your most important work because this strategic plan is going to guide the daily work of the staff, and it will guide their priorities and how they move forward in their daily work. Other reasons no plan exists, you have a plan that may sunset. Anytime you have a new board member or a new CEO, and Joe's not brand new, but he is coming in to his own as the CEO of the organization. It's time to really do that check on what the priorities of the charter are and what it is you want to do. And anytime you have a new board member come on, what you should do is you should revisit the priorities of the district to make sure that they're still consistent with the majority of the board and where you all want to see the charter go. And I'll apologize in advance. I will use charter and district interchangeably sometimes. That's a force of habit for me because I'm a K-12 superintendent, regular, more traditional district. So I want to just have that confession up front. If conflict exists, I love how all of you are, and I often say that I've worked with many board members. As Walt says, I've been a superintendent now for 11 years, so I've seen board members come and go. And my mantra as a superintendent, I can work with any board member regardless of their thought process, as long as the reason they're on the board is to do things that are best for students. And I heard that from all of you, and so I commend you for that. And so that's a fantastic thing. And so that really digs into this conflict exists. Generally, if you're all here for students, sometimes you may disagree on what the #1 priority is for students, but you can come to that consensus about what's best for students, and the strategic plan will certainly help you. Context for budgeting. This is an interesting thing. You all have a relatively large reserve. I'll say that up front, a large reserve. Anybody have any idea how big your reserve is?
Yeah.
So I know she does. I was just wondering how all of you. So
We're looking at her.
you know what?
Looking down.
That's okay, because we're going to spend some time talking about your reserve here in a little bit.
More than I have.
Yeah. So wow, I'd be impressed if you had more reserve.
I wouldn't be here today.
Oh wait, so you're using this job for the pay? This is all about the pay for you. So anyways, here's what's interesting about budget times. Right now, in the state of California, budget times are fantastic. We had some of the, although we have inflation that's fighting the COLA, or cost of living allowance, but we have seen unprecedented times in funding for education. So that part is fantastic. But guess what? Revenues are down in Sacramento right now. And there's all this talk around the nation of, are we going into a recession? All of the Fed keeps raising interest rates. And so there's this not really, I guess it could be global, but specifically here in the United States, and more specifically here in California, this concern about what is this recession that we already know that we're starting to get into? How bad and how deep is it going to go? Some of you who were around in the 2008 era, Walt talked about that a little bit when he came into Natomas Unified and took over as the interim superintendent to help right the ship because they were just about to go into state receivership. Understand what it was like back in those times, back in 2008. Are we going to see something that bad? I don't know. I mean, my best guess is no. However, we are going to see some slowdown in revenue. They're already talking. I was just part of a workshop here earlier, actually at the end of last week. School Services of California, who's considered the gurus of school finance in California, are predicting that the cost of living allowance for the 23-24 school year is going to be in the high single digits, so 8-9%, possibly even 10%. But they're already starting to predict that the state isn't going to have the revenues to fund that COLA. So as soon as that starts happening, that's when you have to start making some of these difficult decisions as a charter to figure out what are you going to continue to fund and what are you not going to continue to fund. And we had an interesting conversation when we talked about this with all the staff. I posed the question, is it easier when you have money to be an administrator and making decisions? Or is it easier when you don't have money and you don't have the money to really give out to make some of the decisions? So what do you think they all thought?
Easier with
With the money.
Easier with the money? Actually, it was a mixed bag. Some people think it's easier with the money. Some people think it's easier without the money.
Majority is without.
Yeah, the majority thought, I would agree, majority thought it's easier when there is no money. And let me explain why. As a former CBO, and as a former CBO in the district that I was in, it was about $100 million budget. And when we didn't have money, somebody came and asked me for something because I was a CBO right around that Great Recession time. What did I say? No, we don't have the money. I'd love to do it, but we don't have the money. So it was really easy to say no because we don't have the money. Now, when you have the money and you say no, what are you saying? It's not important to me. It's not important to the charter. It's not important to the district. And so that person who wants something, obviously they want it to do what's best for kids because 99% of the time that's what it's for. They see that as very personal because, wow, I'm not important. This isn't important. So sometimes it's harder to tell them no because they know the money is there. And so that makes it difficult. That's why the strategic plan and the priorities are a great backup for Joe when he's doing his work. So it enables him to say yes or no. It really backs that up. And then finally, we just came out, all of you were on the board through COVID. You caught the tail end of it. And we asked our teachers to do things that teachers never signed up to do. We asked them to, if I would have rewound back to 2019 and I would have told all of you as a board, hey, guess what? Next year, we're going to shut down the school system. And I think this is a really good idea because I think it will really work for kids. And we're going to do virtual learning. And we're going to leave kids at home. And we're going to let them chime in on the computer. And teachers can come in maybe at work. Some teachers came in at work. Some teachers did it from home. And then let them learn that way. You all would have thought I was crazy. But guess what? We did it. We did it. And you know what? Regardless of what your political belief is on whether we should have stayed in person or should have gone distance learning, it's water under the bridge. But regardless, you should be proud that you were able to make that transition to do that distance learning because your staff did it. And how they did it was just plumb crazy. We asked them to do things that we have never asked educators to do, that we were not signed up to do. And so now I know Joe has been working really hard to get back to asking people to do what it is that they signed up to do. And if you ever get a chance, I always encourage you, when you talk with one of the staff members, whether it be a teacher, a custodian, or whatever, it doesn't matter, thank them for that crazy dark time that they went through and just the craziness that they went through. And if you look across the country, right now, teachers are at an all-time high of teachers considering another profession because of what we asked them to go through COVID. So whatever we can do to bring that back to the norm, to reestablish our priorities and reinvest in education as we all know it, will go a long ways with the staff. So some of the benefits include providing that clarity of purpose, the decision-making, encourages creativity, sets the priorities. I talked a lot about that already, delineates how goals will be achieved. It puts that measurement in place as far as, let's say in a lot of districts, English language arts becomes a top priority. I don't know if it will here or not. There's no right or wrong answer to that. But let's say it is your top priority. In the English language arts, there are specific outcomes, and we'll talk about what an outcome is. And you, as a board, get to set what is meeting that outcome. And so it really helps staff to understand what it means to meet that outcome. Clarifies those roles and relationships, so there's not that nebulousness that's out there. Sets the structure, already talked about the budget. It enables you in your once-a-month meeting to have that accountability to staff as far as what you want for the what it is of the district. The staff will actually come back to you each year. The strategic plan we're doing right now will be for the 23-24 school year. And so staff will be working hard to get all the background pieces in place. Once you have the priorities set, it will go into place on July 1 of 2023. And then they will report out on how they did in the fall of 2024. And then you'll enter into a new process. And I'll talk in a minute about that new process of the next steps in the evergreen, basically, of the strategic plan. So, and then it also helps with addressing some of those concerns of your constituents that are out there. I know you don't get elected in the traditional way that a school board gets elected, but you still have people that you talk to out there who know that you serve on the board, and this enables you to have that conversation about what the priorities of the charter are. So, the one thing that I always want to talk about is you have enough money to do anything you want to do. You just don't have enough money to do everything you want to do. You laughed about the reserve and more money than you have, but $22 million, you can do anything you want with $22 million. Anything you want with $22 million. You just can't do everything you want. And so now, where's the bulk of that $22 million spent? What do you spend that on? You almost said it. What's that?
Salaries.
Salaries, there you go. It's on staff, it's on people. You spend about 82%, somewhere in that neighborhood, did I got that right? Of your $22 million on people. And that's what schools are there for. So that other 20% is what you have left to keep lights on, to get the trash hauled out, to equipment replacement, to do the maintenance on the buildings that the school district doesn't do. All those sorts of things, by the curriculum, and all those pieces. So the one thing I don't want you to mistake is time. When 80% plus of your budget is people, time is money. And so not only are you prioritizing what's going to happen with that last 20% of your budget, you're also prioritizing the time where your staff members are going to spend addressing the priorities of the district. And so let me give you a for instance. Let's say, pick an objective that ends up at the bottom. Let's say that it is, I'll pick one that's easy, that probably won't end up at the bottom, math. Let's say math ends up your last priority and it's the bottom of the priority. So maybe you're not going to have some of the extras that go into the math program. You're going to have the minimum because you're going to have everything you need, and you're going to have everything you need on all 20 of those. And so we spent some time in the group talking about the difference between a need and a want. And the need that came up basically that you have in the district is teachers. There's not a lot else beyond the need that you have other than teachers. Obviously, you need a room and some of those other components, but the true need is the teacher. And so as you think about that, regardless of if you're priority number 1 or your priority number 20, you're going to have the teacher. and the teacher will be there for the math. Maybe you're not gonna have the most up-to-date curriculum in math, if it's the bottom priority. Maybe you're not gonna have, some of the bells and whistles that go along with math. Maybe you're not gonna have real low class sizes in math if it's a bottom priority, because you're gonna have less people in there. Some of those things at the bottom, but you're always going to have everything you need. And that's important to remember as a board member. If someone comes and asks you, well, my priority, why did you put my area as number 20? I think that's really disrespectful. No, it's very important. If your area wasn't important, it wouldn't be up here as one of your top priorities, because you're going to fund everything you need in each one of those priorities, just maybe not everything that you want. So setting the course and accountability and the politicalness of it. Any of you ever have a parent corner you that knows you're a board member and say, can you fix this for me? That ever happen? Must happen out there sometimes. I haven't heard it before that it doesn't happen. But what this will do is it will help with some of those political pieces. So you can provide that information to the parent and say, hey, you should go take a look at our strategic plan. It's on the website, and look at what we've established as our priorities as a district. And I'm sorry that the field trip to the pumpkin patch or whatever they're complaining about is not one of the priorities for the district, but this is what we have set forth as our priorities. Because remember, we can do anything we want with our budget. We just can't do everything. So this also becomes a source document. How many of you have all spent time writing your LCAP? What, none of you? What have you been doing, Joe? You don't have any LCAP? Of course you don't spend your time writing your LCAP. But here's one of the disconnects if you don't have that roadmap for the LCAP. And so remember, the LCAP is a local control and accountability plan, which is tied into the LCFF. You have to love all these acronyms, the local control funding formula. And that's basically how the charter gets funded. And in order for you to get funded, you have to have these compliance documents, with the LCAP being the #1 compliance document. Written inside the LCAP are the priorities for learning for the district. In almost every school district in California, somebody on staff writes the LCAP.
Laura.
There you go. And when Laura goes in, and I know, I think you bring in a team to do it.
Oh, yeah, it's not just me, I just.
Right. So that team goes in there, and what they do is their best guess for what are all of your priorities as a board. And so what the LCAP needs is your assistance in establishing what those priorities are. So when they go to write the LCAP, the strategic plan becomes a roadmap. So instead of the LCAP driving the charter, the strategic plan will drive the charter, which will drive the LCAP, which will drive your student outcomes. And so it puts everything in concert and helps with those compliance documents so you can get it done. I have yet to find a district, I'm sure there's one out there, who jumps up and down and says, the LCAP is the guiding vessel that is magic, we love it, we eat, sleep, drink the LCAP, and it's so inspirational because it improves student learning so much. Is it that way in this district?
I think our LCAP's pretty good,
Well, I didn't say it's not good. There's lots of good LCAPs out there, but do you write it because you have to write it? Or do you write it because it's compliant with what the state of California says you have to do?
I would say I use their format for compliance, but that we do the reflection just for us.
We've
Because it
tried to
aligns
make
with our
it creative
philosophy.
and align with what we're
Yeah,
strategically
we try
trying to
to align all of our strategic
Yeah.
planning together, so.
Mhm.
So I feel like it's more than compliance.
So what if we went to a staff member who wasn't involved? How much, I'm treading on dangerous area here because I don't know how you're gonna answer this. So if we went to a staff member who taught, say, I don't know, PE, and said, tell us how your program fits into the LCAP. Do you think that they would know? You don't have to answer that. You can if you want.
Depends on how often they stand in line for the restroom, because I have a graphic organizer for that.
You know what? I put that next book I want to read under my pillow with the hope of osmosis. So this isn't your fault. And it's just one of the problems inherent to education. And I'll tell you, you know what, it's the same thing in my district. I'm not going to try to pull the wool over your eyes, and I just don't really know many districts where it's not. So if we can have something that's understandable to the staff and that we can refer back to often, and when items come on the board agenda, that refer back to the strategic plan, and it's in front of everybody every day, it really becomes that inspirational piece to help staff and guide them as far as what the priorities are.
I've been out of it for a while and chose next thing. In the old days, when it came out the first time, there were these priorities. And I go, oh, priorities. What's the number one priority? There was no number one. They're all priorities. So is it the same thing now?
Usually it's 3 goals, and I'll let you talk about yours.
Yeah, so I mean, so as a charter school, we really follow the 8 state priorities, and there are 3 goals that we have to write around it. And I will definitely say when it comes to the LCAP, over the times we've done it, we've gotten better. The very first LCAP was written by the executive director by herself in the office with, you know, she tried her hardest to get input from other people, but it was very much a compliance document. But as we've had to, you know, write new LCAPs, we've tried to think about the spirit of what we want to do and not do it in isolation and bring in other things. And, you know, what we're talking about, or what Fred's talking about here, the strategic plan serves as the basis for the LCAP, definitely. But I actually think there's another thing that's going on that you guys might, or Walt might not be aware of yet, is that with all this COVID relief funds that we've been getting, you guys know, we have all these other plans we now have to write. Actually, funny enough, I shared with the former executive director Ting earlier this week, this list of plans we have to write. Her response was, there's no way that the charter school has to write all of those plans. I was like, yep, we got to write every single one of these plans. And so the strategic plan is going to be really important because when we're trying to write the XYZ new plan that we're coming up with, you know, whatever they put in the budget next year, then we can go back to the strategic plan and we're not starting from the beginning. I think the other piece to this too I've observed over the last 48 hours, I hadn't really thought too much about until I saw it, is this is the first time, at least in the 10 years that I've been here, that we very intentionally got a diverse cross-section of leaders from our community, whether it was parent leaders, you know, staff leaders, teacher leaders, to really start giving input on what it was that we want to do. I think as the leadership team, as the executive team of the school, we've always tried to make sure those voices are there. You know, things that we're hearing, we want to make sure are reflected in that document. But I think this was the first time that we were able to really do it in a systemic way. And I know Laura, Addie, and Nita and I have already been talking about like, oh, and the next time we do this, we're going to include this, or we're going to include this, and we want to make sure this voice is there. And so it gets to something that Fred talked about a little bit earlier, or me as well, that, you know, we've been making this strategic transition as a school, right? We went from our 2 co-founders that knew everything in the school to, you know, individuals like Laura, Addie, and Nita and I that aren't the people that started the school, but worked really closely with those individuals, so know a lot, to thinking about who's coming after us and you guys are as a board are in the same place. Some of you started with Ting and Charlie, you know, some of you came on afterwards, right? But you might have had them as a teacher, you might have known them in the community, right? But it's that same sort of like transitional process kind of going on. And this strategic planning process has really allowed us to start thinking less as individuals and more as a community. What are we really doing as a community? What's the board's vision? You know, what's the teachers need? What's the staff members need? What are parents saying? And kind of bring that together. And as Fred was saying, it'll help drive these other pieces that we need to tackle.
And when you go through WASP, it'll be a real amazing set of benefit to have this in place.
Yep.
So just a visual of exactly what Joe was talking about, although some of the new extended learning and et cetera, dollars through COVID aren't up there, but your strategic plan just becomes the center and driver of all these different areas. So again, ranking, we've already talked about this, the clarity that it's going to provide. And then it represents, rather than any of you individually, it represents the board as a whole. So it's a collective priority. Sure.
One of the things that we've done with you all is we've done board governance training. And some of you, when the first time I did it, I gave you a set of objectives and I said prioritize these. And we do that with boards, and we introduce the concept of the need for the board to do a strategic plan. And what, if I did that to you right now and gave you the 20 objectives and said to you, go through and rank them, which we're gonna be doing that later, rank them 1 to 20. And then I ask you, after you did that, what's your number one, what's your number one, what's your number one? It could be very different. And then I would say to you, okay, I'm your CEO. Which one of you do you want me to please? Because I can't please all of you because you have all different priorities. So what we're gonna do this afternoon or this morning, depending on how things move, is we're gonna prioritize so Joe has a direction from the board as to how he can spend this 22 million. And how much time should we spend on it? How much money more? You know, the needs are all gonna be met, but it's gonna be supplemented by that additional money. And you will, no matter how tight your budget is, you're gonna have additional money. We cut 8.5% down in Series in the middle of the recession. We cut that, about that here also. But at the same time, we spent millions of dollars on professional development because we understood that if we didn't invest at that time, our teachers would not be able to do the things they need to do. So that was, we could look people in the eye and go, that's because that was the priorities of the board, because English was number one, math was number two, and so it drove us. And in one example, I had a director of curriculum instruction that same period of time come to us and say, to be able to be in compliance with the state standards, I need another $350 million to $350,000. And we were cutting at least $1 million that year. And I go, oh man, I looked at my CBO and I said to my CBO, what do you think? Scott, what do you think? It's a no-brainer. It's number one priority. Here's the $350,000. And Scott and I looked at each other going, oh my God, now we got to go cut from the bottom up. And we cut from the bottom up. And we had board members who were able to articulate, and we all understood when we cut from the bottom up. We did the cuts, said the reason why. We cut nurses, we cut SROs, we cut lots of things that board members really wanted, but they weren't priorities. They're lower on the level. So when we cut the money, we said we're cutting here, and that was priority 20, cutting here. So that's how it will work. So this exercise you're going to go through is a powerful exercise because it's going to set the course to the future. Excuse me.
And one of the other things, just to value add to what Walt was saying is, if any one of these priorities, if they're brought to you individually as the board and say, hey, we'd like to go to the whatever, which is a part of this priority, it's important because everything on there is important. And so what this helps the board to do is to look at the whole picture when you're making decisions on how you want to spend your money or how you want to prioritize your staff time, rather than just looking at things in isolation. Because the trap that you fall into looking at things in isolation, it's important, and you're naturally going to want to say yes. But when you compare that to one of your top priorities, maybe it's not quite as important. And so then you realize that you can't or don't want to prioritize spending your money or your staff time in this area. So it helps with that.
Yeah, and let me ask Anita. Anita, has anyone come to you and wanted more money for something? And what did you tell them? Did you tell them no?
No, I always say, tell me more.
But
Tell me more. But
fundamentally,
I've had to say no in the past.
okay,
but
and so when you did that, and I know your budget, 22 million, and I know you have reserves, lots of reserves, I would look at Anita, and I'm sure she got this either verbal or nonverbal reaction of negativity because she told him no, and I go, common sense tell me you got 22 million, and why don't you spend it on my, like the floor at the Performing Arts Center? Why don't we spend it on the floor? Now, if you hear anyone, including Anita and Joe, anyone, or any of you say you don't have the money, no, because we don't have the money, you're being disingenuous. You have the money. You're basically saying you're a liar. You have the money. Now you can say it's not on the priorities of the board. The board's priorities, it's important, but it's not one of the priorities of the spending patterns that we have developed as a board. Okay, sorry.
Yep, no problem. You can go to the next one. All right. So again, we're just talking about this. It helps to help staff prioritize where they want to spend their money because there's so many important things out there. So I talked a little bit earlier about the continuous process of the strategic plan. one of the really unique things about this strategic plan model is it isn't one of those strategic plans that goes in a binder or these days goes in the files of your computer and goes up on a shelf and never gets opened again. And so what it is a continual process of the strategic plan. So as I talked about before, and I'll talk about that time frame, we've got year one coming up. And in year one will be the school year 23-24. And so between now, we're almost in November, and the adoption of your 23-24 school plan, staff will be doing the work as far as getting everything set, setting the benchmarks for some of the things that you're going to track as far as the outcomes that you want to achieve inside of your strategic plan. And so all those pieces will be happening. Then you will adopt your strategic plan this spring or late this winter for the start of next year. And then it gets implemented. And then you go through next year with those priority levels of the strategic plan. And then in the fall of 2024, so 2 years from now, your strategic plan 1 year from now takes place. 2 years from now will be the report out or the evaluation of the strategic plan. So staff will come to you in the fall, generally right after the CASP and CAST results come out, because those are some key components to some portions of your strategic plan, and report to the board in a board meeting how we did. Which of these metrics did we meet? Which of these metrics did we not meet? Because you're not going to meet them all. That's okay. That's what they're there for. But it provides you those data sources and those points as to how well you did on each of those metrics for the strategic plan. Then you will readopt your strategic plan for the following year with updated metrics, potentially some updated outcomes as well, but your priority levels stay the same unless there's a desire of the board to change them, or there's a new board member who comes on, and the plan just rolls forward. And then this starts happening every year, and staff gets very used to seeing the strategic plan all the time, and it becomes a part of every day and what they do. I do want to say one thing though, and this is important, is that if you reprioritize your strategic plan, please don't put Joe in a place to say, hey, Joe, can you come in and help us facilitate reprioritizing your strategic plan? And you're going to see why today that you shouldn't put him in that place, because then staff will view it as his strategic plan, and he's the one that drove the board to prioritize it in this direction. You really need somebody from the outside if you ever come back and reprioritize. And you'll see that today, because you know what? Tomorrow, the three of us walk out of the district. So Mary's going to come back for a day 4 and help with some of the outcomes and metrics. You know, Walt will continue to work with Joe, but we're not here. We don't have the ownership or the stake in saying, oh, no, you really should put English language arts in front of mathematics or something like that, because it's your choice. We drive out of the district. And so we're here as a neutral facilitator as a part of that. Okay. Dr. Hopewell is going to come up and talk about this.
So Mary's turn. All right, so I'm going to give you just kind of third planet from the sun perspective. And then what I'd like to do is just give you like a little glimpse into what the first couple of days looked like. Okay, just so you kind of have a sense in the context for what you're going to do. So think of a funnel, right? So at the big end of the funnel is your vision. And so we worked really hard on the first day to kind of craft a draft vision for your consideration. And then from there rolls into the mission. Right, so the mission really kind of gets into a little bit more of the detail of what that future desired state is, that here's what we would like to be when we grow up. Here's where we want to be, you know, a couple of years from now, 5 years from now, whatever that is. And then we got into the ranked objectives. So before everybody left on day 1, they had the same 20 items, the same objectives that you have in front of you, and they individually ranked them. So each individual person got to say, this is my number 1, this is my number 20. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. And then we talked about the annual measurable outcomes. So how are we going to actually measure the outcomes that are associated with each one of the ranked objectives? And we do that through metrics. So the metrics are data statements. So they say we want all our students to be 5% more proficient than they were last year in whatever the content area was, okay? Or we want to see 100 more students participating in the dance program or in the art and music program. And we quantify that, and we also have a data source document so that we have that measurement tool that allows us to measure whether or not, or how close we got to whatever we said the metric was. And then we go into the actions and services. So the actions and services, if you remember the Venn diagram that Fred talked about earlier, is really the how. So how is staff going to do what it is that they said they wanted to do relative to the objective, relative to the metric in terms of how we're gonna measure. Okay, so again, just kind of third planet from the sun, big picture, that's where we were headed. And so your role today is to really look at the vision and the mission statements and then drill down to the priority rankings. Okay, so if you'll turn around and look at the back wall here. And again, I'll just do this quickly, but if you have questions, please ask. So we purposely grouped your participants on day one into small groups. And we tried to have a cross-section of representatives, meaning we wanted to have educators, both teachers, if you will, administrators, parent community, et cetera, so that there wasn't just one table of all parents, right? Or one table of all one academy, if you will. And what we asked them to do is brainstorm what they thought would be a good vision for Natomas Charter. So individually, they kind of brainstormed, then as a group, they came up with 2 ideas that they wanted to put forth, and they charted that, right? So they charted after they had this discussion about what their table number wanted to put forth as a vision. So what you see here is you see the representation in these green vision items here of what each table came up with. So for example, table number 3, they said nurturing all students through choice in education, sparking innovation of future leaders. Okay, that's what they said. So they came up, they advocated for that. Then group number 7 came up and advocated for that. So what happened was we used a process where 66% of the people that were in attendance, the majority, they actually then said, this is the vision that we want to work with. And from there, we wordsmith to get it to a vision. Makes sense? And then we did the exact same thing for the mission. So same process here. Again, they came up with, at their table group, some brainstormed ideas, and then they came up with the proposal that they had to the rest of the group, and we voted for that. So how did they get there, right? So this was kind of like a culminating piece. How did they get there? We began with 5 questions. And the 5 questions revolved around what is it that you wanted the district to be known for? Okay, or what are the sources of pride that you have relative to it? So what's special and unique for your charter? So they brainstormed that and we captured that. Then the next question was, what should be preserved in your charter? Like, what's the things that you should really, really keep? So we brainstormed that. And again, kind of at the table individually, then we came together collectively and reported out. So the third question was, what do you want added to the charter? In other words, what's missing that we aren't already doing that we want to add? So they came up with that brainstorm list. And then question number 4 was, what do you want to be known for as a charter? Like, what do you want to have as a marquee piece that goes there? And that kind of dovetailed right into number 5, which was when you get new community members into the charter, what would you say to them to encourage them to come to the Natomas Charter? Okay, so that was kind of how we got to this finished product of the vision and the mission piece over here. Make sense? Any questions about, how it went or?
You can pull up the other document.
Mary, one of the things that I thought was interesting is if you look on the charts on the left, they started saying all the things that were really historically realities of what made Natomas Charter the way it was. We really got into this discussion 30 years ago was, are we changing everything? Because the vision is very different than the old vision. The old vision, in my opinion, is a mission statement. But they did not lose the past. They've evolved from 20 years ago, you have changed 30 years ago, you have changed and you have become more progression. And as a result of that, in some of these answers, they've acknowledged a number of the things that were going well in the charter And those are gonna be coming up into the outcomes and metrics that were developed. You're gonna see it in a little while. And so if you get a chance, you can see the correlation between it. So it's really important.
Thank you, Walt, and just to value add to what Walt said, so one of the things that was very deliberately done by your groups, and not all groups do this, so this was something that we observed, which was really powerful, is when they began to write the mission statement, which is the how are we going to achieve the vision, they really looked back at what were some of the key words, the key indicators that all of the groups came up with. So that's what you see circled here in terms of the language and the ideas and the thoughts behind that. Okay, makes sense? Okay, thank you for your attention.
Okay, we're gonna do a little check-in now on our roadmap on where we are on our cross-the-country trip to the prioritization of the strategic plan and having the strategic plan done. So this morning, we talked about the background of the strategic plan and why do a strategic plan and what are the benefits for the charter and how does the strategic plan work, all those components. Now, what we just did was reviewed that work that's behind you right there, that was day one. So the administrative and community team came in on day one. It took them, we started at 1:30, finished up at 8:30 that night. So that's 7 hours of work of a room full of about 35 people. And so the culmination of that work, we're going to talk about here in just a second with what that team's recommended vision and mission are for the district. And we're going to spend a little bit of time dissecting down into that. Then, once you all have selected your vision and mission, give me 1 second. Once you've all selected your vision and mission, then we're going to shift into rolling down through the front portion of the strategic plan and talk about the build-up to the objectives that are inside of the strategic plan. And then once we've gone through those pieces, Joe and I are going to work together on that one. Joe's going to have a big part of that. Then we're going to come over here and we're going to start our ranking activity. And then once we finish the ranking activity, that's our day. It's going to take some time, but that's our roadmap. So our check-in right now is we're a portion of the way through the trip.
Yeah, he talked about people over there, 36, I think, giving people at the time. And prior to coming here, I preached to Joe, what we always do is we have community members and parents and staff members. And I kind of, he may not have gotten it, but he may not have said it, but I thought in my mind, you know, the majority should not just be dominated by staff. I was going, oh, man, I come walking in and say, Joe, how many of the people in the room are teachers? Like 30 of the 36. And I'm going, I didn't tell him this, I did myself, my God, this is dominated by staff. With my community and parents. Then they started introducing themselves, and they had, almost every person had kids in the school, because they were parents and community members and teachers. I actually told Walt. Yeah, but I didn't listen. So it's really powerful, and the biggest thing, the reason I want to make a big deal is, and I made a big deal of them, if you shop in your own store, you are really saying a message, your store is really meeting your needs. And these teachers have their kids in your charter, that's a big deal, because they are saying, if my kids, I'm sending my kid to the charter because I know they're safe, I know they're being educated well, that's symbolically a big, big deal, in my opinion. Back to you, Fred.
Okay, now we are going to dive into the vision and the mission. And I realize it's a little bit small up there, so I'm going to read it to you.
And they have it in the
Yeah, you have it in front of you. You have the packet right there in front of you.
page.
John had a question.
Quick question, is this information in one of these documents so that we have that to review before we do the, right?
So, no. So the way this information worked, all this stuff right here, the group narrowed it down to this vision and this mission.
Oh,
And so that was the work that your group of 35 people or so did for those 7 hours on day one.
So just briefly, you're gonna go through a similar process. So you might see these little sticky notes here, if you have some in front of you. So each table group had a different colored Post-it note. And so this was how they ranked it. This is how they chose to put their information, like we really like this one. And all of them had some number of Post-its on it.
Okay.
So this was kind of like the grassroots to get to the culminating piece.
Oh, okay.
I think you brought up a really valuable point. I think we should take a break right now for about 5 minutes and let you all stand up and peruse the posters back here before we get into talking about the vision and mission. So just in case you see something up there that really inspires you or you really is important to you, we can do something.
And I want to make sure you understand the process. So we voted on all 8, there are 8 tables. So each table came up with their own vision statement. And so then they voted on the one that they wanted, that got the most votes. And then the one that got the most votes, we started to change the wording. And you can make a proposal. I propose we change the word in what's an example?
Cultivate.
Cultivate.
To
Or intersection.
cultivate, that's it. Cultivate to plow. We came up with it. And so you make a proposal. Any counterpoints, any points? Everybody have an opportunity to point, counterpoint. And then we vote. It takes 66% to change what was agreed to. But they changed the numbers of things. It took us, we had to come back for the mission statement day 2, which usually we don't.
We've never done that before.
We've never done that before because they wanted to parse every single word. And it was, so every one of these words, and this is a big deal, every one of these words have been looked at thoroughly and debated thoroughly. So if you're going to change it, you need to understand, and they'll be open to it. Because I think Dr. Ellis is going to say to you, there was one thing in here, Dr. Ellis, you were going to advocate supporting. The supporting here is,
They struggled over supporting here and supporting there.
and some people said, it's not it's not some people, I said, no, that supporting, using it twice, that's powerful. Maybe there's a need for a redundancy here, but that's an issue. And then we, in essence, we finally say, can we wrap this thing? And she gave assurances that she would advocate, and you can advocate later if you need to more, that were to be looked at, and you're welcome to change it. Good luck trying to find a solution to that problem. But if you leave it the way it is, you're not going to offend. But if you want to change it, you're not going to offend. But if you change any of the other words, you've got to give Joe and the staff the reasons why you're changing it, because those 36 are going to say, what was wrong with our work? So you've got to be very sensitive to that group. But you are the power player. You can change anything in here. Now you know.
And so that's actually good. Before you get up and walk, we'll talk about the process if you all want to change something. So there's 6 of you here today. And so it will take, of the 6 of you, 4 is not quite enough. It's going to take 5 of the 6 of you to change one of these words. So let's say you decide you want to change supporting into, I don't know, give me a synonym for embracing. You want to change to embracing. Someone says, well, I'll change it to embracing. So then what you would say, one of you would give the proposal, then we would give the other 5, all 6 of you, the time to have a point on why it should be changed to embracing, and have the counterpoint to why it shouldn't be changed to embracing and left alone, and then you'll vote. And if 5 of you vote to change supporting to embracing, we will change it. And then that becomes part of the new, that was the mission, part of the new mission. And so you can change it like that, but one board member can't just say, I want to change supporting to embracing, and it's done. It's going to take 5 of you to make that.
And another thing that's important to you is you
Go ahead.
need to recognize, and I might have to ask, where's he going? You can play the computer a minute. One of the big things that there are some people in the room who have been here almost to 30 years, and they go, it doesn't feel right. It's like we threw out the old, and we made the point, no, we didn't, because Joe had shared with me a document that you've had in the past, and I want to make sure I think you go back up. Okay, right there. Guiding philosophy. We didn't do anything with that. That's what's been in the past. We brought it forward. Go down to the next one.
Oh, I'm failing at that job too.
Pillars. That was there in before. Shared community beliefs, everything. You're good timing. Don't go back up. Shared community beliefs. There was one thing that was heavily discussed. That everything's there, but one additional item: equity. That wasn't there. Inclusion. Excuse me. Inclusion wasn't there before. And because it was a big concept that we wanted to emphasize, the Natomas Charter has a culture of inclusion. That's what we need to be focused in on. But it did fit well with the mission statement. It didn't fit well with some other things. And it's more important than just an outcome. And so Joe and Addie both said, let us work on that. And so that's a thing that was worked on. So inclusion, all students have access to learn within the general education setting with appropriate supports to meet their needs. Staff are adequately trained to teach, to teach students and hold the belief that they can be effective in moving students towards mastery. If you want to go back and parse that, I encourage you not to present it, counterpoint, point, you can change it. But that's the only addition, so go down, I think that's it.
The rest of these are all directly from.
No, keep going down. Those are your ESLers that you've had in the past. And this is a big deal because your staff quotes these. And I'm glad we did this work in advance. They quote him. And so understand the past is still brought forward, but it's a new transition into the future. Now go do your thing. Look at that if you like, and Fred, back to you.
Right, then here's where we're going right now. You're all gonna take about 5 minutes, grab a snack, go to the restroom, whatever you need to do. Take a look at this stuff back here, and then we're gonna go back to the vision and mission. And we're gonna be doing a lot of thumbs up work, thumbs sideways work, and thumbs down work. Walt's probably done this with you before, but just a quick refresher. Thumbs up means I'm on board, I want this is how you're gonna vote when I'm gonna do this. Thumb sideways is still a yes, but it means, I can live with it. I have some reservations, but I can live with it. I'm gonna count that as a yes though. And then a thumbs down is no, I'm not on board with this one. And so that just simply means a no. So 5 minutes, what time is it right now?
Let's do a break.
Oh, there it is.
It's down at 9:30, 9:17. Let's take a break and have them walk the room.
9:25, we'll come back together, 9:25. So as a recess, do you stop the streaming? What do you
No,
do?
we just leave it going.
Okay,
Yeah.
so remember, there's a microphone on.
No, you can mute that. Why don't you mute the mic?
Yeah, so we're gonna
There you go.
All right, we're back on. The mic is hot. So,
We're back from break.
yes,
Back from break.
back from break. Thank you. Good clarification. We don't want folks thinking that we were doing anything other than breaking.
That's all we were doing.
So, where we're at now is back to where we started before the break and having that conversation about the vision and mission statements. And where I want to start right now is with the vision statement. And as you all recall, you can amend it now. You can do whatever you'd like with that. You just need to convince 4 others, in addition to yourself, that it needs to be amended. And so before we do that, if you have something that you want to ask us or staff about, why was the word chosen? Why does it look like this? Remember, we're just on the vision statement. You can do that now. And let me give a Reader's Digest version of vision and mission statement. Vision statement is about where you want to go as a charter school, as a charter district. Where do you want to go? And the mission statement is all about who you are and what you do. So vision, where you want to go. Mission, who you are and what you want to do. And a couple of the things that are really important to the group, and they talked about this, was they didn't want to make it too unbearably long because no one would ever remember it. And so there was even some conversations about, with the mission, this little bit of feeling that it was a little bit long. And they talked about shortening it a little bit, but then at the end of the day, they thought it was as short as they could get it. And so that was some of the conversations that were out there. So with that, I'm going to open up the vision statement. Any questions that you all have about the vision statement? And then after, if there's any questions or anything along those lines, we'll answer those. I'll open it up to see if there is anybody who wants to change anything. If there's nobody who wants to change anything, any of you can propose, I want the vision statement to stand as written. And as long as at least 5 of you, I hope for 6, but as long as at least 5 of you say, yep, ready for it to go as written, the vision statement's done at that point. So open it up for questions.
This is the first time we've done this.
Yes-ish. So, at least in the 10 years that I've worked here, we have done some strategic planning like activities. Typically, it's been the administrative team and the board. I can think of one time in 2016 when that was the case, the administrative team and the board came together. And that's really where our most recent mission and vision statement had come from.
Any other questions about the vision statement?
Can I just also add for context for your question, is that then each academy has a mission and vision that they have as well, like for their academy, and that's something that is revisited on a semi-regular basis with the staff within that academy.
Okay, so now you can do 2 things. You can make a proposal to change something, or you can propose to accept it as it is. I'll open it up to all of you.
Okay, quick question.
Oh,
So
we've already passed the question. Sure.
Think back.
feeling the pressure now. So is the plan that if we want to propose change, we are responsible for coming up with what that change should be?
Yes. Yeah, you're making a
Like-
suggestion in your
Okay.
proposal, like I would suggest we change this word to this word.
Okay.
The more concrete, the better.
Okay.
As a superintendent, nothing's more frustrating than a staff member comes in and says, we have to fix this problem.
Yes,
But then there is no,
I had a feeling that that was going to be. I couldn't just say, well, I'm having a feeling about, you actually want a concrete suggestion.
Well, maybe.
Okay.
Can
There
she
could be like
say
a little
something,
bit of
but
a
then maybe
discussion,
we'll have a,
yeah.
we can have a discussion.
you could definitely phone a friend and maybe they'll have something for you.
Phone a friend. Phone a friend.
Okay.
Are we just on the vision?
We're just doing
Just
it.
doing it.
We're doing vision
Yes,
first.
vision, yeah.
So, hey, Shante, what, do you have a question about it?
No, I'm just trying to make sure I'm appreciating the rules of our.
I mean, I can kind of share a little bit about where that vision statement came from. So if you look on the chart behind you, it actually started from what is labeled as number 6. You see all those little sticky charts around it, right? So it kind of started with this idea that, we recognize that we have students with very diverse backgrounds, very diverse abilities. One of the conversations around this that we had was just that, we talked about that at our board meeting on Monday, this idea of English learners, that phrase being changed to emergent bilinguals, kind of like this idea that all of our students are coming in with strengths. They may also be coming in with things that they're working on too, though, right? And that, fundamentally in the end, yes, we want kids to get good grades and master the CASP scores and all these things, but it's really in the service of preparing leaders for tomorrow, preparing like good, responsible citizens for tomorrow. And we kind of talked through in our current mission and vision, there's some language around, developing students that will positively shape an indeterminate future. And so as we sort of talked through it, what we kind of came up with is we tried to make a little bit more active statement that, we are empowering the leaders of tomorrow by embracing the abilities of all students. That, our hope, our goal as educators is that all 1,860 students that we currently serve, we're empowering them to become the leaders of tomorrow by embracing the abilities that they bring with them.
Okay, so thank you, and I think this is what I was wrestling with a little bit, because since the vision statement is where we want to go, I like that we are embracing the abilities of the students as we get them, but I would add and maybe strengthening, so embracing and strengthening, or maybe another synonym for strengthening.
Okay, so Ziba, if you can, after embracing,
Make copy
Copy
that.
it first?
yes, please, that'd be great.
Oh, me too. Can we, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, what was it?
So,
Yeah, because I don't know.
after embracing
My-
and
No,
strengthening,
because I was pondering what we can change our abilities to.
and then can you make it bigger, please?
I don't, it just doesn't.
Because all we need to see
it
right now is the
doesn't
vision.
feel right. I don't know how to say it, but like, when I read it, abilities just doesn't.
Right there, perfect, yep.
Make
I
it
feel like
space
it's
in
not
between
powerful.
the two options.
So
And I
let's
think
kind of
that
take it
was
one
I know we're just.
suggestion at a time.
Okay.
Just to, it helps to make it like a little less crazy. So,
Yeah, so here's where we're at right now. We have a proposal on the table, and that's adding the word and strengthening. Does this hit what your proposal is? Is there something that you want to change about your proposal, or is this what you want your proposal to be?
Yes, I'm comfortable with this amendment as
Okay, you want to talk about why? you
If
propose
your
this.
proposed amendment, you can't.
proposed.
Yeah,
Yes.
but it's yours, it's not a possibility, it's your proposal.
Yes,
Okay, you own it,
yes.
okay.
Um,
Point, why?
because I think if we're looking about where we want to go, I think the thing that I appreciate about the charter school is we do embrace kids as they come, and we appreciate what they have when they step foot into our program, but I think that we also are committed to kind of taking their natural abilities and talents and then improving upon those. So I just wanted that extra, we take you and love you as you are, but also we are invested in improving or strengthening or guiding towards the future.
Okay.
So.
Any other points or counterpoints?
Jen and I kind of, I think, have come to a census that I think the word abilities is not like jumping out at us.
So you gotta hold for 1 second, we can only have one proposal on at a time.
Oh.
So the only thing that we're talking about right now is strengthening. And then
Oh, I like
if
that
strengthening ends up in there, I'm gonna come back to you and then you can talk about abilities. If strengthening doesn't end up in there, I'm gonna come back to you and talk about abilities. And so either way, so right now it's just points or counterpoints specifically about strengthening. And I know you're dying to talk, but unless it's
Well, I
a
was
real
just gonna
value
give
add.
context on like the word choices we made yesterday,
Or
no?
okay, but I'm treading very cautiously because I'd like to try to keep the conversation with the board. I'm not sure what you're gonna say, but go ahead.
Okay, so just to give context, originally it was embracing the unique abilities of all students and cultivating thoughtful and responsible leaders, which is kind of that strengthening piece. And as a group, we changed the cultivating to the empowering. And so as the team was looking at it, that was that strong verb, I think, that you're looking for. So just so you have that context, you can still make changes, but to know that that's something that the team was also looking at and thinking about.
Well, now, so I like the word strengthening, but then I'm now thinking empowering and strengthening, like.
So I think,
Can I, yes, please.
so
Are you gonna have a point to it or a counterpoint?
I have to have a point?
You wanna go with it, or I wanna try to, if I'm a field board member, I wanna kind of know, are you supporting it or disagreeing with the proposal so that we have clarity as to when we do our 2/3 vote?
So I feel like the three of us, we are in agreement, in the spirit that there needs to be something else.
To make it stronger.
Right, but we're not necessarily convinced that the word strengthen is the right word.
Well, if your desire is to make it stronger, strengthen definitely works.
So does that count,
Trying to strengthen this.
so does that counteract the empowering, like you don't wanna be
I don't think it does.
repetitious?
No.
Okay, well then I like that.
So Ziba, can you highlight that and see what synonyms are up there for strengthening?
Right click on it.
Right.
Oh, you're not in Word.
No, I'm not in Word.
Yeah.
But if you
Oh, the
wanna-
benefit of Word.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Okay, so you don't have the synonyms here.
And I can pull it up on my phone.
Oh, that's what we're all
Yeah,
like.
I'll pull it,
okay,
it's even off.
synonyms.
Bolster, enhance, enlarge, establish,
Oh, I
heighten,
like
increase.
it.
Enhance,
I
yes.
like enhance.
But your
Invigorate.
proposal,
So this is your proposal, so you can
Oh,
change your
okay,
proposal.
okay.
are you changing your proposal
Yes, yes.
to what?
Enhance.
Enhancing, probably.
Enhancing.
Yes,
That's your proposal.
I like that, yes.
Points or counterpoints to go along with this? I think this is on the same point as you made earlier, to bolster this.
Jennifer?
Yeah, and I love the idea of bolstering it. It's a lot of ings in there. Right, but it's ing, it's empowering the leaders of tomorrow by embracing and enhancing. I'm wondering if, I think what I was struggling with and what we started to talk about was abilities.
I think we should.
And I'm wondering if we can achieve the same thing with empowering the leaders of tomorrow by embracing the strengths of all students.
So hold on,
Oh, no.
we can only do one
Not
proposal
ordering
at a
yet.
time.
It's a regular thing.
So right now, we're just talking about the enhancing. We can come back to abilities. We can, but we can only, in order to try to streamline this process, we're only talking about one thing at a time.
So what if, one word will change the whole?
Then you'll change that next.
That's the
Okay,
next proposal.
okay,
Yeah.
You do one thing at a time, and you can change back if you
Okay.
want to, but you keep it instead of, okay.
Okay.
Call for, anybody, you got your points and counterpoints?
Anyone can make a motion to
Can't help yourself, can you?
No.
ask the group.
Oh,
Here.
okay.
So does someone want to, let's vote on it. Let's see where we're at. Remember, we're doing thumbs. So we're voting specifically on the word enhancing.
Take
Adding
out
the word
by
enhancing.
embracing.
Remember, thumbs up, yes. Thumbs sideways,
Embracing and
okay, I can live
enhancing.
with it, but that's a yes vote, don't forget. And thumbs down is, nah, I don't want that word inside there. So where you at? Show me your thumbs. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we've got it. So enhancing is there. So please add that onto the bottom one as well, if you will, please. And then Jennifer, do you have a proposal? You were talking about doing something with abilities.
Or you talked about the ings, so if you talked about the ings, take away an ing, you can go empower the leaders of tomorrow by embracing, enhancing, you can take away an ing.
Yeah, you can say, yeah.
But no, I'm just making ideas.
You're an expert.
So you want, and let me see if I have your proposal correct. Empower the leaders of tomorrow by embracing and enhancing the abilities of all, is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, and I think it's, I like empower in the beginning. We're embracing, so we're bringing everybody in, and then we're growing them in the areas they can grow. So I guess that's, yeah. I think I'm still struggling with abilities because I don't know.
So hold on, let's come
We
back to
can't talk
abilities.
about it right now, we have to vote.
Yeah.
We're not allowed?
We're
No, we have
talking
to
about.
vote.
You talk
You
on one,
could, if you had an idea for what you want it
This is
to
like
be,
a
you could
board
amend
game
your
I
proposal.
can't grasp.
you can amend your proposal, you
Yeah,
got.
but you can only propose one thing at a time. You can't propose taking off the ing and changing abilities all at the same time.
Okay.
I would like to try to keep it one at a time. Let's talk about ing first, thumbs. Unless someone has a real point that they're going to make about the
So
ing.
switching empower,
Switching
empowering to
empower.
empower.
Empowering to empower, thumbs, up, sideways.
And remember, we have a 3:00
Changing empower.
shooting time.
It to empowering.
Three
Who's getting shot?
3:00,
3 PM, right?
3 PM, not 3 AM tomorrow morning. And remember, the folks did a lot of work the last couple of days, and valued their work time.
Where you at? I need a thumb.
Oh.
Good.
I just have a
Okay.
slight adjustment.
So it's there, all right, so it is now just empower. Now, is there another proposal?
I have another. Can we talk about ability?
I can give you some synonyms for ability.
Okay, yeah, I was looking that up
You
too.
should be both empowered,
Capability,
the first line and second line.
Capacity, competence, intelligence, qualification, skill, strength, talent.
I like talent. I like talent.
What if I don't have
Yes,
the
talent
talent?
sounds
What if
good.
I don't have the talent? You're gonna strengthen I don't have a talent.
That's true.
Everybody has talent.
Yeah,
But-
but
but
people
I have
might look
things
at
that
it differently.
Does everybody have every talent?
The risk of.
Everybody has abilities, but does everybody have the talent?
And do we, yeah, I was just gonna say, do we run a risk of appearing too PFA focused when we say talent?
That's true, you have to think about that.
That's a listening to all maybe strength is more
Enhancing the
word
potential
than-
of all, what about potential, maybe? I don't know.
Well,
I'm just looking at a list of everything.
Potential, they're not quite.
I will say the spirit of where that word came from was the idea that it's something they're bringing with them.
Yeah.
And we're, if you will, leveraging it or growing it or something like that. So, you might think, listening to you all, potential doesn't feel like something I'm bringing with me, that's an asset necessarily, right? And whereas ability, that's where that ability came from, but there are other words that might fit that, like strength.
And understand, the major role of the board is to prioritize the objectives, which we're gonna be getting to. And parsing these, where staff has worked hard and parents, if you parse it too much, you're sending a message to them, we really didn't like what you did. So be careful, unless it's significant in your mind, kind of rubber stamp it a little bit, and then do your main work, which is that prioritization, so that you can spend the money consistent with what you believe it should be spent on. I'm not trying to.
No, I appreciate that, but I do think that the vision statement is pretty critical, because that really does, for me, set the tone of who are we and where are we going with all of these priorities. I do like strength.
So would you like to make that proposal then? So your proposal would be empower the leaders of tomorrow by embracing and enhancing the strengths of all students?
Yes.
Okay, so Ashante would like to make that proposal.
Yes, that sounds really good.
So then, can we go ahead and vote on that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay? Now, so our current vision statement is empower the leaders of tomorrow by embracing and enhancing the strengths of all students. Is there any board members that feel there's something we need to modify? So would you like to anyone would like to make a motion to vote on this thing?
No motion, just.
Or just like vote on it, yeah.
Because remember, this isn't final, because the whole strategic plan is gonna come back for you to vote on it. That's gonna be your action item. This isn't an action agenda. We're just going through the conversation of what this will look like when it comes back to the final.
But I understand what you're just going through, the time you're spending. If you reopen it,
Do not.
do not suggest to reopen. It's not an action item, but be really careful. That's real significant. If you open Pandora's box.
All right, so I'm just gonna ask for thumbs. If you're ready to be done with the vision statement, give me a thumbs up. And I'm hoping for 6 thumbs up that you're ready for it. And this is it. This is the one. I see 4. How about Jennifer? And that's one more time. Thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs.
You're
What
ready.
are we voting on? What are we voting on?
Done.
Done with
No,
the
but
vision.
Nita was trying to get, did you vote?
Yeah, she did.
I want to make sure. They were doing stuff over there.
Okay, all right. All right, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to the mission.
So,
Yeah,
yeah, you should go for it, yeah.
You may
So,
want- you may
We're
want-
gonna do the same thing that we just did with the vision, and if you can make a copy of it right down below, would be fantastic.
And Addie's gonna
But
provide
actually, you
kind
can
of
wait
a
a second,
summary.
because, go ahead, I'm not sure.
All right,
So
so
first-
Addie's gonna provide an overview for the board of where this mission statement came from.
And what the team actually wanted your thoughts on. So with all of the various poster boards you see up there, they condensed it down to these items. When we were parsing the words towards the end and we got really stuck, they were concerned about the redundancy of community being there twice and of supporting being there twice, that they felt there was some redundancy. When we ended the conversation, to Dr. Hanline's point was, you can't ever say community enough times, you can never say supporting enough times. And so the team wasn't frustrated, like, if it stayed like that, they were okay, but they were also okay if you were able to find other words that were able to meet the needs. And the last background I'll talk about, there was a lot of discussion around the words intersection, justice. And what we talked about was, are those buzzwords that don't really mean anything? And so they try to define it within these terms. And so that's why they're not seen there, and they're seen in the belief statements, and really having this be a solid foundation. Are there any questions on the background here?
Well said.
Any questions on the mission at all?
Are they ordered in priority? Does it matter?
Yeah, and that's actually a great point. We went through the process of prioritizing those with the whole group, and that's the process. They wanted them in that order. I don't know that I would say it was a priority order. They just wanted it in that order because that's how they like how it read.
And the conversation around it really kind of came, like, what do you need to start with first? Not necessarily a priority, but like, first we got to create a student-first environment, make sure it's a safe community, have high-quality academic choices, value the diverse identities and strengths of our community, and then a supportive and caring environment.
Any other questions? All right, how about now? You can either propose to change something, propose to accept it as it is. Where are you all at as a board? What talk so everyone can hear you? Sorry, I put you on the spot.
Oh, sorry. So, do we have to voice our thoughts in order, or we can just, like, the first bullet, second bullet, third bullet?
Change
You
anything.
can change anything you want, you just can't change everything at once.
Okay, so the first thought that came to my mind earlier was either changing one of the supportings to fostering. And so maybe, I think the last bullet point might be better, like fostering a caring, innovative, and
So
collaborative.
is that a proposal?
Yes,
Okay, so proposal on the last bullet, delete supporting and replace with fostering. I think, you have a point that you want to make about, I think it's just changing supporting, right, is what your drive is, but I'll let you-
yeah, change the word supporting and also I think a stronger word to really define that's an important aspect of the mission statement.
So I'll provide a little background and you all might want to jump in as well. Fostering came up in the discussion and they did not like the word fostering because they felt like, I don't know the exact reason, but I think it had something to do with some connotation that went with something else. don't
Yeah, I
know
think
what
it really
was.
stemmed from the idea that fostering, because of like foster youth and foster care can kind of have an
Oh.
institutional feel to it. That was, I know, one of, at least
I
in
think
the part of
fostering
the
is
word
like
I was
more
in.
a professional word.
Yeah.
Not thinking but I see where you're coming from, but that's not how, as a professional individual, would look at it that way. Or even just
Yeah, and I-
understanding, I think, what a statement is.
I'm sensitive that we have to craft this
Right.
to resonate with more than just professional environment, but I hear you, and I feel like
And if there's another, never mind, I turned it.
you can't.
No, you
I will say from outside of the district, fostering doesn't conjure up any thoughts like that to me.
You're right.
But
And
with
I
that
I
being
don't know, even within the district, go ahead.
I wonder if fostering, to me, fostering feels more collaborative
Yes,
than supporting, because supporting is like, we're gonna do it all
Passive,
for you.
yeah.
Yes.
But we need this to be collective, from my view. So that's.
Call the question.
any other counterpoint to not put fostering up there? All right, let's see some thumbs. Oh, hold on, Gina's pausing.
It's not my favorite word.
Okay, it's better than supportive.
What about encouraging?
Whoa, hold on. Let's vote on this one right now. I think you've got the vote, and maybe if Gina has a different word, she can replace it with that after this one if she has a different one. But let's see if we have the vote for fostering. Can I see thumbs? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you had.
You got it here.
Is that a sideways or a down?
Sideways.
Oh, it's sideways. Okay, so we have two, it's there. Okay, so fostering is there. Now, Gina, talk with your compadres, see if you can come up with a different word just in a conversation. See if there's anything that you like better than fostering.
Joe, can we
I
get
need
some
to say
synonyms?
fostering, I'm thinking like a little puppy that I'm gonna adopt or like.
They're all just
Take
little,
in.
I know.
12 years of puppies.
There
I
was
agree with-
assist,
I
cherish.
agree with you guys, like, or with, like, it's better than supporting, but it's still not my favorite,
Mhm.
But I can't come up with another word that I feel that would still give the same message across that, and I'm looking up words too to try to see like.
Because to me, I think I needed something more active than the supporting, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, synonyms for foster supporting were like aiding, approving, encouraging, helping, promoting, shielding.
Can I just say that remember, we're talking about this word is about the staff. And so we may be thinking about like the verb in relation to adults versus in relation to students, right?
So I'm gonna ask a different question now. Is there a proposal?
That makes a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was thinking about kids.
Is there any other proposals?
Okay.
Maybe for the time
for now, can we consider switching the fostering to the third bullet instead of the supporting in the third bullet? We put fostering there and
So
then,
you'd have creating, ensuring, and then fostering a caring, like, what are you talking about?
So no, so it would be, if I understand it correctly, it would be providing high-quality academic choices, fostering growth for all. And then down below, it will be supporting a caring, innovative, and collaborative staff. Is that your proposal?
yes.
Did you catch that? Points, counterpoints.
Oh, that's to me to make.
Or
say
anyone.
more?
Yeah, do you want to convince your
Oh.
fellow board members as to why they should support this?
So I was just thinking if the concern that came to us was maybe having the two supporting, and we wanna break that up. We could use the fostering in the third bullet point since it relates to the students and their academic growth. And then I do think it is more appropriate that we are supporting our staff in them creating the caring, innovative, and collaborative environment.
Anybody have a counterpoint? All right, I'm gonna ask for thumbs. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Let me make sure I understand. You don't have to vote, but providing high quality academic choices, should there be a comma there? I mean, I'm trying to see the segue.
I think there needs to be something there.
Right, high quality academic choices.
All right.
Because fostering, I think,
Yeah, it's an add-on, it's a clause, so there should be a comment there.
okay, comma,
That looks good.
Okay, other proposals,
Oh, boy.
or someone can propose to take it as it is.
that one's voted now.
Can I propose a question?
You can ask a clarifying question, sure.
Okay, so the issue of the use of the word fostering, I just want to make sure that I'm being sensitive. If that really is something that conjures up negative emotions, or I guess I'm
No.
looking to our experts.
It wasn't
to-
that strong of an emotion.
Oh, okay, okay.
If you'd use cultivating, it would have been a much more stronger
Okay.
conversation around cultivating.
And so, working in the field with youth both in foster care and youth who are experiencing homelessness, saying the word fostering, and I'm very sensitive to words.
Yes,
I don't have an immediate visceral reaction to it,
Okay.
nor did the team that was in the room. They were also trying to be sensitive to
Yes.
individuals.
okay, okay. Then I would like to move us forward and see if we can get a thumbs up on this mission statement.
Let's see thumbs.
as is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we're there. We got it. Thank you.
Thank you. I can now say the empowered, enhance, embrace. I love the three.
The 3 E's.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
Okay. What's that?
This is about to be the most, one of the most.
All right, we're getting into, if you can scroll down, please. Scroll, 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 keep going. We've talked about all these. We've talked about Esslers and why they're there. We talked about the 5 traits. Now, fiscal integrity. So if you want to go to your page where fiscal integrity.
Page 5.
how come you didn't want our input on these others?
Oh,
No, it's fine.
No, I'll address that. Joe hired us to do strategic planning, not philosophical. Because those are philosophy statements that have existed for a number of years. The only exception, which would be today, you could change, is if you change something. We did change that inclusion.
Yeah,
inclusion
actually,
statement.
I'm gonna actually, I wanna make sure everyone feels comfortable with where this
No,
stuff
I'll be
comes from.
glad to come back to
So
do that.
I'm gonna have Ziva just scroll back up for a second before we talk about fiscal integrity. We're not gonna take a lot of time to do this. Go back to where we were with mission and visions, just so I can kind of review this with everyone. Okay, so guiding instructional philosophy, where this came from is about 3 years ago, all of the teachers came together. Well, sorry, there's a component, I'm getting to it. So purposeful, active, and relevant really have been in our charter since 1993. That was sort of our instructional stance. About 3 years ago, or actually a little before that, probably 4 or 5 years ago now, pre-COVID, we actually tried to like name what that really meant a little bit. So we actually had a group of teachers and we spent some of our collaborative Wednesdays really sort of nailing down what does purposeful mean, what is relevant, what does active mean. And then as we wrote the 2022 charter, at least as an administrative team, we kind of like went through and just made sure there weren't any weird words that we needed to tweak and adjust, but that was the same. So that's really like 1993 on, right? So then we move to the next part, see if you can scroll. The pillars. This is also in our original 1993 charter, and if you ever come to one of Joe Wood's staff development days or Laura Addy's staff development days, this is almost what we start with every single time. Is, you know, all of our school is really based on students first, innovation, and accountability. So we're always making decisions with students in mind. We're innovating, not for the sake of being innovative. You know, we're not just getting computers because it's cool to have computers, but in purpose of trying to serve, you know, some sort of data needs or student needs. And that accountability is not something that is done to you. It's really this, it's a personal internalized accountability of, I have these students, I want to really support them. And I honestly, what Walt was speaking to in terms of how hard the staff was working today was really an embodiment of that high degree of accountability that they have for themselves and for this staff. So then shared community beliefs. These have been, there's an element of this way back in the 1993 charter, but I've been here, since I've been here, we've had the 2012 charter, the 2017 charter, and the 2022 charter. These have been in them since at least that time. The one thing that we did as an administrative team this year is originally these were just like bullets. Like it would just say every student has the right to be valued for who they are and provided the opportunity to grow. Or, you know, diversity of our student population and strength of our school community. The part that we added this year is in the 2022 charter is we had, as an administrative team, when we were going through it, we said, this is really great and it's important, but because it's sentences, it's actually hard to internalize unless you really sit there and read every word. And so what we did as an administrative team, and then actually we ended up talking to the teachers about a staff development day, is really trying to come up with a word that coalesced each of those different ideas. The piece that we are bringing in this document is the inclusion statement. And so, you know, as over the last 2 days, as we were working together as a team, we were talking about the importance of inclusive education, really that pivot from special education, or the importance of emergent bilinguals, but then also inclusion in other ways, you know, inclusion of different identities that might be at our school, that, you know, it's a safe environment, that people really feel that they can, that everyone's welcome here, everyone's included here, you know, political ideology, religious beliefs, you know, LGBT, whatever it is. And so this inclusion statement really came from that all students will have access to learn in the general education environment, so we're not sending kids to special rooms, with appropriate supports to meet their needs. Staff are adequately trained to teach students and hold the belief that they can be effective in moving the students towards mastery. So every single student that walks in our classroom is my student. Yeah, I might have different types of support that I'm relying on for that student, but I'm still the science teacher. I'm still going to be teaching that student science, even though there might be supplemental supports that we're working on with that, which it is not, I'm just being clear, that's really not something new for Natomas Charter School. That's actually how we've always been. But in Walt's reflection, listening to the group, because he really felt that that was something that we hadn't really named anywhere. And so, you know, we talked like, is it in the vision statement? Is it in the mission statement? And the more we kind of coalesce around, we're like, it really should be in our shared beliefs, that's who we are and what we're doing. So if you can scroll a little bit more, Ziva. So then the next section that we have here is our ESLRs, our expected school-wide learning results. Some version of this has been in our charter since 1993, and especially those domains of academic reasoning, social emotional wellness, and global understanding. I can at least say for the 10 years I've been here, these really were heavily redone with the staff in 2016 for the 2017 charter. And then for the 2022 charter, we kind of went back through them with the staff, and there weren't real huge significant changes that we needed to make. But for instance, like one of the things that used to be in here was kids will know how to use technology. And we were sort of like, it's 2022. Like that's like, that's like saying we need them to use a pencil for their, like, yeah. And then the 5 traits of a Natomas Charter School professional. This actually predates me a little bit, so it's I think about 12 years ago. The staff came together and really said, what makes it unique to be a Natomas Charter School professional? And they came up with these 5 traits: dedication, perseverance, intelligence, excellence, and integrity. We actually do like an awards process around this. In some of our offices, you'll see some posters that actually have the 5 traits. So we included that in this document as well. And then scrolling down. And so then now this gets to what Fred wanted to talk about, which is fiscal integrity. But before I hand it off to Fred, any questions about those areas that we
Short of
went
fiscal
through?
integrity.
What's that?
Short of fiscal.
Short of fiscal integrity, yeah, that's gonna be the next thing we're gonna do. But any questions about the shared beliefs or the ESLERs or that? Because like I said, all of that is really a copy over from our 2022 charter. Similar to what we were talking about earlier about aligning the strategic plan and the LCAP. We're not a school district, we're a charter school. So we have this other thing that we have as well, the charter, and we need all of those things to be in alignment with each other.
You comfortable with that?
Yeah, it was a great explanation
Okay.
of kind of the history and the threading of things way back from 1993 to where we are today.
I would like to state for the record, Dr. Maria Mejorado has joined the meeting.
Morning.
All right, we're gonna pause for a second. Hi, Maria,
Hi.
welcome.
Thank
We're
you.
very happy that you're joining us. I'll introduce myself. I'm Fred Van Black from the National Center. Walt Hanline from the National
Yeah.
Center, and I met Walt before.
Yes.
And then Mary Hopewell, also from the National Center. So we're very happy to be here today. We ask all the board members a question, and I'm gonna ask you a question. So you all can make up some question. What do you want to ask her? You can ask her anything you want. I'm just kidding.
I'm not good at that. I need the questions ahead of time, so I can think about it. I learned in the video.
The question is really easy. First off, how long have you been on the board, and why are you serving on the board?
2019, yeah. And why? Oh, my goodness. First of all, I think to really show my support for this organization, that as a board member, as I've gotten to know folks and how things run and operate, and just very grateful and want to support the good effort. As a matter of fact, in my running group this morning, that's why I wasn't here this morning. I said, well, tell the coach I gotta go because I gotta go to a Saturday school board meeting. And they go, wow, must be a good school. I said, yes, it is. And that's why I'm going to be there, to continue supporting, the good efforts of everyone involved. So,
Great,
yes.
and very consistent with your fellow board members.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, good.
Well, what they said this morning, yes.
Yeah, wonderful, great.
All right, so fiscal integrity. I want to spend a minute talking about fiscal integrity. And in fact, Joe and I are going to really tag team this one. I'm going to talk about the overarching piece, and then he's going to jump into the specifics of the statements that are up there. And from a National Center perspective, the fiscal integrity over piece. Fiscal integrity is really the underpinning of a strategic plan. Without fiscal integrity, you cannot do any of these priorities, because obviously if you go bankrupt as a district or as a charter, you cannot accomplish any of this stuff. You're going to be out of business. And that's one of the things that's really unique about a charter school is there is no state relief loan to bail you out if you run out of money. There is no additional funding out there right now. There's some charter school facility funds, but not a lot. You're really on your own to figure out your charter school funding. You can't just go out and put a general obligation bond on the ballot to try to get yourself funded for, or a parcel tax, yeah. Or Mello-Roos for new developments. All those funding mechanisms that we all use in traditional school districts aren't available to all of you. I know you all know that, but that makes it a little bit unique as we start talking about the fiscal integrity piece. Now, back in the day, it's probably been about 8 years ago or so. It used to be that fiscal integrity was one of the objectives. And we moved away from that being an objective because we came to the conclusion after working with a lot of districts that you have to have fiscal integrity to achieve everything
It
else.
was
And
about
so
2011. It's coincidental when I was here, and I'm going, it can't just be an objective. It's got to be a foundation. Because if,
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. So anyway, it's the underpinning of the whole thing. And so what we've done is we've moved it up into the top portion of the strategic plan. And so now Joe's going to take a minute and talk about the first paragraph. If you want to take a second and read the first paragraph, that's all about what I just said. And so then as you get into the second paragraph where the bullets are, I think that's the second paragraph, third paragraph, sorry. Third area, that's where it gets into the specifics about the charter. But I don't want to just gloss over those first two paragraphs. So take a look at those first two paragraphs and I'll answer any questions that you might have about those first two paragraphs. Questions?
Yeah, it seems like there's a word missing on the second, in the first paragraph, that second sentence. It says with the fiscal integrity of the something,
Oh, yeah, it should be on the charter.
charter, okay.
Thank you. We'll fix that.
Got that? This will become the.
Yeah, she got it. It's up there.
Thanks, Zeba. By the way, Zeba's been a rock.
She's
She's made the last 3 days the best that we've ever had. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anything caught you by surprise? Now I'm gonna punch it over to Joe, and Joe's going to talk about operational reserves. I really talked about that first sentence on it, but the operational reserves and the program reserves, and then final academy fiscal integrity.
So there are two sections, this operational reserves and program reserves. Let's talk about operational reserve for a second. So it says, recognizing California charter schools are responsible for their own facilities and without the ability to authorize general obligation bonds, and recognizing the dire fiscal time, that in dire fiscal times, there is not an option for state relief loans. And I should probably just say NCS, not the NCS. NCS shall maintain the following reserves. 25% cash reserve, maintain at least 4-month operational reserve equal to 33% of total expenditures and unrestricted general funds, and then 10% for economic uncertainties and operating expenditures in the unrestricted general fund. So I'm gonna kind of take operational reserves for a second.
Let me make sure, is this happening, is this something a goal that we have, or is this what you
I'm gonna
think?
talk about that in a second.
Okay.
So operational reserves. So as Fred sort of hinted at the why, right? We don't have the same protective backstops that a school district does. We also experienced during the 2011 and so on recession, when the state was issuing all of those deferrals, there was a moment in time when we had to reach out for a short-term loan. And there was a lot of political challenges around that, right? So ever since then, we've been very thoughtful and intentional about maintaining a healthy reserve. Whenever I speak to superintendents of school districts, they're always like, the reserve, how much? But then when I start explaining to them why, it makes a little bit more logical sense. I will also add that our staff, they don't necessarily know this language, but our staff that have worked with us through the recession do recognize that during the recession, because we had healthy reserves, whereas their friends were being furloughed or pink slipped or school year was being shortened, that wasn't happening at Natomas Charter School. As a charter school, we have our kids going to school 180 days of school year right now, right? Which actually we pay our teachers 188. Charter schools actually only have to provide 175 days of instruction. And so the way some charter schools actually got through the recession was actually by cutting 5 days from the school year and then therefore cutting 5 days from teacher salaries or teacher and staff salaries at the same time. So I share that detail because through the last recession, our healthy reserves helped us maintain a real sort of steady force through that other districts and charter schools did not necessarily have. On the facility side, we are so fortunate that we have a very good relationship with Natomas Unified, and we have 2 of our 3 facilities were built by Natomas Unified for our school. We do pay a facilities maintenance fee every year, and that helps offset some of the costs, and they're taking care of that. But as we've been talking about as a board with some facilities expansion ideas, the reality is Natomas Unified as a district is not in a financial place where they're able to take on more bonds. Let's say we want to build like a 2-story classroom building on this campus or something like that, right? the district, we might be able to wait and work with them and, maybe in 5 years, there's a bond that can be passed and we can collaborate with them on that process, which is exactly what we did for Star Academy. Or, if we feel like we need it now or in a more timely manner, the reality is we have some charter schools facilities grants that we can go after. We're not guaranteed that we're gonna get those grants, but those grants actually only pay for about 50% of the building. So if it's a $7 million building, that grant's gonna pay for $3.5 million. We're gonna have to figure out how we acquire the other $3.5 million. Either we can take out a loan, although, interest rates are increasing. Same thing's happening for school facilities finance. Or we can also look at taking money out of our reserves to pay for those facilities. And probably the reality is we would do a little bit of both. If we needed to come up with $2 million, we might do $1 million out of our reserves and a $1 million loan. So there's different ways that you do it, but we maintain those reserves for that reason. We also come into some issues, and Fred was just hinting at this, deferrals. So, the state, the way that they managed the last recession, and I suspect how they'll manage the next recession, is politically, it's not good to say we're cutting funding from schools. So instead, we're fully funding schools, but we're not gonna fund it in a timely manner. And so we do deferrals, which is, it'd be like us as an employer saying, hey, I know you work for us, but we're gonna skip your paycheck this month. We'll pay you in December. How does that sound? Well, we'll catch you up, but we'll pay you. Well, the reality is you still gotta pay your mortgage, you still gotta put gas in your car, you still gotta buy groceries, right? It's the same sort of thing for us as a school where the state will say, well, we were gonna give you this money in December, but we'll give it to you in July. We'll move it into the next fiscal year. We still have to make payroll. We still have to pay the SMUD bill. And so we will use our reserves to help buffer that a little bit so that our employees or our services are not impacted by those deferrals. So currently you have a board policy that says that we're going to strive for maintaining at least a 35% reserve. 25% of it would be a cash reserve and 10% would be an economic uncertainties reserve. We've actually exceeded that. I think our total fund balance is about 60.
Well, 67 after closing last year's books and prior to first dinner.
Yeah, so it depends. So one of the things we need to think about with the way these bullets are is right now the way they're sort of worded is they're actually worded as separate things. Like we would have a 25% cash reserve and a 4-month operational reserve and 10% for economic uncertainty. So that actually puts together like a 68% reserve if you sort of have that all together. I guess my question, and this is where my CBO expertise stops, and Anita, Fred's begin. What would be your thoughts on maintaining our current structure versus where it's like the overall goal is 35% or 33%, whatever we're setting it as, and then it's broken up into these two areas? Or do you feel that we need to do it as a separate entity?
Well,
So-
go ahead.
Go ahead, Adam.
I'll give my
Yeah.
perspective.
Yeah.
The more explanation, because as you said earlier, this is a extraordinary reserve when you compare it to most districts that are out there. So the better that you can define what it's for, the better off you're gonna be with your stakeholders that are out there. And so if you just give one number with a broad definition of this is what it's for, it's not as descriptive as having 3 different categories. So the board and the community can better understand that and go out and defend it.
And there, in the state has cap language, and the question is how does it apply to charter?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
And that cap language, it's something that you need to look at, because even though baseball, you just said, the state doesn't apply it, if they get a hold of this and they see you having a 68% reserve undesignated, they're gonna go, that seems excessive. But if you break it down like this and explain it like this, you're gonna keep people who want to kind of control you, not giving them any ammunition.
And with the definition of, a 4%, you could maybe put and or up to 33% or so. 4 months, that's not a lot to meet payroll, 4 months. I can tell you with this proposed verbiage and stuff too, that based on our existing fund balances, maybe total, when we close the books, maybe total 67%, but that is operations and program reserves together. So we'd have some work in that area to increase operational reserves to meet this criteria. The existing policy was 35%, 10% economic, 25% cash, and then to get up to a 3 months operating expenditures within a 5-year period. So I think we've touched that, but when we close the books, the operational reserves is about 34 to 36% range of that. So we are meeting our fiscal policy as of the time that we closed the books last year. So this would be a proposal to do some work in this area for your strategic plan, which could affect your, the money available for your
Yeah, so let me make sure for my sake, because I worked with Joe a little bit on this language. You have a 25% cash reserve.
At least that, well, I'm counting adding our cash reserve piece, which is $5 million, plus our 10% rounded economic uncertainties. So together with that and the other undesignated, we get up to about 35 to 36%.
Okay, so, but again, based upon the philosophy, and Fred, help me on this, I think you break it out. You have a 4%, which is a required reserve, and you break that out. So this should be it. I think you need to add some more bullets here.
Okay,
Can you play with that concept?
Yeah.
it's very easy to explain if we, for
Okay, so
exactly what
Fred-
I said.
Fred can
Because
play with the
we're always
concept
having
of
to
that. And
defend
again,
it.
you're going, and we're trying to get this so that you clearly understand it too. So let's make sure, because normally I give options, and Joe and I talked about this is unique, so we started, let me just make sure my understanding is correct. So the 25% reserve right now, if you break it out, it's broken out as to how much?
Actually, I'd have to go calculate. We have it on our itemized on our financial statements where I think we're only using 5% for cash reserves and then other earmarked areas that add up to that 25% operation.
So if we want to do more bullets, here's what I would suggest is either that we move on right now and we go to the prioritization and we do some work on this and either Joe and I or you and Joe, whatever, can meet and do some of the bullet work on that and then the other of us can start on the prioritization for them.
I think that'd be good. I think we get to the prioritization, even if we don't, I guess, let me make sure the board understands what we're talking about. Conceptually, Anita just shared these numbers, which were numbers that I was given, kind of sense of what we're working around. And I assumed them to be a certain thing, and that assumption's wrong. Those numbers that you have here need to be broken down. What the intent was, what is the reality of today? Because, and what will be the reality expected by the close of your books this year? And that should be how it works from going forward. You don't have a goal, in some districts we work for, we have a goal to get a 20% reserve. And that's our goal. So every year when the leftover money comes in, we put it into the goal and to reach that goal. You have so much in reserves right now, you don't need a goal to do more reserve. You need to take the existing money and put it down into the program reserve, go be investing in your programs. And so conceptually, what we're saying is this first part, operational reserves, we're gonna break down what exists today as ballpark accurate, we're not round numbers here. How it's broken down. Anita and I can work on that. Well, you guys can really do any prioritization. And if we have to, we'll come back and clean it up, but between now and the next time. So I want you comfortable with the fact, conceptually, are you okay with us breaking it down and the reasoning for it? Pretty?
Yes.
What's your question?
No, I was just thinking.
Okay.
Sure.
You got
No,
my-
that's okay. Just
Okay,
continue. I'll
Okay,
say
so
something.
break it down. And then with the belief that that's going to be your foundation in your operations moving forward. The insurance policy about the finances, setting aside money to do the things you need to do. And then the 10%, you don't have money. This doesn't reflect.
I would suggest that we come back.
Yeah, but
You
you
can
can go
have
to
it.
programs.
Right, well, there's some things in here that I see are, like, for instance, buildings isn't set aside specifically.
Put that in our
Well,
program.
we have that in their program reserves and stuff too, but we can also, the other option is the board
I realize
designates.
it's in there. My point is, I think we should carve it out so it actually says that. So this is John, just use something.
Okay, Jennifer,
2 questions. So first one is probably CBO 101, but go with me for a second. 25% cash reserve, I presume that's annual. 25%
Of your expenditures annually.
annual expenditures. Second bullet is maintain 4-month operational reserve equal to 33% of annual, right?
That's correct,
Yes.
your annual
So-
expenditures.
Does it all add up to 68%? I think that's what I'm struggling because that middle bullet is really only 4 months worth. Is that right?
Well, that was the guesstimate. Actually, 33% is a lot more than 4 months and stuff, because it's about $6 million for,
Well, it should be pretty close to 4 months of expenditures because 33% is a third of the year and 4 months is a third of the year. So it should work out to.
yeah, I just used my projections from my cash flow for that, and so it's just a little over.
So we can like talk it through as a side conversation and bring it back to the board. I think here's what would be maybe helpful for us to think a little bit about as a board is, so our history here has been that we've saved up money. We haven't always had a strong practice of naming how we're saving up that money in a policy manner. I mean, we might have known as a board, we're saving up for a building. What Fred and Walt and Mary are really advocating through this process is that we're really naming in a policy way what we're saving up for, right? And that we have our operational reserves and we have our program reserves, right? So our operational reserves, it's just kind of our general ongoing savings that we're keeping in place because it helps us navigate economic uncertainty. It helps us navigate the deferrals, that sort of thing. And then we're gonna have our program reserves, which might spell out more specifically, these are the things we're saving up for.
So
Yeah.
when we do that, this was my second question, when we start to carve it out more and be more specific, are we then tied, was this gonna be your question, Preeti, are we then tied to those initiatives? Or do we have the flexibility in the future to say, oh, you know what? We'd originally planned it to be a new gym, but
we'll go down.
nobody wants to do sports anymore, so we need to reappropriate.
Let's go down to program reserves, even though just philosophically, go down to program reserves. This is how leftover money is going to be handled or so that
But
you,
before you go there, I want to answer her question more directly.
go for it, we'll go down.
5 of the 8 of you can do anything you want at any point. And so you are not tied to anything that you put in the strategic plan. This is just your guidance.
It's what we're communicating as of what we know today. This is what we're planning on.
And so when you talk about program reserves, and again, the board will need to know that, they're gonna, Fred and Anita are gonna get together on this side, and I'm gonna work with you on the prioritization. The program reserves will be established by the executive director, taking into account the priorities established the board in the strategic plan and programmatic changes. Maintaining program reserves will allow NCS to respond to anticipated opportunities, new programs, ongoing programs, maintenance and upgrades, equipment replacement. So by definition, you can change executive director to board. I wouldn't do that because it's too flexible. It's too the integrity is in the operational reserves, and now the flexibility is like you just said. Maybe this year we do a dance floor, maybe this year we do that. He's not silly. He's not gonna go do it on his own. It's his decision, but he's gonna come back and say, here's how we're going to be, here's what we're doing with our reserves in the area of the programs. But it's flexible. There's some flexibility. Did that address your question?
I think so, yeah, because that just was my concern, that if we're too specific, we end up tying our own hands for the future.
Yeah, but the flip of that is we're gonna tie your own hands and tie the future of the boards. And based upon a culture, and Fred said, you can change it with a 5-3 vote at a time. That operational area, that's your insurance policy. And then after that, this is money that we're gonna distribute within programs, buildings, and all that stuff that addresses those unique needs that Joe will report on each year. He will come in my opinion, and report is, we've met our operational reserves. In essence, we've got our insurance policy. We're spending our program reserves this way, boom, 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 boom. Again, reflecting the strategic plan. Jennifer, your eyes are telling me the question.
No.
Is that okay?
Good, yeah.
Pretty, is that better?
Yes.
I don't want to belabor the point, but I want to answer your question in a real specific way. We want to put enough specificity into this that we can communicate to a future generation or even to our stakeholders now, this is what we're planning for. But because a board can always vote to make changes, we can also have the flexibility in there so that I really see it as on October 22nd, 2022, this was our vision of where we were going and what we were prioritizing and that sort of thing. But, I mean, heaven forbid this happens, schools could close again, we have to change everything and do all these different things, right? Like, I know, but it was just that's what actually happened to us during COVID, right? I mean, we were fortunate that the state came in with all of this money that we could spend to buy Chromebooks and whatever we needed, right? If they hadn't, we would have looked at our program reserves and I guarantee we wouldn't have had something in there that would said pandemic response,
Yeah,
right? But we would have come together as a board and said, okay, we need to move this money around and we're gonna vote to do this and that sort of thing. We would have adjusted our plans at that point. So we have that flexibility to be able to do that. So Anita and Fred will work, I'll also kind of work with them a little bit and we'll kind of come back and talk through the detail. But this is actually kind of helpful to hear from you guys, you know, that we wanna have enough detail so we can explain where we're going, but we also want to have some flexibility in it at the
So
same
what,
time.
from a structural point of view, from both Joe's sake and my sake, the most important thing we need to do right now is get into the prioritization. And then in that process, Fred and Anita are going to be defining things in writing. And Joe and I are going to get briefed when we take a break on that, and then we're going to present it to you. So I want Joe to feel comfortable that he's going to be involved. I'm going to be involved. But I want them to do some little homework so we're on the same page going into this. So I want you focused on this right now, on me focused on.
All right, we can talk about that.
So can I do the lead into that?
Yeah, I would appreciate you.
All right. We're doing a little pinch hitting here right now, because Walt's gonna take over, he's done the prioritization more times than I have even, so he'll be obviously very good. But anyways, I wanna talk a little bit about some terms before we get into the prioritization. Now, you have in front of you a packet, can you give me that packet, please?
Yeah,
Thank you. You have in front of you a packet that looks just like this. This is all the priority areas. Don't stress yourself about this right now. All that I want to do is go over what's going to be important to you as you think about the priority areas. Now, if you look over here, it says objective, and the one that's on the front, it says world language. Yes, world language. And so if you want to know what world language is, I think we probably all know what world language is, but if you don't know what world language is, you come over here and there's a definition. Don't get hung up on the definition. That's just so you know exactly what world language is. Now, if you're really not sure, well, what does it mean if we prioritize world language someplace? Then you're going to look at the outcomes. The outcomes will be in the lighter shade of yellow. I encourage you to not get into the white. Because what's happening when you get into the white is you're getting into all the work that the staff are doing and how they're going to report to you and how you're going to hold them accountable. So for instance, on world language on the front, it says students demonstrate understanding, interpret, and analyze what is heard, read, or viewed on a variety of topics from authentic texts. They use technology when appropriate to access information. Okay, so that's just a definition. Don't worry about that. But in case you need to know more, that's what world languages are. Now, the outcome is all students demonstrate proficiency in California World Language Culture Standard 3. Cultural comparisons, students will compare their environment in the mainstream cultures of the United States, their own cultures, and other cultures. So there's the outcome. Some of them may have a second outcome as well. If they have a second outcome, they'll just be another highlighted yellow.
Let me jump in for a minute, and what's going to happen in a minute, when Fred and I kind of step back. Joe and your three support leaders are going to emphasize those things that you need to understand that's unique about your charter. They're probably going to emphasize outcomes. And so you have a sense from them, based on their conversations with people and their thinking, about what you need to know to be able to prioritize. So we're trying to get your data into your brain, so when you go over here and start prioritizing, you understand what you're prioritizing.
Now, one more point that I want to make, and Laura just brought this up, not necessary, she's actually correct. What you have in front of you is a working document. So remember, we talked about how yesterday staff spent from 1:30 to about 7:30. This is the work that they did yesterday. It's still in draft form. It's not finalized. There's going to be typos in here. there's gonna be, just like Laura said, not all the outcomes are gonna be yellow, but you can look in the column under component, it will say if it's an outcome. But it really, the things you're looking at, don't bother yourself with things that say, you'll come across some that say SAS, which means Site Actions and Services, or CAS, which is Charter Actions and Services. Don't even bother with that, because that's staff notes to themselves on things that they need to do. Where you need to focus your time is make sure you understand what the objective is. That's what you really need to know. And if you don't understand completely what the objective is, then you go to the definition, and then even potentially, if you want to dig deeper, look at the outcomes. But understand what the objective is.
And this is really with the end goal of helping them to be able to prioritize the 20 different.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
It also, I think, gives you a little bit of an insight into what you'll be seeing in the future. You know, as Fred was just saying, and Laura was hinting at, some of these are more developed than others. That is okay. That is actually the work Anita, Addie, and Laura and I will be working on with the staff in each of these different groups moving forward over the next couple of months. But I think what is important for you to note as a structure is we're getting much more precise about how we're implementing things and measuring it. So the idea is there's an overall objective that we're trying to accomplish that will have some outcomes. Each of those outcomes will have a metric, a way of we're measuring it, and then eventually very specific and public actions and services that we're providing. So, you know, it gets back to the original, why are we doing this? We're trying to systematize and make community owned what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're measuring success in that area.
Yeah, and you won't see the actions and services. That's their, what they're doing to achieve the metrics. You're gonna have an annual report that shows your outcomes, objectives, outcomes, and these metrics. And they're gonna say they met the metric or they're in progress on the metric. They're not gonna ignore it, but they may not have met it. Because they're gonna be extending, they're trying to be continuously improving. Here's, and you're gonna see some of them that are using the word baseline. The thing that I think Joe mentioned, and he and I were talking about, collaboration-wise and involvement-wise, what happened the last 2 days, I said, Joe, this is really special, what's happening. And I asked him, how's that compared to the past? And your response was?
It's all, these are things, and I know I'm harping on this. This is why it's so important to me. Because we were founded by two really smart and thoughtful teachers, this was work they often ended up doing by themselves. Which meant when those two really smart and thoughtful teachers left, this knowledge left with them, right? I do not want the same thing to happen when our 4 current directors leave, right? And so what the thing that was most impactful for me over the last 2 days is I saw that our staff that was there, and families and community members too, really understood that change that was making. And even two of the more veteran staff members came to me and they're like, in this meeting, I just realized how lucky we were that you and Laura and Addie and Anita were the ones that stepped into this role, because we don't have any of this written down. And it's sort of whoever's in charge opinion of what we should do. And we need to really have that more collectively shared and have a system that goes around it. So to me, I mean, that was the real power in the value I saw, is it was helping everyone go, oh, okay, this is where we're moving forward as a school.
And they're going to, and I think they're already beginning to look at it. Whoa, we got a lot, we got to do. But the nice thing about Thomas Charter is a lot of this is being done already. We work with districts who have been very broken and very fragmented. They say, okay, here's, let's focus in, and they go, oh, we don't want to do that. We've done this, and we don't want to do it. In fact, we just want to come in and sit back and read the newspaper. You don't have that problem.
No.
Okay, so
before we start, I want to call to your attention 2 that often get confused of the whole group. We've done this a lot, and these 2, oftentimes they get confused, so I wanted to define it ahead of time. The first one is new and modernized facilities. The second one is safe, clean, and attractive facilities. So new and modernized facilities means just that. That means building, what Joe was talking about, building new buildings, or potentially if you have older buildings that are getting in that 25, 30-year range, modernizing those to look new. Clean, safe, attractive is keeping your lawns mowed, keeping the webs off the outside of the buildings, keeping the carpets clean, keeping the bathrooms clean, all of those things to be clean and be safe. Like for instance, here's a safety issue that's come up in a lot of districts, is we bring on TK, a lot of apparatuses are not designed for 4-year-olds, and your insurance won't allow 4-year-olds to play on it. That would fall under safe, clean, safe, attractive facilities. And so modernization and new construction, that's those millions of dollars that he was talking about in potentially reserves for a match to the state funding for the charter programs. Clean, safe, attractive is mostly, not 100%, but mostly around staff, hiring custodians, hiring groundskeepers, and the maintenance component.
And if you put that as number 20, safe, then you need to understand, you may have a custodian cleaning the classrooms every other day. If the basic needs are gonna be met, but it's pretty low on the priority if you start cutting money. So those are the types of decisions that are to be made based upon your prioritization.
So now, I'm gonna give an overview of the work that you're gonna be doing in the next few, probably the next hour at least. So this will take a bit. So you're going to prioritize from your highest priority all the way down to number 20. And so the first thing that gets picked will be priority number 1. Now, I want to let you know that even though it ends up as priority number 1, as soon as it gets up there, it's not set in stone yet. When you leave here today, it is pretty much set in stone. It will come back, and I will encourage it to come back as a consent calendar item because y'all don't want to be discussing this prioritization again after today because it's far too complex. But it will come back for that final approval. Today, you're just setting it up for that priority level. So I'm going to talk about stickums here in a second, or color coding here in a second. But you get priority 1, 2, 3, 20, all the way down through. And at the end of the day, Dr. Hamlin, I'll probably be back with you all at this time as well. We're gonna ask you to step back and say, does this make sense? And so there can be proposals, much like we did with the vision and mission statement just a minute ago, on changing priorities around at that point. And if you get the super majority of you, again, it's gonna be what do we say, 5? So now we have 7, so still 5, so 5 still super majority. 5 of you to agree to change something, it could be changed again at that point. But what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna do this activity of narrowing it down through the stickums. Now, there's lots of strategy that goes on, and you
We're
can
not
see.
gonna do the stickums yet.
We haven't briefed him yet.
We gotta brief them yet.
Okay, but I'm just talking through that component. So when you get to the stickums point, there's lots of strategy and lots of politicking, and we've seen board members manipulate other board members, but none of you would ever do anything like that. We've seen board members who will sit back and let everybody else vote so they can put their stickums on a certain one, or kind of use that power. We've seen board members who broker deals with, okay, if you all vote for this one next, because I really want it, I'll vote for yours after that. We've seen that kind of stuff. So those sorts of things, you can do that. You're the board.
You
Yeah,
can do that?
yeah, absolutely, you can do it. So, but I want to call it out up front that you can do that, so nobody's surprised if things like that starts happening. That's just part of the process in making this happen.
You're gonna lobby each other, that kind of stuff. But it may go quick, because you may be much more consistent as a board. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be fun to watch. Okay, now, Joe's gonna kind of coordinate the leaders. I think I'm gonna ask Anita and Fred to go play with the numbers, because I don't want anything to do with that.
And I need 30 seconds of Joe's time with Anita.
Okay, then let's.
Do you want it at the beginning or the end of your conversation with Anita?
Beginning.
Okay, so why don't we take a bathroom break?
Yeah.
And then you can have the 30 minutes, or the 30 seconds.
Okay.
All right, what do you need?
So my main question is, I need to.
Here, let me speak. Here's your bed cover. Speak.
So you basically.
I would actually be there when you do.
I know, I need.
So you and I will do that.
Yeah.
We'll get it. So I think. have our program, we have our reserves. So we want half of it to really structure our operational reserves of insurance.
Little tiny salt and pepper.
And then the other half of
Little
it
tiny.
in our program reserve broken out into the different
Right, but
category
here's the
areas.
question is, what is the ceiling for the operation?
Well, so I was gonna get to that.
Okay.
So what I was thinking,
And I wouldn't call it the
Well,
ceiling,
not
because your
this
ceiling is gonna be above, this is gonna be the base.
the base, yeah, we've actually, so we're like, prior to the executive director, there was no reserve policy. So on Walt's guidance, we actually put one together, I think he gave us some language, and that's the one we've been using. And granted, we've been in fiscally good times since then, but I think it's generally worked, that it's basically, we have a 35% operational reserve that is made up of the 10% economic uncertainties and the 25% cash reserve.
That is it, see, but that's the question, I wanna make sure that the reserve, so he's gotta make sure that.
Where I wanna go is I wanna put in a specific reserve that's designated to facilities.
So we have that in our program.
I think it needs to be an operation.
So tell me why, because I mean, I don't disagree with you, but I wanna hear your thinking on why.
Because where you have that money,
Yeah.
it needs to be laid out in your strategic plan,
Okay,
because it's a part of how you prioritize your time and
Got
money in the district, and you need the board's stamp on it, that this is what we want our reserve to look like.
Yeah,
So
but he
somebody
could
comes-
put in program reserves.
Yeah, that's what, and it's also
It
listed
could, I think
and
we
we
need to break, I
itemize
think we
our
need to break down
program
program
reserves.
reserves. If they don't want to put, so he can add money to it, take money away from it, put in program reserves.
So what I need is.
so this is how we actually spell it out in our fiscal statements.
Mhm.
So you can see we have our operational reserves and they're sort of laid out, and then our program reserves and sort of laid out. This detail is obviously not in our fiscal reserve policy
Right, right.
or in a strategic plan. And I think what you're hinting at, or what you're saying is like, we need to probably, in our strategic plan or in our policy, both, have more detail, probably not this level of detail, but have more detail. I guess my just question to you, using the facilities one, I mean, and then I completely trust the two of your expertise.
We have a hot mic right now. so you know.
Oh, is it? I completely, trust your
Ziva,
expertise.
in fact, Ziva, we're on mute, right?
I can
She, I just told her that. And Joe is terrific leader who's very impressed with people as of yesterday, day before. We want to make sure that you know kind of what's unique about your culture. You get a sense of your staff. This is an opportunity for, I think, us to share with you how they're thinking. And understand that you'll have the opportunity, after you write the objectives, the primary objective today is not to get into the detail. English is English and world language is world language. You're gonna get details coming to you in the next 4 months. You know, in much more detail. You'll have the metrics, you'll have time to process those metrics, you'll look at the outcomes and say, oh, I see the outcomes, but what about this outcome? Why this hasn't been addressed? So you'll have the opportunity to share with Joe, and so the working staff, you may add some. I don't think you'll delete any. When you're finished, you may add some. So that's their job to do right now is get you familiar enough where you can have enough data to come in and write the objectives. If you look at the numbers, ignore the numbers. Basically, we gave the staff what we call templates, examples, not models, but examples of what other districts in this case did in these 20 areas and go, what's special about the 20? My gray hairs and scars, 40 years I've been in education, this is what school does. Generally, everything we do fits in those 20. Frankly speaking, we recently split out. It used to be physical and social, mental, physical, and emotional health. We split it out because of the changes from pandemic and so forth. So we made some modifications in the last couple of years. Without further ado, Joe, you think I'll sit down and be quiet for a while?
Yeah, so Addie, Laura, and I are going to collectively be walking you through the 20 objectives. You know, as Walt said, the end goal here is really just to give you an appreciation of what these things are. Some of them are a little more obvious than others, but to really give a shared understanding of what each of these things are. And then generally, you know, the teams, the community members that we had together the last 2 days, kind of what they put together in each of these. So if you'll want to have this little packet handy, and we're going to actually work through these in the way, in the order in which they're in this packet, which happens to be reverse alphabetical order. So world language is first because it's at the end of the alphabet. And we've kind of divided these up a little bit. So Laura's going to walk us through briefly describing the objectives and outcomes around world language that our community came up with.
Okay, so world language, which at our school, looking at the world languages that we have are Spanish, Mandarin, and French. But it's also thinking about like being aware of other cultures and that type of thing. So, all right. So the first objective, students demonstrate understanding, interpret, and analyze what's heard. But wait, I don't have to read it, I can go over it, right?
High level
Okay.
overviews, yep.
All right, so this is that students are listening to what language is being spoken and then how they're interacting with it. The outcome is, the first outcome is looking at the cultures, languages and cultures, and this is where students are being able to look at other cultures that they're learning about or they see or meet and how that compares with their culture. So it's being able to say, oh, my culture and this culture, you know, and being able to compare and contrast and understand those connections. The second objective is looking at how they're using different languages to communicate, whether it's learning a new word in a new language or hearing another language or learning something about a language through its cultural elements. And then, you know, how they're actually speaking in those environments. Okay?
This is definitely one we'll be continuing to work on.
Because my question.
So this is the thing too, is I wanna say that some of these groups, because of like a family situation or whatever, sometimes we had 2 people originally and then it went down to 1 person, and so they only had perspective of their one academy.
Yeah.
And so like on the digital version of this, there's things that are highlighted and there's a comment that says, I need to check how this happens at PACT, or how does this happen at this grade level? So we know that there's missing elements, but honestly, the 3 of us didn't go through these last night after we left and got home after 8 o'clock, so.
The actual question I would have as a board member is, how many students, all students in the high school take a foreign language?
All students in high school, yes.
All students in junior high and middle school?
No.
I would say that there should be an outcome or at least a metric, increasing the number of students or providing, an outcome would be provide the opportunity for the middle school students to access language. And then try to find a way to do that. And the metric would be developing a volunteer to come in and do it or whatever way you want to do it. But that, to me, a missing whole. It's getting down to junior high.
But we're not adding outcomes and metrics right now.
Not today,
Not
but what
today,
I'm doing, if I was a board member, I'd be
So
asking that
taking
question.
notes on
I
their
would be, I'm just saying what one person thinks.
Yeah.
You
and I
know
think-
what I think, some people do
What-
quite a bit.
I think what Walt is saying, I'm gonna repeat what you're saying in different words, is that as we're going through these, if you have a thought of, hey, you guys might look into X, give us that information now, because then we can work through it. Don't go super deep into the weeds, or we'll never get through this, but like high level, like, oh, you know what, one thing that's missing from here is you guys didn't think about this. I think you should make a note to go back and look at that, and then, and Laura, Addie, Anita, and I will do that.
Focuses on outcomes.
Okay, I'm gonna move us on to the next.
Okay, so the second page is a leftover of the sample page.
Yeah.
So you can even tear that one out if you want that. That is not what the.
Oh, we don't, none of it.
Yeah, you can just X it out or tear it out or whatever you want to do, so.
All right, so I'm gonna move us on to the next one, which is visual and performing arts. So the objective that we have is this idea that students are gonna develop artistic literacy and artistic aesthetic appreciation in the 4 different disciplines. So dance, music, theater, visual arts, etc. The outcomes that were come up with here, and realize, there's one piece I want to mention here. So visual and performing arts is a unique one for us at Natomas Charter School, because we have 4 academies, if you will, that are normal schools when it comes to visual and performing arts, and then 1 that specializes in it. So this particular team, when they wrote this, they tried to think very broadly. What are the things that are going to fit across all 5 academies? And then the piece where because it's on your paper, your eyes might glance to it, but they really wrote draft metrics and actions and services that are really probably more applicable to the non-PFAA academies. And one of the things that Laura and I will be working with the PFAA team on is like, what are the PFAA components that we need to put in here? But we actually asked, it ended up being 2 PFAA staff members that worked on this yesterday, and we asked them to actually not think about their academy directly, to use their expertise to help us inform what should be happening in the other academies, okay? So, but the idea is that regardless of what academy you're going to, you're gonna develop artistic literacy and aesthetic appreciation in these 4 different art forms, right? And so the first outcome that they come up with is that ensure students have access to visual and performing arts. The next outcome that they came up with a little bit lower is students will have multiple authentic opportunities to display and or perform in at least 1 art form outside of the classroom. And then the kind of third area, they're numbering it off, but all arts teachers are appropriately credentialed and supported with appropriate professional development. And then if you sort of look at those metrics, you can see that there are reports that are going on or information is being delivered. But the 4 big areas, ensuring all kids have access to performing arts, because we actually don't have that right now. They'll have multiple opportunities to perform in at least 1 art form outside of the classroom. So for a public audience of some sort, doesn't necessarily mean in the Benvenuto Performing Arts Center, but at least, in the quad or something like that, right? And all teachers will be appropriately credentialed and trained in the arts.
Yeah, and one thing I would emphasize, you're gonna see a lot of reporting, like I said earlier, to the executive director or the student service person. Not now, but when you get the final version, before you approve it, you may ask Joe, I want that type of report to be reported to the board. The more it's reported to you, the more accountability there is. You know what I mean by that? If I'm superintendent and say, we need to do this, oh yeah, that's okay. But if the board goes to the board, I can go to the person and say, we're taking this, I have to take this to the board. You can't do it this way. You gotta get it done. It gives me, as a CEO, that clout to get some things done. So you and Joe need to work out where should it come to the board and how involved you want to be. It could be that during strategic plan report time, you have to have a couple special board meetings to really get things reported to you. Or you schedule out the reports throughout the year, so you just routinely report on these items throughout the year. And that'll impact the calendar of the due dates.
So, you had mentioned for that, outcome ensures students have access to visual and performing arts, that's something that we currently don't have, so that's kind of like a goal to put in place. So some of the outcomes, we are doing the things, some we may need to do more of, and some we need to do. Can you highlight the ones that
Sure.
we're kind of going through where we aren't currently doing?
And on some of these, you can see the metric where it says like report out, like benchmark, you know, versus like if there's more of a specific, like we're gonna increase this or whatever, that's where you can tell like that's something we've been working on.
Okay.
But if it's like a set a benchmark, you know,
Okay.
then that's where we're like, well, we know we're doing it somehow, but we just don't have a like tracking system yet.
Okay.
And so like on this particular one, I would say that across all 5 academies, students have access to visual arts.
Right.
They don't all have access to performing arts.
Okay.
So if you think of Star Academy, for instance, if you happen to get Mr. Fassler's class in 4th grade, or you're part of the 4th, or even last year the other teachers, you might do a play.
Right.
But you're not doing that TK through 3 or 5th grade. It's largely been based on like what the teacher's interest has been, right?
Okay.
And so this particular outcome, the first thing is really putting together that report of like, well, what is everyone doing, you know?
Okay.
And then that helps us then, as a staff, maybe make future recommendations to the board, like, we need a music program at Star Academy, or we need a dance, or whatever we're kind of thinking that might be.
Okay, I think it would be helpful for me to kind of know when I have to do the rankings, what's completely absent.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay,
So I would say for visual and performing arts, it's not completely absent.
right.
It's very, very well done at the end
Yeah,
of the
well,
day, right?
yeah.
And then I think our 4 other academies, if you were to compare them to traditional public schools, we
Yes.
probably have some work we need to do. It's not done at all,
Okay,
but there's probably some pieces that we want to build out and be more thoughtful and intentional.
And the outcome may be the same outcome, but your metrics will be different.
okay, thank you.
All right, Laura, would you like to take technology and equipment, since I know it was yours?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, technology and equipment, so the charter will develop systems to maximize federal, state, and local resources to provide new and modernized technology and equipment to address the needs of students and staff in the most efficient way. So this includes hardware, software, vehicles, and computers. So we have the first outcome is students and staff will be provided with the appropriate up-to-date technology. Then we have the district will maintain a 1-to-1 student device ratio. We have a lot of talk about it's a ratio, it's not an actually everybody having devices. That's how we have them in the appropriate classes, because you don't need to have 1-to-1 in stamps, say, right? And then the next one, staff will utilize serviceable maintenance and grounds vehicles, tractors, and other related equipment in the performance of their duties and their job responsibilities. And that's like, we do have riding lawnmowers, all those things. We have a big truck for when we have to move things around from campus to campus, whether it's a stage or whatever. That's like kind of the vehicles. We don't have like an ag program tractor, but we have.
Yeah, and a metric may be the purchase of new tractor.
I was gonna ask, do we have farm animals?
We don't have,
Yeah.
we have lawnmowers and we have.
Yeah, so that, I mean, that other one is kind of that big, yeah.
And this would be one I would say, to go to Ashante's question, it's in place, this is about
Yes.
maintenance.
Yeah,
and
right.
making
It's
adjustments.
ensuring that we have funds available so that they don't have to be out flipping along with scissors.
Okay.
Lawnmower.
Right, so student transitions, I believe that is Addie.
The lawnmower was a big thing in Charlotte.
It was.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, it really is.
Electric, there's history there.
Yeah.
Electric, protect them.
All right.
When we go to
prioritization, let's remember that.
So with student transitions, students will successfully move from one stage in the educational process to the next. So this is the little T's and the big T's. The little T's are TK to kindergarten, 5th grade to 6th grade, and then the big T's, middle school to high school to life post-high school. The outcome, students will successfully transition through each of the transitional educational stages, and I just mentioned those to you. And then the second one is transition stages, at the big transitions, students will feel connected and supported at their new school. And that was all the 2 objectives.
Student decision,
Oh,
also.
Gonna keep on rolling. So with student decision-making and behavior. The objective, the process of making age-appropriate decisions by setting goals, gathering information, and assessing and selecting alternative choices which result in logical, safe, respectful, responsible, socially acceptable actions. So when you think about that, it's that if you're thinking about students having the ability to make healthy life choices. The outcomes, students will engage in positive decision-making and behavior, utilizing Natomas Charter School's positive behavioral supports and restorative practices. For your awareness, restorative practices is moving away from the traditional punitive way of doing things, is how do we restore as a community when someone's done harm in our community. So if someone, if I was to push Laura, how am I restoring the relationship? So that's what we were mentioning. All students will receive age-appropriate social emotional learning opportunities and support. In particular, in the post times, after times, everything after the pandemic, really making sure that students are having that age-appropriate social emotional learning, because we've learned, as other schools have, that that's something the students had a challenge with, is age-appropriate social emotional learning. Students will increase their research skills and reflective practices. Students will display a high level of connectedness to school. And part of that outcome is we know when students are connected to school, they're less likely to do risky behaviors. And then a multi-tiered system of support. You all have heard the term MTSS for the last 6,125 days, is in place and followed with fidelity, meaning we have a system and we use it with fidelity, that we aren't changing the way we intend to do it.
And I think this would be an outcome that I would describe as in progress, but we have refinement we need to do. This isn't we're building the ground, and we're starting at ground zero, but we don't have everything implemented and we're just maintaining. We're sort of kind of in that middle area.
And I know that on the fourth one, there's like XX%. And that's just because this group didn't have the data. We have data for that already. They just didn't know when they were doing it.
All right, next one is social science, Laura.
That's me. All right. Create active, engaged, and civic-minded students is our objective here. The outcome is students will engage in projects that facilitate engagement with our community. So connecting all of the things that they're doing with our community now, and if they're studying ancient Greece, it's looking at how do we see the connections there. Teachers and student services educators will collaborate to cultivate UDL lessons. So UDL is that universal design for learning, which we've talked about in the past. It's like having the closed captioning on the TV, right? It helps everybody, but it's like essential for our hard of hearing or deaf students. And then teachers will codify inquiry-based learning. And so that's where you're making history more engaging by finding out, well, why did they do it that way? That's different than what we did. They didn't have flush toilets in ancient Greece, but why did they do that? And so then it's researching instead of just reading from a textbook.
And this is an area that's gonna get a little deeper, I think.
This one's gonna get a little deeper. This is an area too, I think, where the individuals that are working on it, to me, there's probably should be some outcome around, we're teaching social science standards to all students, right? And as I was talking to them about it, they were like, at the end, they're like, oh, we didn't think to make, because they're social science teachers, they're just like, we're doing that, they're they're thinking of sort of that next level. So this is an area that we are gonna work with the history department on, digging in a little deeper about,
And the template will help you. If you go back to, they basically went off and did some good stuff. And they need to go back and focus on the template.
And I think that they're working on all of these things. And so it's in progress, it's just at different progress levels at different academies and grade levels. So, science.
But going to the high level, I'm trying to answer Ashante's question each time. This would be one of those things that is in progress, we are refining. Science, Laura.
Okay. Students will develop a three-dimensional vision of science, understanding the core science and engineering ideas, recognizing cross-cutting concepts, and thinking like scientists and engineers to apply science and engineering practices. And this is really getting to that new science content standards, that they've all been adopting is kind of moving to that next generation science standards, is calling out those elements. So the first objective, students will receive instruction in scientific literacy, demonstrate the ability to perform scientific inquiry and scientific ways of thinking, which is the NGSS standards. This is something that they are all working on currently, and so we're refining our practices and reviewing curriculum and that type of thing to ensure that what we have in place is allowing them to do that. Teachers and appropriate staff will complete professional development to address implementation with fidelity of the standards. And that's something we are definitely working on currently. Courtney Sully, who's our math TOSA, is also working with the science team, as well as with Kim Woods, our ECA principal, who has been a leader in our science across the campus, and working with them, making sure that everybody has training, everybody has the professional development. Courtney has already set up a couple of professional development opportunities already. So it's something that
Before
we're
you
working on.
turn, could you stay there for a minute?
Yeah.
Go to 4.1.1, I just want to kind of show you the model. It was well done here. By May, principals will certify to the director of teaching. So you have a date, you have who's responsible, to whom they're going to be responsible to. Now go down to 4.2.1. What's missing there? Is there a date? No date. So that date you'll see when they start developing and refining it, they're going to end up having the date, and right there, it's in 4.2.1. Principals, you have the principals doing it. They're reporting it to staff and conducting director of teaching. They're going to report results. So the only thing that's missing is the date.
Yeah, which, when I go through these, we'll have that.
That kind of, what Walt's trying to highlight is that's what you're going to see in the future.
Yeah.
And the people, we told them, just work the concepts. Don't get too hung up on numbers. We taught them the model, but it's hard. And so you get caught up in, this is what I want us to do, and then how do we word it correctly? And the wording correctly is about the planning for it and managing the work coming forward. Because eventually I'm gonna work with Joe to create an Excel document that you can manage by the dates. These are due in May, these are due in June. We're gonna be able, and these are involving these people, so there's a template that we're gonna work on once this is done.
All right, the next one is mine.
Wait, there's one more
did
for
I miss
science.
it? Oh, sorry. I was getting all excited.
4.3, students will meet or exceed California Next Generation Science Standards. And so in there, they do have some percents, that's something that we do track. And have our baseline from this last CAST assessment, and so then we're setting goals based on that.
All right. I jumped the number earlier. Physical health. So students have access to high quality health education to help them achieve their highest potential. They'll learn how to maintain and improve their health, prevent disease, reduce health-related risk behaviors, and develop health knowledge, attitudes, and skills that increase attendance rates, improve behavior, inspire lifelong learning. So the first outcome is around having a comprehensive health education program to promote healthy living and discourage health risk behaviors. The next big outcome is about middle and high school students participating in injury prevention and safety and substance abuse prevention education each year in middle and high school. And then the third outcome is around students and families will have access to comprehensive community resources. I would say that overall, this is an objective that we are probably more on the developing side than on the in-progress side. A lot of this goes back to, you as a board providing the financial resources for us to hire our own full-time school nurse last year actually allowed us to start building some of these things out. She's actually the one that took the lead on sort of developing this yesterday. But you'll see it's really about, we're meeting the legal requirements of health education right now, but really going beyond that and we were laughing, a lot of us are DARE kids, we need a DARE program, those types of things kind of coming back. So that's that one. The next one, physical education, is also mine. So students will develop the skills and knowledge to practice wellness, physical and mental, providing confidence and positive attitudes necessary to participate in physical activities. So the first outcome we have here is that all students will be taught physical education using the California state standards. And, that's actually it, and then the one below. All right, moving on, new and modernized facilities. This was actually Anita's, but she's working on that other project for us, so I'm gonna kind of fill this in. So charter school will develop strategies to maximize state and local resources to provide new and modernized facilities and support students and staff in safe learning environment as an asset to our community. So first outcome is charter school shall provide quality and modern facilities to serve students and staff. The second outcome is the charter school facilities represents the culture and branding of the community. So for a little clarity on this one, this is sort of the idea of having potentially like new and modernized furniture or repainting buildings or remodeling the interiors of classrooms is kind of the idea with that outcome. And then the third outcome feeds into that as well. The charter school facilities enable and enhances innovative, high quality pedagogy. So really kind of doing some modernization of the interior of our classrooms around flexible seating or projection surfaces or that sort of thing. And then moving on to the next one, mental health and social emotional awareness. Dr. Ellis.
Mental health and social emotional wellness. Students will have self-awareness of their mental and social emotional needs. With support from their families, they'll be able to identify resources to continue their wellness journey by the time they promote out of NCS. With the support of families is really important to the team because we can only do so much at the school facility. And we know what we learned from the pandemic when all the students went home is that that parents don't always have the resources and or knowledge of how to support their students. So the outcomes, each academy at Natomas Charter will have a universal social emotional curriculum that is implemented for all students. Through the use of the Natomas Charter School social emotional curriculum, students will demonstrate healthy wellness attitudes and behaviors. Families will have access to social emotional workshops that provide tools and resources to support their students' social emotional well-being. And using Joe's developing in progress refining metrics, we are in progress to refining in this area. The area that we are really in progress with is the families will have access to social emotional workshops. We are in progress with that and really looking to build.
Laura, math.
Okay. And this is one where there's a lot of notes of you need to check with the elementary version of this thing, just so that you know as I'm reading through it, that we're aware of. Okay, so the objective is students will develop the 8 mathematical practices to allow for a depth of knowledge in mathematics through, here's your practices, perseverance, reasoning, the critique of others' work, modeling of math, use of appropriate tools, attending to precision, and making use of structure and looking for repetition. So those are the different practices. The first outcome, teachers will utilize the MTSS process to provide differentiated instruction. And so that's something that we are on the path of doing and what Courtney Naftosa is leading them to do. And we had going to training on Thursday and everything. Students will receive instruction that encompasses the 8 mathematical practices. And so that's something that we're in the process of. They started at the secondary level, especially started planning out their scope and sequence and aligning it to the CPM curriculum and looking at how they're implementing that. So that's something that we're definitely in process doing. And in the elementary, I know at STAR, they're using the Ready Math curriculum, which has those things embedded. And so that's a part of the process to start looking at that. The next outcome, provide common and a variety of professional learning opportunities to all staff working with students greater or equal to 16 hours, including paraprofessionals or instructional strategies to support all learners. And this is something that we are just starting to do as we are really able to this year start supporting our paraprofessionals. We started last year including our paraprofessionals in our instructional training when they first get hired. We had instructional onboarding. It went from last year from like a half a day to this year it was 2 days. And we're consistently trying to invite all of the paraprofessionals to the training that the teachers did. So for example, we had a CPM training yesterday all day, and so we invited the paraprofessionals that work in those math classes to come to the training so that they could be a part of that. So it's something new, but we're already jumping into that.
What's CPM?
It's the new math curriculum that has been adopted at Leading Edge and PFA for middle school and then at PFA for high school. It's called College Preparatory Mathematics. It's a program that is very much investigation based, where it's not as much lecture. The teacher will kind of say this is kind of the topic, and then the students go into groups and they talk about it and they discover and they look for that repetition. They look for, what's common, what
Very
strategies
dialogue
can,
oriented.
so it's a very good program.
Before you move on. Okay, 1.1. And we do not prescribe on day 2 what we give an example. So we don't know, so I'm about to show you something, you go, why didn't you just tell us up front? Here's the issue. 1.1, teachers will utilize multi-systems of support.
Mhm.
And it's, to me, implies in the metric, and I think I know this for a fact, that you have that in every subject area.
Yes.
So you have a choice to put it in every subject area or to put it in HR. And if you put it in HR, then it applies to all subject areas. So they're gonna have the task of looking at that and saying, oh, that's pretty good. And let's just put it in HR, and then we don't have to worry about it in all the others, and then it's in all the others, we take it out, so it's in HR. So they're gonna have to make that kind of decision. You go to 1.3, same thing. It sounds like there's a philosophy to train, and I think that was part of the discussion yesterday or day before, that up there, you emphasize, we talk about educators, teachers, and staff. And we use the term educators, and I share my bias. A custodian is an educator if he's working in the school. I've worked in the school as a custodian, and I felt like I was contributing to the students' learning. And so that term's there. So if this is applying training paraprofessional, in essence, traditional aides, or whatever you want to do, if it applies to all programs, then it goes into HR.
Got it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Sorry, there's one more.
Oh.
Yes, there's one more. Students will meet or exceed state standards in every grade level in mathematics. And then we get down into the metrics when we start looking at what our current percentages are and what that growth would be. And we were aligning that with our other models.
And this is, if you look at 1.4.1, you see the issues there. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
This is one that I think we'll do some rearranging of the outcomes.
And also, they put a percentage of 60%. I don't think that applies to every academy. So
So, yes,
We got it.
I'm on that. I'm on Laura's like, I got it. I could only be in so many
I know.
Places at once.
each time. I made it to probably 15 of them.
You all did great. Addie was ad-libbing this, and Joe was at every table. It was amazing. And so, and again, I'm trying to prevent resentment of us. We don't prescribe what you need to do. We give you, because if we did, it would be like we treat them as robots. But you have to learn through experience.
Well, and I think what is important for the board to hear from what Walt is saying is yesterday was the beginning.
Yes.
Right, we're getting some initial ideas down. There's definitely some refinement that has to go through this. But our hope by walking you through these is that you understand the spirit and the philosophy and the general ideas that people are thinking of. And then Laura, Addie, and I, and Anita are really gonna work on refining with people. And certainly like in our one-on-one quarterly meetings, or, if it comes up as as math is a topic we're discussing at the board, certainly share your ideas as well of other things that, 2 days from now, you go, oh, we should think about that. Pass that on to the time. So speaking of human resources, as well brought up, that is the next one, priority number 7. So the charter will attract and develop high-quality professionals focused on student success. So the first outcome is really around positions being filled on the first day of school, which post-COVID, more challenging than it's ever been. So you can see there's some different ideas and actions there that are really about, building a stronger hiring pool. And then 7.2 outcome is really all teachers and administrators are fully credentialed and appropriately assigned. And 7.3 starts getting into more of the retention area, which is all new employees will feel welcome. 7.4, employees believe their work is meaningful and they feel valued and supported. And then 7.5, provide competitive salaries and benefits for employees compared to districts and charters with similar demographics or geographic region. So kind of the 4 areas.
There's more.
Oh, sorry.
Sounds like
This person was very diligent. We love her. Next outcome, NCS retains highly qualified and competent employees who are committed to NCS and meeting the needs of students, staff, and the community. And then the last outcome, all employees are effectively evaluated. That's the last one, right?
Before you jump on, could you go back to 7.7?
Sure.
Great example. 7.7 is an outcome. 7.7.1, 3-digit number, is a metric. And then the action and services, which you will not approve, are the 4th digit, 7.7.1.1. CAS means charter actions and services. You're gonna see in some of these, S, I don't know this one, some of them you'll see another digit, which will be the site actions and services. And you go, why is that? And eventually, when we convert it to an Excel document that you'll convert to whatever you guys use, you'll be able to filter. I just want to see all the actions and services. I want to filter all the metrics. Okay.
All right, next one is family engagement, which I believe is Addie, right?
So family engagement, the objective, promotion of families in participation, input, and involvement in the activities and decision-making taking place at the charter and academy levels. Kind of self-explanatory. Ensure families receive equitable access to timely communications through a variety of means. And by the variety of means, we tend to be very text-heavy when we send information to families. And what we're learning is that families don't actually read text. So we can send lots of information out in emails. We can put it on the sign. We can put posters up on the wall, but people don't read heavy text messages.
Paragraphs.
And so finding other means of communication. So how can we do a quick video? How
We need
can
a
we do-
TikTok.
Instagram.
Do an interpretive dance. So that's what that was about, the multiple means, and there was a parent that actually helped to craft this, and that was one of the things that she mentioned. Ensure families feel valued and connected to the school environment. Again, we know that there are some communities that don't feel valued, and some of the metrics there are around those clubs and activities to bring parents involved, or to get parents involved. Ensure families are included in their child's academic development and progress. Families are prepared to support their children in the pursuit of post-secondary education. So this is another one that's in progress. We aren't at that developing stage yet, but we are definitely in progress. Extracurricular activities is also neat. Students will develop a connectedness to their academy by participating in activities falling outside the realm of school curriculum. For example, productions, clubs, and leadership involvement, with the goal of decreasing absenteeism, behavioral challenges, and social emotional dysregulation. So social emotional dysregulation is when students aren't not regulated, when they're unable to manage their behavior because of things that are occurring. When students are involved, again, they tend to have a better ability to control their emotions and social emotional challenges. So first outcome, all students will have access to extracurricular and co-curricular activities, connecting students to their academy and providing motivation for the students to succeed in school. The difference between extracurricular and co-curricular is extracurricular is anything outside of the curriculum. When you think of co-curricular, in particular at PFAA, a production might be co-curricular. So they may have a class that's production and they might also be doing the play, and that would be a co-curricular activity.
So the actual play is the extracurricular?
That'd be a co-curricular.
Oh, that's, okay.
It could, and so it could be both.
Okay.
So if a student, say we have a production class, that's what you do. So the student has production and there's 20 kids in the play. only 18 of those kids are in the production class and there's 2 from somewhere else.
Okay.
The 18 who are in production is co-curricular for them.
Okay.
The 2 who aren't is extracurricular for them.
Okay.
Usually it's associated with a grade. If you get a grade, it's co-curricular.
Okay,
But
thank you.
don't go on. And again, I'm showing, let's go to 11.1.1.1, you see that? The next one is a site action and service, the next one that says 11.1.2, but it's the wrong number.
Yeah.
It should be 11.1.1.2.
Yes.
And I'm just checking for understanding of you three, so, and I'll stop wasting.
We got it.
Yep. And so the second outcome there, all students will have access to extracurricular activities and clubs that are representative of individuals from traditionally marginalized populations. So when you think of traditionally marginalized as racial, ethnic minority, students who are identified as racial, ethnic minority, are English language, emerging bilingual, thank you, emerging bilingual. So any of those traditionally marginalized in the school population would be included in that, and how are we helping with that belonging? So this is a lot about belonging. And then that was it.
And I'll throw 2 cents in for the future. Now, I would put a metric down of increasing participation of marginalized students.
There actually is a metric that's down for that, that's up at 11.1.1. By June 30th, principals will verify to the student services director that the participation rates of students in extra/co-curricular activities and clubs, with a focus of the number of traditionally marginalized population, and then defining out what some of those are. And students who have 3 or more sign-ins with social emotional counselor, those are defined as marginalized as well because of social emotional needs. And so they're going to, this is a baseline.
Oh, baseline, you're gonna.
So this would be a baseline for this year, and then we'll look at increasing later, but we need to get the baseline, get numbers first.
And that's the other thing I recommend is really put in baseline, because that way if you put it as a baseline, filter in, sort by baseline, you'll go back to the ones you need to include percentages into next year.
All right, Laura, English.
Is English. Students will develop reading, writing, speaking, and listening skills that are the foundation for creative and purposeful expression in language. First outcome, students will meet or exceed state standards in every grade level in English language arts. And then there's some questions that they had. We had 2 people who are most familiar with elementary, so they had questions about the high school. That would go there. Students have access to the multi-tiered systems of support. And this, I love that this is in each one, because that tells me that the teachers are really starting to like integrate and have that MTSS process as a part of how they are working, and they see that as valuable. So I'm leaning toward, we'll have discussions about keeping it in each one.
Yes, I'm in the same
Yes.
place.
All 3 of us are leaning. It needs to be in every one.
Yeah. Let's see, and then the next one, teachers and appropriate staff will complete professional development to address the curriculum, research-based instructional practices and Common Core standards. So ensuring that everyone is trained there. We don't have as much, we haven't had as much training as of yet for the paraprofessionals in this area. But it's coming into play as we're looking at inclusive education strategies, the UDL strategies, and then, oh boy, we have an emergent bilinguals plan. There we go. Nobody even knows, except for Alyssa and I, but it's gonna be coming out, so don't worry.
Release date to be determined.
So exciting.
All right, next one is mine. Right, we got the.
Yeah.
Sorry. Career technical education. So a little context as we jump into this one. Currently at Natomas Charter School, we provide 1 CTE pathway. It's the Arts, Media, and Entertainment pathway that's available to PFAA students. And all of our PFA high school arts classes are mapped to that pathway. So there's actually different ways that you can get it, like, going through theater, going through dance, whatever. So just want to give you a little bit of that context. So our objective here is students will develop fundamental knowledge and skills to prepare for the transition to post-secondary education, career training, or the workforce by following a multi-year sequence of courses integrating core academic knowledge with technical and occupational skills. So the first outcome is that all TK through 12 students have access to CTE education. So we can, the idea here from the group is looking at different ways to, at age appropriate levels, weaving in career technical education. So obviously this looks a little different in kindergarten than it does in high school, but getting kids as early as kindergarten starting to think about, what are the different career fields that are out there? What might you be interested in? Having some ideas around like assessments in middle school or assessments within high school. Outcome 8.2, all high school students will have access to a CTE pathway that can result in a CTE completer designation on their diploma. So we have that available in PFA right now. The idea is trying to come up with something analogous for ECA. And there are actually, for instance, there's a digital cybersecurity CTE pathway that's available if we partner through Los Rios Community College District. So that might not be the one that we look at, but looking at some sort of option, recognizing that not all ECA students want to take arts classes, so they don't all necessarily want to be in the arts leading entertainment pathway. And so what could be some other things that we could offer to them, given our facilities limitations and the instructional format of the program and that sort of thing. So that's the CTE one. The next one was mine as well. Clean, safe, functional, attractive classrooms, facilities, and grounds. So students and staff work and learn in clean, safe, functional, attractive classrooms, facilities, and grounds that are maintained in good repair. First outcome is all charter school facilities will be clean with general maintenance, landscaping, and repairs complete. Second outcome is on the next page. The charter will have appropriate staffing and equipment. And then the next one is ensure all playground equipment is safe and operational for all campuses. And then we end up in some extra pages I got printed that we can just ignore. These are from the model template sort of thing. And then alternate and optional programs, I believe this was.
I think it's fine.
I don't remember.
Rochambeau.
Rochambeau, easier.
So alternative and optional programs, students will be provided options within the charter school and access to programs beyond the core comprehensive school offerings, which are designed to offer alternatives to students and families. For example, summer school and before and after school programs. Students will be provided with alternative and optional programs that support their educational development outside of the regular school year in summer school intersession. Intersession is that time for those who are tuning in on YouTube and for our board members here, thinking of our breaks, that would be an intersection. So October break, there might be offerings there. Winter break, there may be something there. Spring break, there may be something there. That would be an intersection. And then summer school is that traditional summertime. Students will be provided access to before and after school programs at the site-based elementary and middle schools. And that's it there. This is one where we are in progress. This year we've developed the Knights Landing enrichment program for middle school, and we've had the before or after school program at STAR since its inception. And the last is community outreach, which is also me. The charter and academies will develop community outreach and involvement strategies to support identified priorities, e.g. governmental partnerships, grant development, educational foundations, and community-sponsored clubs and activities. Principals coordinate outreach to community-based organizations with the intent to increase educational and enrichment opportunities for all students. And then 17.2, ensure access to alternative funding sources to support the charter's activities. And I would do a third one there, just so you know, the third edition is again looking at traditionally marginalized communities, ensuring that we're doing community outreach there so that students are exposed to individuals who may look like them or represent their group.
Another thing I'm gonna write down here, Addie and Lauren, I just wanna say it out loud, is an outcome we should probably have in this one is around how the school partners with the Natomas Arts Education Foundation for community outreach activities.
In creating.
And I think that was implied in,
I think we're just like calling it out a little bit more, because we have that as an asset that we can really leverage.
Do you have in the metrics or outcomes the alumni foundation?
No, that was actually, that
They brought that up a few times.
it came up, but I don't think it never came up in here, so maybe this is an area where we put that.
Yeah.
Because we're now old enough that we have like alumni that are like adults now. Some teach here, some are at Disneyland, we go visit them there.
Some people have, and some of them have some money they can help you with.
Several of them have money. 20.
Yeah. All right, so Walt and Fred, we got through the 20 objectives. Is now when we'd like to pause.
We'll do a break,
Okay.
before we do that, another thing you can do is have that alumni association provide awards. And, like Hall of Fame type of thing, which would be a marketing tool, okay?
So I'm a bit confused because when I left, by the time I got back, I would have been all done with the prioritization and we would have been.
We have a very thoughtful board that asks clarifying questions.
Lunch, we're gonna go to lunch, you want to work we're gonna do next is lunch and prioritization. Lunch, then we're gonna get clarity, best we can, as a draft on the fiscal integrity, because they've got some information they want to share.
Perfect.
Joe, you three need to talk to make sure, then they'll brief on that, we'll get through that, and then we'll do the prioritization. So you understand what you need to do, so at lunch you can kind of walk around. Each of these sheets, the things you have, put down here, we put a title, so it's big, bold, social science. You don't need to read everything underneath it, you've already gone through it. You're gonna prioritize the 20 objectives. We'll teach you how to do that, show you how to do that after lunch. So we wanna have a working lunch where, let's take, you three go talk. And then everybody else gets their lunch, and when the three of them are ready to present, then we'll start presenting, or do you wanna take a 30-minute lunch break period? We have the time, it's up to you how soon, because I think we can get it done by 3, but we can get it done earlier if you wanna have a working lunch. I think we can get it done by 3, I thought we can miss it.
I have to leave a little earlier, actually.
So can we do a working lunch?
Sounds like working lunches.
Okay, so Joe, Anita, and Fred, exit stay right, and I'll listen over here, and I won't, of course, say anything.
Well, when do you need us back in the room?
Pardon?
When do you need, like, as soon as they get their lunch, we're starting right back?
Thank you.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. While we wait for our two trustees who are missing, well, here's one right now. If you want to just start reading operational reserves, just so you can read it, and then we're going to talk about it. Can you scroll down just a hair because your picture's over it, or up? I always get confused. What's up and what's down? I don't know. Thank you. Can you change that? It's not in the best two times, it should be best up times, the one that's underlined right there.
That's what?
Oh,
Very much.
What's that?
Who said best of times, worst of times? What often?
Oh, Charles.
Dickens.
Yeah.
Dickens, right? Yeah.
Dickens, yeah.
What article, it says 10% of economic uncertainties and operating expenditures in an unrestricted general fund, or the unrestricted general fund? It seems like an article's missing there.
you can put that there if you want.
So where it's underlined in blue right now, and it says in unrestricted, say in the unrestricted.
I don't know why comprised is underlined.
It wants you to say composed.
Yeah, no.
No. Scrolling for program reserves?
Oh, not quite.
Oh, there's Brittany.
It's all right. Everyone's just reading operational reserves right now. So I get started talking about that, and really on operational reserves, for all intents and purposes, nothing changed much between what they talked about before and where we're at right now, with the exception of we pulled out about 33%. Remember, there's that 4-month operating piece. We pulled that out because it's down under programmatic reserves now. And then labeled a little bit differently. We did some work on that and changed around the labeling a little bit. But here, the 25% is specifically for cash. And what that means is, right now, the state doesn't pay you in nice increments of every month you get some money. There are specific distribution points throughout the year that are not equally distributed. Most of the time, you can make that happen through your cash flow, but sometimes it gets pretty tight. But what you're recognizing as a board here right now is that 25% reserves you're having sitting there that will never be touched, just so you can make the payroll cash-wise. In bad years, they do deferrals. There is a decent likelihood that deferrals could come back here in the not so distant future. And that generally happens when the revenue that the state puts or brings in and what they projected for their budget differs. And that's starting to happen.
Is that the Prop 98 guarantee still in effect?
Prop 98 guarantee is still in effect.
So is it so it's guaranteed this money, but you don't get it because you don't have the money to pay it.
And you could get it years from
Yeah.
but you're still guaranteed it.
Right.
It's not
And
unusable
break
now.
the accounting works to do.
So the statement that's important in here is underneath the note too. It says the difference between the beginning balance and the ending balance will generally be assigned by the executive director of the program reserves, which are the next level. Okay, the next one down that we're talking about. So what that says is, when you do unaudited actuals and there's money over this amount, you'll transfer it down to program reserves.
And the insurance policy is this,
This is one of their insurance policies, because there's multiple insurance policies. So are we ready to go to the next one? All right, can you scroll to program reserves, please? So I'll let you read this one for a second, and I want you to especially take note of that first bullet point.
Jody, please.
I got to make it big again.
Yeah, can we, yeah, there we
Okay.
go. There's also
One
some,
more.
there's different fonts in the bullet points in the program research. We'll correct that later.
Once we do the.
You gotta fix one of those last few words. Is that okay?
No, it was better before. Yeah,
There we go. Better?
Yeah, better.
Thank you.
We have some extra work there.
Could be, because this has not been proofed, it's just been typed.
Program reserves.
Oh, yeah, and stirs these change.
Oh, it's a search, yeah.
Yeah, it's STRS,
Oh,
not
no, no, thank
SRTS.
you.
Where are we?
Last bullet point.
By
Right.
hers and it's say STRS.
And what was the other typo you saw?
It says finance to achieve the goals. So we need
Oh, yeah.
the or our, but not both.
What bullet point?
It's
Take
the
out
sub-bullet.
R and say
See
achieve
that?
guidance.
Finance to achieve,
Under the.
which, am I meaning our or the?
I think that.
Okay, so I want to talk about this for a minute. We had a conversation about what the anticipated, and this isn't going to be exact, so I want to call that out right away. The anticipated budget for the new construction in the district is $36 million. So the plan for that right now is to hopefully get a 50% state match, save up approximately $10 million, and then finance that other $8 million in order for you to do the new construction project in the district. So with that being said, in order to get to that $10 million, that represents about a 45% reserve. You're not there right now. You have about half of it, roughly, about 5 million of that 10 million saved up. And the goal is to get there over time. And so what you're stating as a board, if you approve this language, is you're recognizing that we need to save for these new and modernized facilities, and it's gonna take time to get there. The other ones are not as big. 1% is just ongoing maintenance and upgrades. You already have that in your operational budget for maintenance and upgrades, but sometimes you get this unanticipated thing. 1% in this district represents about $225,000. Sometimes you get this unanticipated thing, so you have some reserves set aside for something unanticipated in the maintenance of your facilities. Same thing as far as technology, furniture, and equipment. You're one-to-one, and those things don't last forever, so you need to have, in case there's a really bad year, I don't know, you're an Apple district, so I don't know if they brick after a while, where they stop supporting some of the older machines and you have to replace
With our
them.
Chromebooks and machines.
Yeah,
Sometimes kids are harder on me than us.
so you do have Chromebooks.
Yeah,
Chromebooks for students, Macs for teachers.
Okay, so Chromebooks definitely great.
yeah, I mean, this is not, you still build in your budget the normal refreshing process. This is some crazy effort.
And then the last one is the extraordinary costs with inclusion. Have you all had to send a student to RTC yet? Residential Treatment Center? Yeah. Yeah, so that happens. And when you have to send a kiddo off to a residential treatment center, you can, I don't know if your SELPA pitches in half of, but they only pitch in half of the educational program, not the half of the overnight cost. So an RTC center can cost the district anywhere from $150,000 to $300,000 for one kiddo. So that's what that's about, and that's what those dollars are up there for. Also, the extraordinary increase in PERS and STIRS, those are the retirement systems. OPEB is other post-employment benefits. You have a little expense there, it's not extraordinary, but in case there is some other OPEB expenses that come into that, and that's what you're designating out in this area.
So to make sure I'm understanding real quick, well, 2.6 million for 12%, about that, okay.
Let me jump in and embellish a little bit. The 45% are adding 45% new Monterey. So you're talking about what Joe had shared, Anita, is that you have a potential of $36 million halfway funded by the state. They'll fund up to 18 million. That doesn't mean you have to apply to the 36 million. if they authorize you to 36 million and you come in under budget and you go, we really are not gonna do this, this and this, and we wanna reduce the project, they'll fund half of whatever you end up doing up to 36 million. So you may go, at the time, this is scary, we're in the middle of recession, really don't wanna borrow 8 million, let's just borrow 4 million, then that reduces your project to 24 million. So you still have some flexibility. Okay.
So Jennifer, I want to come back to your question for a second. This is already in your budget. We're just outlining something that's already there and you've been doing for years. Well, at least let me
Yes,
clarify.
that is correct.
For years, okay.
It's the salary and benefit piece, all the post-retirement.
This is what gives us a little bit of a cushion, should, we find ourselves in a situation where we're having to eliminate positions or reduce positions. This is that cushion that we have there. It also is our cushion for a significant special education expense or a significant, suddenly there was an increase in STRS and FERS that we weren't expecting and we need a year to sort of retouch up to it.
Okay, so I'm sorry, can you go back to, did you say salaries?
So right now we have 1.8 million set aside in our program reserves as a salary and benefits reserve. And the idea there is that, so we go back to the 08-09 recession time period, right? As we were making cuts, this is what allowed us to not make cuts.
Okay, so what I'm reading up there, associated, it says 12% extraordinary costs associated with inclusion. I feel
wondering-
like that isn't the salary, so
Well,
that's what
it
I'm
was
getting
the
confused.
wording that we were going back and forth on, because technically, salaries and benefits would be more on your operational side. And I was explaining the history piece of, we put extra money aside for this specific purpose. And, which Fred was talking about, that's usually more towards your economic uncertainties and things like that. So that's kind of why the wording was.
Would it make more sense if the statement said 12% extraordinary costs associated with PERS, STRS, OPEB, I think it says, and inclusion services with the parentheses at the
Something
end?
like that might help, because I read that as inclusion services and I thought,
Yeah.
I understand we need a rainy day fund
Making
for
that
that,
one last.
but this feels like a lot for that. Okay.
Put that at the end.
So,
Yeah.
okay, hold on. Is there a proposal out there by board members?
Yes.
Okay, your proposal, what you just said, Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay, so can you cut PERS, STRS, and OPEB? And we'll spell that out. We shouldn't have the acronyms in there likely either, because a lot of people, especially OPEB, won't know what it is. So we'll have a note to spell that out. Can you just put parenthetical next to that, spell out, or something like that, just so we don't forget?
So, and if I'm understanding what you're saying, this includes
This would
not
be,
having to cut staff.
yeah, I'm
in the
wondering,
other- Okay.
and I'm not a board member, so I can't make a proposal, but I'm gonna say out loud what I
Okay,
think we
fine.
might be wanting to put here. Is, something about like a 12% for extraordinary costs associated with salary and benefit reductions, per STRS
So,
OPEB.
but if you say, you need to say salary and benefit reduction avoidance.
Yeah, something like that, right.
To avoid salary and benefit reduction.
So is this you, Jennifer, throwing your voice through Jill?
We're gonna wordsmith it, and then she's gonna see if she wants to make it a proposal.
That's the synergy.
So 12% extraordinary costs associated with public education retirement system.
We'll spell those out later, so let's not worry about that. Associated with salary and benefit reduction avoidance.
Could we just say retirement expenses? And we could put in parentheses the acronyms.
Yes, Jennifer, we can.
Okay.
Retirement expenses.
And or inclusion services.
And or inclusion services.
And then we can put parentheses the special education.
And you can get rid of OPEB because that's part of retirement expenses.
And so that gives us some flexibility within that.
That's
ballpark.
Get rid of
that's what I-
retirement expenses.
But we're sort of seeing it as a
Just get rid of,
supplemental rainy
no,
day
keep
fund
that.
to the rainy day fund we already have.
Sorry,
in
you can
operations concerns.
Got it.
So get rid of.
I saw some puzzled looks when Fred was explaining the facilities part, so I want to just clarify how we came up with those numbers. So, because this is literally news that Anita and I have since we had our board meeting on Monday. That's how things like, how fast things are moving. So we did get some preliminary information around our charter schools facilities grant applications. And nothing's been decided at this point, but it does look like we probably would get this project for the Black Rock campus potentially approved. Maybe not the Star Academy campus, but we're kind of waiting to see how things shake out. But in reality, as Fred was describing, we'll get approved for a pot of money. And let's say it's $36 million. That's kind of the amount that we are working with. The reality is 50% of that will be in some sort of grant form. The other 50%, we are gonna have to figure out how we want to pay for that. We could literally take it all out as a loan, but that's about an $800,000 a year loan payment for 30 years. So it's expensive, right? So, you know, what we also talked to the financial people as they're working on our grant application is doing, you know, sort of a lump sum and loan contribution, right? And so as we were talking through with them and looking at our numbers, what we kind of thought is, okay, we could probably, if we could come up with 10 million, let's say, that we paid, and then the other 8 million was a loan, that's a payment that we could probably realistically look at managing. At this moment in time, we are making zero commitments to this. It's just trying to do, think of it as a new home buyer, you know, you're trying to figure out like what your budget's to be, how much we can save for a down payment. That's kind of the phase of this that we're at. And so what we were suggesting is that if we know we need to squirrel away $10 million, but we're not 100% sure at this very moment how it's gonna be used, but it's gonna be used for facilities, that represents about 45% of our overall expenditures. And so we actually have 5 million actually put away right now. So what we're talking about is over the next few years, when we have additional funds, trying to allocate it to that to build us up to $10 million so that we do have that, you know, whether it's building that new TK wing or building new buildings, that part can kind of get figured out. And it's not $10 million that we need to come up with tomorrow. More than likely, we're looking in the next 4 to 5 years being that sort of time period that we would be coming up with that. But it provides us sort of a dedicated facilities fund, if you will, that we can start putting that money away specifically with that idea in mind. But that's where the 10 million came from, is that at least our initial conversations with the Charter Schools Facilities Grant Group, we're probably looking at, with all these projects combined, about a $36 million project.
Okay, so here's
That's
what we're
Jennifer's
doing.
proposal.
What's that?
That was Jennifer's proposal.
That's correct. So here's what we're doing. We're voting on this proposal to change that bullet point right down there underneath the 12%. Is there any counterpoints or other points with that? Thumbs, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, sorry.
Thank you. Okay,
Thought we were gonna say.
we're there. All right, so now, the overarching, we have 2 areas that we need to talk about. We have operational and we have programmatic. Do you all remember what the operational was? You want to vote on them as a group, or do you want to vote on them individually? You comfortable doing it as a group? I just propose we do it as a group.
Yeah.
They all go together. So looking for thumbs. All right, we're there. Okay, we are ready to shift gears. So can we get this information to Walt so we can get it in our master one?
No, she's gonna send me this. as a
You
new
got it
ma-
taken care of.
She's a new master. She'll send me what she has.
Beautiful. Okay, now, are you all ready for the main event?
Oh, boy. These
Get these
posties.
posties and stickies.
Now.
I know. Don't check my color. Don't know my color.
You will notice that you all have different colors, right? You all have different colors. The reason you have different colors is because when we start looking at these, we're gonna be looking for not only the number of colors, the number of votes we have on it, also for the variety of colors that are on each one of these as well, as we start making some of these decisions. So what we're gonna do, you are all experts now. Thank you to the staff folks who explain each of the priority areas out to you. You're all experts on what these are, and you're gonna start with 10 Post-it notes. And then you're gonna get up and you're gonna come over here and you're gonna put your 10 Post-it notes on objectives that you think should come out as number 1. You can put all 10 on one. You can put 10 individuals on 10 individual sheets. You can put 2, 3, 4, or 5 on one. You can spread those however you would like. It's on the honor system. So as far as counting out 10, just make sure you get 10. And you can go vote now for the ones that you would like. But before you go, so I'd like to ask a question.
Yeah, I have a question. Okay, so when you say 10,
Mhm.
okay. So you gotta back up again with the instructions.
Yep,
So we take our little Post-it and we mark which one we think should be number one.
should be number
Oh,
one.
okay.
You are voting for
Okay,
number one.
and that's all we're voting for.
That's all you're voting for
Okay.
is number one. And
Okay.
you may be able to support 2 or 3 or 4 to be number one, but we are selecting number one right now.
So I could do more than, I could put my little thing on more than one.
Yes.
Breath and depth.
Yep, you could put it on 10 individual ones, you could put it on 2 individual ones, because remember, so in my mind, I think that new and modernized facilities should be number one. But I also think that English language arts should be up there, maybe social emotional learning should be up there as well. So maybe I'll put like 5 on new and modernized facilities, and then 2 on English language arts, and 3 on whatever, social emotional learning, like I said, or something like that. You can spend it that way, or you can say, I am committed that new and modernized facilities should be number one, I can put all 10 on there.
Okay, so we gotta put out 10. Okay.
Yep,
Breath and depth.
go for it, I talked to him about it.
Breath and depth.
Who are you following?
Now, remember, here's where all the strategy comes into play.
Don't follow me. I follow you.
I did, yes.
I
didn't
know.
Variety of colors.
Yeah.
So I said the same thing, I just said it.
Right?
Yeah, well, probably the project management of these things. Probably
What if you run out of these?
what we have to do first on the side, yeah. So that would be it. Yep, that's exactly it. Yeah.
It's easy.
Thank you.
I'll show you.
And we'll tell them that, right?
Yeah, I gotta go to-
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. That's not my.
You only put it on our top.
It's number one.
That's what we think is
number one.
Yeah. So it's kind of hard, because like, we can get them the other day, but I think. What is the biggest
I think probably what's maybe with their next share, what, yeah.
I didn't. I went with the actual, that didn't call parents.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you, you terminology,
Pirate ship broken into pieces, different sails.
No, I just want to make sure.
But we have to realize that it would be overarching and then. Yeah. We have pirate outfits.
Oh, something's got to stay.
In the driveway and then.
At least all the cabinet.
Oh, yeah, they
Check this out on her computer, and I was like, oh, it's Doug.
And then that's kind of one. Yeah, and then that's one side, that's the scary side. And there's the spider web, like spider, yeah, small yard on the other side, and for that I do. I mean, it's gonna be an option, but it's not a priority.
Who still has Post-its to spend?
I do,
Okay.
and I hear the word spend. Who's got Joe? And I were talking about spy is crying.
Oh, and Michael's pose, yeah.
That was so pretty. And then I'm like, it's right.
So you know, in my other life, I had to work in the outdoors.
Yeah, it's like into the joke. It's like-
Yeah.
He's 60, he had just turned 76.
Thanks.
He's back for how long?
Can't wait to find out. I know.
We have,
Does that help?
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't.
Your son? Yeah. Oh. So he,
Very well.
My own business, I was like, whatever, it doesn't matter, as long as you can. But, so he saved.
Even a blind squirrel finds that once in a while. Here's some more.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and, yeah, all my kids.
Okay, 2 Post-its now, 2 Post-its.
We need two now. We need two.
Yep.
Oh, no.
So you'll notice,
Yeah.
can I get all the board members' attention for a second?
And besides that, if you can help
So-
take Post-its off when we ask you to, go quicker.
Yep, so you'll notice that we covered up a bunch of these. If it's covered, you can't vote for it right now.
Okay.
So 2 Post-its on the ones that are uncovered, and you have English, human resources, math, mental health, wellness, and student decision-making. Student decision-making, 2, please.
Two?
2,
That's rough.
2.
I have a lot more. Yes.
Now we can really tell if you're cheating though, because there's not very many left.
No, there's no cheating.
I
I would
know,
feel
I'm giving
guilty.
you a hard time.
No, I know you are, but I would feel guilty, then there's Jen watching me. Right. Oh, this is a hard one.
Yeah, go ahead and put your chairs in, because we're gonna.
There you
open
go.
that.
That one. Yeah. You should already know all this. You're told about this every day.
Has everyone voted?
Yeah, it is. No, I know, it is, but we know that. We just know that. Yes. That's what you
This one?
But that's what I'm.
All right, 1 Post-it.
Oh, see.
Oh,
We've been, I know, we've in our pocket.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Okay. One to those two.
The top one.
No, how much percentage?
It's good to go.
Is that
I
the
think we have
one?
to have 60 seconds.
Is that the one?
We'll have a conversation. We'll have a conversation, convincing other people.
Three, four,
We have 5 so far.
5 on the other.
We're missing.
Everybody did their one, so those ones are.
We're missing 2.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I
No.
did do your one, the one. The one
Just
now.
one.
Now we have one? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah, yeah.
we're intensely.
Yeah, yeah.
Now we have one?
Yep, the top one, believe it or not, it was board meeting.
This was actually a strategy by them to be the last ones to come in and vote.
Ah.
It was real convincing.
Okay, who's blue?
Me.
Okay. Would you like to argue why everyone else is wrong about putting HR in front of math?
Math's,
Ah.
math is our lowest,
Our lowest,
our lowest.
yeah, that's true. Over time too. Yeah, yeah, oh.
Over
Because it's not important to you.
What?
It's And so here's a really interesting thing. Let me say what you're saying.
If there were two,
By
it would
putting-
have been that.
So let me say what you're saying by putting HR first though. We just went through a whole workshop on your fiscal. And in HR, one of the biggest things with HR is staff retention and competitive pay. So.
And hiring, right?
Which is
Retention,
all,
the
which
right
is
people,
all,
the right people,
which
yeah.
is all around that, yeah, I mean, all those things go. And if you wanna keep people, usually you have to have very competitive pay. And so you're gonna have a little bit of a contradiction here between funding what the gap is to come up with that $10 million to do your new facilities and having HR as number one. And if I was a teacher, I'd be coming to you, and saying, okay, board,
No new math books.
yep, you need to pay me more before you fund that up there. And, you know, you need to pay me more, as Walt said, before you buy a new math curriculum.
Let me clarify. Let me make sure I got
They
it.
don't have to do that.
That's going to be funded, it's the number one priority. It's in the foundation,
They'll bring it.
and what's left over will have to be split up between math and HR. Am I wrong?
Actually, that's a good way to put it, because it's already, so Walt made a valid point.
Okay,
That's why.
okay, that's good, sorry.
No, that's what, the conversation's
This is
good.
good.
Don't talk about it. If you're talking, you're on top.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you're talking about how good lunch was, sure. But no, what, the point that Walt just made was that, up there, and I kind of steered you wrong a little bit, up there is the foundation. You said that ahead of time that you're gonna fund that $10 million as the foundation of your strategic plan. But with the money that's left over, you are going to prioritize HR over, say, maybe a new math curriculum or a new English curriculum.
If
Or
you do-
social
if you do
emotional health of
research on
students.
salaries, if you do research on salaries, and your research says you need to increase them by 5%, and it's first, it's gonna get increased 5% by whatever this leftover money is, and then you're gonna go down the next one below that and fund that. It's not a right or wrong.
I was just gonna ask, is that right? So what we are not saying is don't put HR here. We're simply making sure you understand the ramifications
Yep.
of putting what your top priorities are.
Can I add another thing though that I'm wondering is earlier this morning, you partially talked about when we get into a time of cuts. The idea is that the 20th priority might be where we start the cuts.
No, it will be.
Or it will be where we start the cuts. The first priority wouldn't be. So, you know, sort of that, as I'm looking at this, what's being communicated to me is that if I'm going to have to recommend that we make cuts in the budget, these would be not the two areas that I would be starting with. That's what the board is
Absolutely,
communicating to
yeah.
us.
And frankly speaking, the norm, even in the recession time, you had enough money to do the top 10. It's usually the bottom 10 gets cut really in.
Right.
But.
I think where we're coming from is about HR is like, we want quality, like qualified teachers. If you don't have qualified teachers, then the other stuff's not gonna come.
Right.
And if you have qualified teachers, it'll fall in place too.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, right.
Because they'll be proactive, they'll be supportive, and then there'll be a lot of,
And the
Yeah.
way we wrote that one too, also is you're talking about competitive salary and benefits. You're talking about activities that welcome people into our school and keep them in school. But we are also talking about activities of like building pipelines or building partnerships, like we're gonna help our paraprofessionals become credentialed teachers or whatever that might be.
They're not gonna give you.
Yeah, I think,
Just want to-
Sorry to
That's the.
Go ahead.
So
Eventually, I'm gonna assume,
we can go buy the
what
best
changes do you want to make
math curriculum
after
around,
they've already?
but if we don't have the top
Then I'm
talent
gonna show them this.
to, put that on our students.
Makes it-
The caring.
then I can add the bigger thing.
When I say
Yeah,
caring, yeah.
Okay, I'm about ready to move on. HR, you're number one. Are you all good with that? Is that what you want? Okay,
Did Sean move over? Was he convinced?
Were you convinced?
yeah, that's good.
Because we could always do that.
I'm HR first.
But if I'm Sean, I'm going over to HR, but remember, math is important.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we all think that.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna, now we're gonna, go ahead.
Can I just ask a question about how this is going to be communicated to the community? Because I did have the understanding that it wasn't saying if we only have $10,000, we
Yeah.
have to the all $10,000, the priority number
No.
one, and then everything
not
else
that.
passed. It was more about ensuring that the bottom ones would be the first if we had
Had to.
to.
What we started communicating to our community on Thursday, we began the process is all 20 things are extremely important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Every single thing a school has to do. It's about the difference between needs and wants, right? So, you know, when we have the ability to look at our wants, we're gonna focus on our wants around the upper priorities. But we're gonna do our best to make sure everyone's needs across all 20 are met.
Example being, the dance teacher said, I need a dance floor remodel. And Fred goes to her, can you teach dance without the remodeled floor? Yes, then it's a want. Okay, we had another, what was the other example? TK. TK.
Oh,
said-
another TK building.
TK said we need another building. You know, I come back and say, good teacher with a piece of chalk and a tent can make great things happen. Abraham Lincoln learned pretty well by the law. Fine. Okay, so need and either one.
8.
8, sticky.
Sticky number 2.
It's actually working out well, yeah.
This is the better.
Everything too about.
Now this is secondary.
Math is still not.
And somebody has definitely, or somebody has.
Right? I know. I was like, oh, I wonder who got it. How many did you say?
8,
8, okay.
not 10, 8. Where is Mary? Mary, okay, go ahead.
English.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, for the.
No, we, one of the ones.
No,
Same idea. Yeah.
Watch it. You need to watch it. Have fun. You've been working hard all 3 days.
Ah, right.
Right, number 8 on
But it was.
Really?
Yes. 1. And what you can do is find your color and just leave it, whatever your color is, leave your color on the one you want. It'll be between English and math.
One vote.
One vote, okay. No, I think I'm going to. You guys have some good priorities.
Well, you think it's the right thing?
Oh, just one sticky. Okay.
And here's what's interesting, everybody in the group voted for math, everybody in the group voted for English. And so my question is gonna, generally I don't do this, but those are the only ones that had everybody voted on it. Math was a little bit higher, everyone has selected math. And so my question for all of you is, are you comfortable with it being math then English and then opening up the rest, or do you wanna re-vote on the English one?
So English would be our third.
That's what, it would be third.
You know,
Okay, anybody have objection to that?
But I better get my head thinking. You got it. Where it was going.
Okay, we're gonna be down to six now. Remember to start like, yeah, so-
Thank you. We drain it all, we set it again.
Sorry.
6-inch room?
Uh-huh, yes.
Stay hydrated. Yeah, we did that for the mission and vision. We did, this is how we did it for these, the staff, we actually just kind of sheet them and had individual.
See, but this is the scratch paper or?
No, not that one. Yeah, that one's gonna get passed out.
This is stuff that's gonna be scratched.
Or no way. I've heard about this. Yeah, they can't balance. That's surprising. Is that person calling? Okay.
Matt's gone.
Very good.
Anyway.
We're really.
Good, okay, it's already on there.
Oh, sorry, I'll put these up. I thought you was. Let's go there.
I had one more very valuable.
Something like we can go back there. Learning how all of our mindsets were this high position. That's interesting.
It's gonna be unfortunately around physical education. Oh, yeah, that's why math comes in 6 or 7.
The subjects are important.
We have to go through the rating process, so we've got a lot of people that come to us for learning. Do I want to be in education? Pushing us through, actually, you know, I've been hearing it a lot. It's just community, like back to the solution, that's the easy way to go about it. It's a different thing. So, yeah, so it's. And I just see a lady that had been, she was subbing, so she started subbing hard at our school. Turned it off to stuff.
Sounds like that. Mom, I know you're.
Yeah. But yeah, we were checking out at the end of the day yesterday. And I'm like, she's like, why don't you teach them here? Why don't they get it? Why don't they get it?
I actually watched her teach.
Yeah, that sounds great. So anyway, it's cool. Yeah.
Okay, two, we left some of your Post-its right here in front if you want to grab one of those, whatever color you are.
Oh, 2. Okay.
No, sorry, there's two left, one.
We're done with this because.
One. There's 2 left. Serious. We're gonna be on.
Yeah, we're done that, now we're done.
Great.
So we got 20 minutes.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah, that's the.
What's that one, science?
this one's science. So purple, yellow, orange, who's orange? We have 2 oranges up here.
That's me.
Which one do you want?
We're only doing one?
Yes.
Oh, mental health.
Sorry, science people.
Who
This first
is the yellow?
What?
This was consultant.
Yellow, okay. Convince, who is the purple, this purple? Okay, can the two of you convince anybody in mental health to come over this way, or does anybody in mental health want to convince them to come over this way?
Especially being hired. Oh,
That's great.
I just, science is hard to it's expensive to hire tutors. It's too tiny and mental health. Have war with saying that science. There's only so much time for my daughter.
Impact, yeah.
I'm not gonna be blowing these up in the yard. But I can hire my insurance company to take her to sites or they're going to therapy.
Where are we at?
It wasn't my.
Science mental health.
What,
So
like,
you,
I
are
can
you
be
changing your vote?
Perfect.
Oh,
Oh, you voted
we just lost our super majority.
I was gonna point out, and I think, and we were talking about this earlier, as our kids get older in middle school and junior high, the emotional well-being, it's tough for parents to deal with, so.
It is, even like with my elementary kids,
Oh,
like,
okay.
did you learn about this? I'm gonna tell them the times that you have not been. I do. I'm gonna. Kindness,
Yeah.
and reminding to be sweet and, empathetic. I'm gonna tell them the times.
Miss Hines, that you were not doing so good.
No, I'm gonna tell her that please repeat that to them because they're not doing it. So I think that's really important. And she does an amazing job, like, and my daughter who's in kindergarten, she goes, Renee, you're supposed to do this and this and this because she's being taught right now, so it's all fresh, and so.
Isn't that you as a good parent, threatening them? Allocate
Well, she's a
But
mom,
behind
like,
it, they were amazing job.
no, but as a mom, it's hard.
I think
Are
I
we
might
good?
keep
The peer
them
pressure,
They're
the
debating.
peer pressure, what's that?
So we're debating between the two, right?
Science.
Science
Yeah.
and.
Social emotional
I don't
health,
know.
yes.
Can I make a?
No, but I think thinking that as a different perspective, so.
Okay, hold on, we've got a pitch right here for mental health.
I think ideally it'd be great if we could just say, oh, parents have insurance, so that they will pick that up. But I think right now we're in a state of crisis.
Yes, we are.
Post-pandemic, and it is becoming a barrier to their ability to learn and access their education. So I think right now, we really do need to kind of.
Ziva, is this the 22nd? Excuse me.
No, because I also think we are in a state of crisis in terms of, so it's kind of like our original priorities. But I think the mental health thing is something that is not as easily accessible as a lot of us.
Can I have a little clarification there too, is that, by and large as a school, we're not providing ongoing therapeutic services.
Right.
We're working with community partners to refer out, you guys have gotten to care solace emails and that sort of stuff that, we're working with that group. But what you're hitting on is that if it used to be, I make up a random for, 10% of our kids could be served through just like general good social emotional wellness practices, that number's jumped up to 20% or 30%. And
If you would like
then,
specifics, I can give you specifics.
yeah,
If you would like the specific numbers.
No,
no, I mean,
So if Joe wants.
point just being it's elevated. Yeah.
you switch.
But, sorry,
She switched.
I feel like mental health, all respect to the scientists in the room, mental health is more key to overall success in life and science and more. But no,
Why is it more
important than science? Hold on, one thing though. Sometimes, I'm a parent
Math is simple.
of 3 kids. These teachers see hundreds of kids. They're gonna recognize those things. We can train them to recognize those things, and they can be potentially more powerful than some parents can be. Right?
They don't listen.
They don't listen to us.
They don't listen to
No.
Okay, so let's pause for a second. I'm gonna ask the question, is anybody willing to switch their vote at this point?
She will switch.
Are you?
I'm already on mental health.
And you wanna stay on mental health,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so we have a 4 and a 3, which isn't enough to move ahead.
We need
And so I wanna see,
We'll mind a little bit.
okay, well,
This is
before I move you, let me see if I can broker a deal here. So, remember, when they get up there, you're gonna have an opportunity to look at all of them. And one of you, right now, mental health is going up first. And one of you, maybe you, might have a proposal after it's up there and go, hey, I wanna propose that we move science over here. And if you can gather the support at that point, it still can be done. And so the deal that I would like to broker right now, since we're in a little bit of a loggerheads on this one, is putting mental health up, followed by science.
Yes.
And then we'll move on, and you'll get another stab at it once they're all the way up there. I need thumbs up for that, I need to at least get, okay, we're there, all right.
And here's a good question.
I agree.
I have your numbers and data if you have any questions.
I just wondered,
Yeah.
off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think all the subjects, some of the things subjects would be all together.
Yeah. We'll talk about it. Once we learn.
I do agree with
Yeah.
that, all the subjects should be together. Even though state campfire.
Okay.
But that's, I think
But we do universal.
Oh, okay, so let's save this conversation
Okay,
until we get up
okay.
here for a proposal.
Okay.
Six.
We're on 6 now?
You can slide those up, that'd be fantastic.
Number 6, or we
No,
using
six.
Six stickies, yes. And there's some stickies up here if you want to reuse them or use what you have in your hand, it's all fine.
What number are we on in the 20?
Okay, so after science, okay.
And so.
Right there is perfect.
I was just saying,
Actually, you know what, having them on the table actually is better.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about wall, this is 20-foot table, 30-foot table, 8-foot table. Hey, Fred,
not when you're.
I think this is working out better.
I agree.
So we need to have 30-foot table, not a wall.
It works out really well. Because you can slide and.
It's down here, I think. Yeah, the VAPA one.
And Joe.
I'm glad they, I mean.
I even argued with you about it, I didn't like it.
Joe's driving.
Yeah, so, yeah, they never, we haven't had, well, they would do individual teacher with PE, but that's.
In the paperwork,
Yeah,
being
well,
covered,
now,
so
okay, you
rather
can
than
hold
moving them.
the teacher down.
Yeah.
I don't think we have.
You're gonna have to move it closer together at some point.
Yes.
Again, he's my, right, so it's like walking into it, like, yeah, I'll walk. He goes, I run 3, 4, 5 blocks all, and I'm like, you're like, okay. He takes it to a whole nother level.
Well, finding one down on this end is finding some love.
Yeah, we can move those,
The next round, I'll move some.
Yeah, right?
Back on. It's gonna mess you all up because it won't be in the spot you remember. You're good.
Did you just?
I'll move
I
these
think,
three.
yeah, those are mine. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Want me to count them out for you?
Okay, have a good balance. My goodness. Yeah, exactly.
This one first.
Okay. And I go, oh, this is good, I'm gonna do first.
You know what I started studying how on my phone. Because when I people come into my meeting, sometimes they're not.
All right, one this time, one. Yes, please.
Oh, it's
Yeah, so good, I'm glad,
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Oh, you're trying to be
Since
funny.
I'm-
You know, I know what they're doing.
Good.
Yeah. Jen tends to do that.
How many now?
One.
What are the two?
Yeah.
Two or three?
One, down to two, you have one.
Clean and safe and what's
I know. And then-
Clean and safe in world language.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
All right, we'll do that first.
Oh, there's the timing. Then everything's kind of slow. After that, like, what type of airplane is so
No.
Yep, you'll see that.
I feel everything went close.
No, you're
So there are two people to vote, we're missing two votes.
No, just like.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, we have to do two?
You pick one.
World language. Can't remember something that I met last year, but I will
Hold on.
remember that.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we got our next one.
With one number, is that the next
Okay.
number, which guy?
Clean safe, yeah.
That one.
Okay, I'm moving the other one up.
So 1, 2, 3.
Oh, did we all agree?
Yeah, I think that's. Oh. We'll have a little debate.
6 again, please, 6.
6.
6 again.
We don't want 30.
Yes.
That would be another one in my house.
I know.
She's amazing. She is amazing though, Miss Hines. No, seriously, the kids come home and they tell me all about it. And I'm like, well, did you forget what she taught you? She is amazing.
Who's that?
She really gets to the kids, you
So I
know?
thought they were trying to sign us.
I always use the teachers, I'm gonna call her teacher. You see me, I'm emailing you right now. Yeah, why not?
I gotta do that with my
No, empty threads. You just gotta send an email and just say hi, and then like, be like, see, I sent an email.
Like, if they don't behave, I'm like, other teacher, they don't want the teachers to know that.
Because they are so good at school. Well, they would talk about something and, it's almost, okay, like, I texted me yesterday about if I knew what to call her teacher. And I rattled off all her teachers, and she was like, well, it's because you're on the board, that's why you know who the teachers are. I said, no, because I pay attention to who your teachers are.
I was sad when Mr. Semple left though, because I wanted him.
Yeah.
But now they'll have them all the time.
Yeah.
No, he can make it. I don't get me wrong.
Kayla had him actually for fourth grade, and
Oh,
then when he moved to fifth grade, she had him again. And it was actually pretty, like, yeah, so it was nice that she kind of had him like, and it was through dependent grade, so we just ended up doing.
Who's like pink? Who's like pink?
Me,
Who?
did I vote too much?
No. I'm just curious. You're the only one that didn't put it on social science twice. So I'm just kind of curious. You have 6 on social science. You have 7 for a second time on world language. So we're just going to go with world language because twice in a row you have 7 on it. And I was just kind of curious about social science. Why you like that.
Why is world language more important than social science, particularly in light of the fact that you only present it in the high school level?
But we have it in elementary.
We have it in
culture.
Oh.
It's about culture.
Okay,
Well,
the
that's what
culture.
got it from the US culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, the culture language, yeah,
Yeah,
that's why.
okay, that's what we want to
They're
find
also
out.
very closely linked.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
So taking all the stickies off?
Yes.
So it's secondary.
Delete them all.
5, please. 5.
Oh, she's not so sweet. Oh, that's so sweet. Easy A edition.
Did you just put these, just get on, or the?
No, they were there. And these are
In middle school.
but I'm leaving.
On both of them?
Yeah, all the way through. Yeah, yeah, we'll definitely have to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the number?
Five.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was our next, okay.
Let's check them out as we go.
Five.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Let's see, what do that?
Yeah.
They had 15 or 30 days to give them a written response.
We don't, that's not really,
Well, so they're doing a complaint that is in my realm, I have 60 days. I don't want to wait 60 days.
no, I think it's it. Okay. And they'll probably be soon.
Right, right.
Right.
I don't think I've ever had a group so consistent in being able to put them up there.
Yeah.
Usually it's very spread out.
I hear it's because there's not a 20-foot blank wall.
That's been a sore subject.
Hey, Joe.
Joe approved the
I argued
better.
with Walt when they came in this morning to move them up there. And this is working really well.
Really well. This is how we do it from now on. Joe's convinced me. Backhand capacity.
Well, we want to really see that have like a 20 to 40 foot blank wall. So we
You could put a
said-
second one on.
That's the roof that has that, unless it's like the gym, which has like really poor acoustics.
Yeah.
but-
You're done. Okay.
Or like the black box.
We're
Yeah.
social science.
Which has a production.
Production in it, yeah.
But so it was.
What's the next one?
Social science.
Every room has 2 walls of windows
Okay.
and then usually a wall of casework. Sometimes 2 walls of casework.
All right, 5 again.
And so he was.
5 on anything that's up here.
Which one is
All of them. So here's the high one. The closest I could get was like the pack NPR. I think it's because we like natural light. Lots of windows.
Right.
Astro looking forward to opening night.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Very much so.
Spring one too.
Who's blue?
People are not
Me,
performing.
I like.
Yesterday, I was like, Karen
So you've got 4, 5, you got 7 out. So you got full 3.
I guess there's another kid that might drop.
One more. You want to?
Yeah.
Well, you've done
Show
that?
the freshmen and.
Okay.
Yeah, well, how you would be able to
Leave
pay
that.
attention and learn all the lines of all the arts, because then you're. And
Uh,
honestly,
not yet.
What's that?
Yeah, we can take them all off.
I did some counts yesterday
Not, the CTE can come off, but don't
to the
Don't
classroom,
cover
to talk to kids about our career trajectory and how we use that.
That's the career fair, that, or a career day.
All right, 1,
that we used
please.
to do.
There's 2, it's between CTE
I wanna
and
say
visual and
senior
performing
performance.
arts.
And we used to do that in PFA.
But somebody brought it up in the board meeting, that someone was,
Want me to put yours on here for you? I got
he
it.
talked.
I knew you were gonna vote there. Never mind, sir.
To.
Oh, no,
the year,
I
vote
did.
the year, or
I
you
did.
get somebody,
We
the
would
year.
That's what the
Yeah.
parents want to do.
We need votes, we've only got 2 votes.
No, but yeah, oh, that's
That
what
We
parent
vote,
group
board members, board
said they
members,
voted that
officers,
process.
board members,
This
we
home, 'cause
vote.
It's never.
Board member,
Oh,
we
I'm
need
sorry,
votes.
how many?
One,
One, oh, between.
CTE and visual performing arts.
I know, it's a.
You know you wanted me down here.
Only because I'll catch it in, Jack. And then we'll do.
There's two missing, right?
No, there's one missing and it's here, so it's 4-2. Is there 2 on there?
Oh, really?
There's 2 on there.
Visual and performing arts is one of our CTE pathways.
Yeah.
So it's really.
You're splitting, yes,
At this point.
So, well, let me ask a question. Hold on. Who are the 2 people down on CTE? Visual performing arts people, convince them to move down here.
We have a CTE part of that
Is visual and performing arts, is there a career connection to that?
Yes.
Yes, that's our it's our current CTE pathway through performing fine arts. But then ECA is going to be developing a second pathway where their students who are not interested in arts.
So what this says here is that all kids will get access. See, that's the point, get access and then we move in. That's my thought.
Are either of you convinced to move?
You gotta get one more to be at least convinced?
No, we have our 5.
Okay.
We have 5.
I will move if CTE is next.
Yes, I'm good with that.
I can get around, yeah.
Yeah, I accept
Okay,
that.
so I'm looking for thumbs on that one. It's gonna take all of you to approve that one. It can't be just all of you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Limit, you limit it. That, I think that is a yes. Okay, there we go.
Okay, cool, yeah.
VAPA and then CTE.
VAPA
Yeah.
is next, or CTE?
PE's good, yeah.
Yeah.
We're all.
I think PE is important.
It is.
I feel like it is.
Physical activity.
Yeah.
For a child.
Yeah. I want them to get off their butt. I want them to be active. Yeah.
And just growing up, like we all, right? And then with the people who started, they never actually there. I just know it's all important.
4. 4.
So I can look it up every day. I'll walk the door.
Does not?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well.
Of course, kind of.
I mean, my child was baseball.
Really?
Because he was just that, because he was like,
Oh, he's taking down?
yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Seriously?
No, and he didn't even know what's on.
Yeah.
So,
Back in the day, he had the whole team go to ballet.
Oh, yeah.
Like, seriously, we are baseball players around, tell like, he's like,
Right? Yeah. I want my kids to take that one.
So we
I think that's some
So we already got that. Yeah, so I see you're over here.
Yeah, I think.
They have like dance.
I know.
In some way, yes, we're
Heavy,
Thing.
Let's do those 2.
So.
She kind of-
Reading
she
that.
kind of-
Seventh grade or right there. Is it fifth, seventh? Fifth, seventh, and ninth, right? Even though it's he integrated. I mean, Maya, who's in fourth grade, like, hey, next year you gotta run the mile on it. And she's like, I never ran a mile on it, right? Like, so there's like.
Getting them ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, everybody in?
And I feel like everyone came from this pandemic zone and they're so like hooked to tablets and like just, that's what she's like. Right, but trying to get them
It's gonna
to
be.
enjoy it, you know.
Oh.
You can do whatever you want. This one is gonna be. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, especially boys.
What an extra.
Yeah.
All right, 4 again, Susan Walt's out of here.
Yeah.
You guys are making this really easy. I've never seen it this easy. You're so consistent on how you're voting. 4.
It's not on the wall.
I think everyone's just talking about what they want.
All right, 4?
Facilities.
Should we carry it or?
We said 4, right?
Okay. Who's like pink? You got a lot over here.
All of the, if I'm telling you, you know why?
She just keeps it over here, so
Because
she
I
can do
have
it.
10
Yeah.
people at once. We can't make
And-
decisions.
You need to institute this.
Personally, I hire
Right.
My team of ours too.
our.
Oh my goodness. Really?
Okay.
Okay, after you vote,
So,
back and wait
what's
for
your
the
shirt?
counter.
Just quiet.
So we can get through. Back up to the counter.
That's I was like, are those islands? I was trying to figure out which islands to connect to. Okay.
Cute socks.
Thank you.
Z gave them to me. Oh, really? Cute. And you have none. And we can see.
Yeah,
We
they-
don't have equipment. Right.
We can't.
Oh, function.
We can't function.
Yeah,
Totally.
Well, now do it, yeah. I did say, someone would say you just need it.
Chalk in a tent?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, we're going on vacation and, you know, Mrs. Temple sent out things, you guys, oh, well, I'll send the link, you know, before you get to the. Make it paper, please. I just don't know our Wi-Fi situation, like, you know, like, I don't know how
It's
well.
become more and more common.
Oh, yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
Technology and equipment and new and modernized facilities, one vote, please.
We don't have new equipment to use in a modern facility.
But then there's that whole analogy that Walt had with.
Yeah.
Talking a tent.
I know.
You don't need either one.
This process.
You don't need a facility or equipment.
This is what a word, you can do with 20.
But no, I mean, we do,
Yeah, yeah, that's what
but like, can the new equipment work in our current facility?
I only have one more thing to do. I have to do.
Tech and equipment. I mean, new facilities, they're. Could come with new equipment,
But it does.
but you gotta get one or the other first. You get the new equipment, then we
We're
have to
missing
get
somebody.
the new.
Oh, no, we're not. All right, who are these two votes over here?
I think it's gonna be.
One of these yours?
I'm happy.
You're Hot Pink, and who's the other pink?
Jen.
Jennifer, I
Okay,
like pink. You need
So,
to, you need to.
I need somebody, no, I need you four, excuse me, 5 who are over here on technology and equipment.
You do it, you do
To
it.
convince them to come over for new and modernized facilities.
Okay, Nita, you go ahead.
Am I up again?
Yeah, you tell them why.
Why am I up again?
See why I align myself with the lawyer?
Give the reason why. She's like, this is more important than that.
Go to bat, she's.
Nita, your argument was good.
I mean,
Are you an attorney by trade?
Yes.
All right.
Being pretty quiet for an attorney.
I
No.
She's
She's
just
been
a
quiet, but she's been maneuvering all over.
You can't even know.
quiet
And sensitive and listen, analyzing. Okay.
I mean, I think if we don't have the new equipment and being, you know, obviously tech is such a big thing in school these days. Like how, like, yes, we can have a new and modern facility and I get what you're saying, like, you know, improvements as well. But we're very much STEM based, we do a lot of tech stuff, and if we don't have the new and the newest technology and working technologies, how do you?
that we used to.
Yeah, see, like, yeah, good example right there, like, having the most modern stuff will only advance, you know, kids learning, and then we can move into the new facility, but I think having, you know,
Are you offering the deal?
I mean,
Oh, we could
follow, we could offer a deal to follow. Tech and equip, the facilities. With that? The new equipment can go in the pretty building.
And partly because the new equipment, like Walt said, you could use it under a tree, right, and a tent.
You could.
You know, so that would, the buildings would come follow.
No, I definitely think the tech is, and equipment is really important. My only thought process was we were, looking to expand our PE options. And I know at least on this particular campus, the way for us to do that is the build out. And so we need to designate monies to make that happen, especially for the DLA or ECA, ECA, and PFAA to be able to do some more of the sports related things that some of the kids and parents have talked about.
I hadn't thought about that, yeah.
So could we, the school, are we not able to use it?
I don't have a good question, it's a joke, right?
It's not guaranteed.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we
Hey, Joe,
Yes, I got it. Within transportation.
Yes.
there's a question about using facilities around baseball parks and so forth.
Bus kids out to.
Other facilities?
Like if we wanted to have a baseball team and we were,
Just walk over to the park.
yeah, we have to, think through some contractual relationships and that sort of thing, but yeah, we could do that, yeah.
Okay.
Before we had a theater, sometimes we would go use Natomas High's theater for different events. You just have to coordinate with them and sometimes there's a fee or whatever.
Okay.
Are we?
Well, we're,
So we got a,
it's a PE related issue that I was raising for the new and modern facilities, because I know that's been kind of the roadblock to us being able to offer additional opportunities to ECA and PFAA students on this particular campus. So I did want to prioritize this right after our PE that we just did. But if there are other viable opportunities for us to do off campus with that.
What likelihood is that?
So that's a possibility, yes. I will say this one though helps us answer some other needs. Like this this campus is an example. It was not built for the level of services outside of the classroom we're providing. So, like when I started working here 10 years ago, that room right there was the counselor's office. Now we have multiple social emotional counselors, an academic counselor. Also, when I first started here, there was an office about that big that was the special education office. Now we're trying to do a full inclusion model, and we have all, so the part of the new modernized facilities, at least on this campus, is not, maybe PE would be something, but it's actually been just trying to even provide the services we've already committed to.
Okay.
Like we have somebody who doesn't have an office because we have to have a lactation room.
Okay, so then I think we should prioritize having the space, and then we will fill the space with the appropriate technology.
I'm with that, amen, yeah, I'm with
any of these other colors willing to change?
that.
How about the other ones?
All right.
I'm just gonna stay there just for the heck of staying there.
Yeah.
Wait till the lone wolf.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
So there was a conversation at one point of brokering a deal, and it may be the reverse right now. Do you want this one to follow that one? Or do you want to, are you ready to call that right now? That's gonna take all 7 of you to say yes to make that happen. Okay, very good. All right, where's my crew?
Right here.
So your modernize is next, and then this is the last one.
We're trying to keep you around.
Correct. Higher priority.
Yeah.
How many do we do?
How many? 1, 2, 3. Down to 3. Come on over and do 3, please.
I think that I've got more people.
3, we need to have 3 right now.
I got it. Oh, wait.
We're making progress.
Yeah, we're moving.
Oh, 3. I'm trying to do a hybrid. Like to be able to move and grab it, just writing on this. Yeah. Yeah, right here.
It's the Wi-Fi.
Oh, sure, say
Not
that
Wi-Fi, I
after
mean,
you've done
I'll-
the technology.
Self-service?
Prioritization.
Go on the NCS.
Yeah, it's a little easier.
That's where it's just NCS all lowercase. It might have some filters on it.
Yeah, Joe, how many?
3, we'll put it 3 in.
I think
No, it's 3. 2. Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, we're getting a little more diversity in our folks now.
We are.
Everyone done?
I just can't remember what the
So
actual
we got 4
problem
colors,
was.
we're gonna do 3.
Because I actually emailed
Yeah, because there's 4
Caitlin
colors. on
today, I
three.
was like, hey, we need, like, they have in the Star Library, we
Yeah.
put up a sign, this is the
Oh, no, I'm sorry, we're
Wi-Fi,
gonna
this
leave
is the
3 open.
password. But if it's gonna be a problem with
We're gonna try it with 1.
Windows devices.
3,
So take these off.
please. And can you cover that in one?
Yeah.
Thank you. So what, no, I'm sorry, leave the end
Okay,
alone.
okay.
That's my mistake. These 3 right here, pick one, please.
But
Student decision making, family engagement,
Asters have to do it for their
one
phone.
apiece, family engagement, that's a good one.
They,
Alternative
and that's where I was like, I know this is the password, and I called them, and they're like, yeah, that's the password, and then it wasn't working for them, so.
No, you remember it was something about. It's a very restricted network.
Right.
So like it literally just dumps you out on the internet.
Right.
So
Right.
I think there's something about when these machines not.
They don't like.
All right, we're there.
So then maybe we need to, the one we have Caitlin do is the staff. And that was
3
just
again,
for,
please,
like,
3.
We don't want to do that.
No, but she could like put it in,
Yeah.
but, I don't know,
Because the problem is not just the problem.
if they come back, then it's fine.
Well, then it's happening in the network every day,
Oh.
Whereas the guest network.
So can we change the guest network so it's not just that dumb?
Well, I don't think.
Turn a little extra.
You said 3, right?
Looking at Windows machine.
Right, yeah.
They persuaded me.
Right.
But it was interesting that all 3 of their devices wouldn't connect here, but they would connect to the Starlink. So
Right.
that's the neat.
It's something.
It might be this hardware, something about this.
Everybody done?
But that's why I think.
Yeah,
No, you don't know who
You could do a little research on there, but I remember this before.
This one?
It was weird, like Macs are going up while
Right.
Chromebooks are going up while
Right.
phones, tablets, but then Windows machines were
Right.
on.
Right.
Or something he had to do to it, like a software patch or something.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, I haven't seen you on the trail, ma'am.
I've been doing my television.
Okay.
Ooh, Peloton.
All right. But
I'll cut you some slack.
I've been doing something, that's all I'm trying to say, but I should switch it up and do some outside.
All right, 1, please.
One,
Running the other day.
1, please.
During the pandemic.
1, please.
It gets hard when it's like, you're talking about office and it's dark so
One,
early.
what are the
and so
choices?
late.
Choices are student transitions, physical health, and alternative options. Or ed options or alternative?
Alternative
Yeah,
options.
and like, it's next to him, about 30 minutes ago. Just get right out the door. Fourth day, everybody's like.
Make the case. I'm just gonna make the case.
Okay,
Oh, good.
The two of you that are on ed options, there's two of you. Everyone else who are on physical health, it's you two. Everyone else who's on physical health, convince these two as to why they need to move over.
I get random
From
updates.
alternative options?
Yeah.
From after school? Is it the after school program?
Hold on. Let's get, hold on. We'll get two of you focused in for one second. We're almost done, I promise. So we have two folks out there on alternative options, the rest of you on physical health. We need to start the conversation about convincing others to move one way or another.
Does that include
The alternate option of that after school care, is that what it is?
that's,
And summer school.
substance abuse, that's
Oh,
all,
like
physical.
Intercession.
Intercession.
It's all your ELOP dollars these days.
Don't have the body to support it. Yeah, it's the drug stuff that we need to address.
It's more than just Red Ribbon Week.
Well, I think it gets to some of the same needs that.
All right, just Sean, you're the lone holdout.
Right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, John.
You'll switch? Okay. All right.
Here's Court. Oh, that's my vote.
1, 2, 3, 4. Two, please, two. We're getting there, but we still have an activity to do.
Two activities.
What good is you?
You have how many?
5.
No, how many?
Two.
Two things, two stickers.
So with one.
You only get 2. You want one and one, or do you want one there?
Two.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, so 4 there, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's gonna be between those two.
Which two?
So it's between family engagement and alternative options. Please vote for 1.
Vote for one. One. I don't know. Come on, this is gonna be good.
Who's the green?
So is Karen.
Who is this color?
I'm not budging.
You're not
I'm not
budging?
budging.
Okay,
I'm not budging.
do you wanna convince anybody else to move over to where you are?
Well, I'm the way I was, but this is after school programs. You know, and they're important, and they're self-funded for part of it anyway. So I think that's, but I think we gotta get the whole family involved, parents.
Yeah, but alternate options, like family, people that work, families that work, they need after school care.
Yeah, but we have it already. Yeah, we have it.
No, we have it, but we have to continue it.
Yeah, I think we have, there's no sense that we're gonna be losing it or anything from that. And we expanded, we added the nights program. I mean, it'd be nice for something out for high school kids, but I mean, yeah, probably make that.
I think what could potentially change with the ELOP program or the foreign school program is it going back to being fee-based for everyone.
For everyone.
Whereas right now, it's, if you qualify under ELOP, it's not fee-based, it's free. But we very intentionally did it the way we did it so that we could build it back if we needed to.
Just be, but right now,
Yeah.
it's part of it.
Anyone convinced to move? All right, we're still gonna go with it, okay. All right, we're down to 4, so 2 still, please.
Think I'm good?
Oh, how many?
Two, Sean. Five up there.
Oh.
Watch it.
It's, it takes it, it's Title 24. It takes an outside, it's taking an outsider.
Well, I was just
Your
gonna,
fresh air.
especially when you have the fresh air exchange open.
These buildings are very good. Temperature does this all day long. Because it takes in fresh air, and so when it's really hot, it doesn't have the same issue. And it takes in fresh air.
They get cold, yeah. That's what it was, wasn't it?
Okay, everybody come remove one of your votes, please.
Wow.
There's one day where I'm like,
This is back to school messaging.
Yeah.
It's like,
Right.
it's the way it is,
Right.
but my son believes it.
Okay, these 2 colors right here, convince these 2 colors, who are they? All right, you all convince them to move the family engagement off extracurricular.
You already have.
I would actually, everyone with their 2 voted for those 2, so what you're actually arguing right now is which order they go in. Because whichever one doesn't go up now is going up next.
Yeah, I think that's a music building right here. Goes till 3.
So this is getting the family and this is more for school.
Right.
So extracurricular would be a tie to school, one of the ties to school. Family would be tying the family to school as opposed to tying the student to school.
Also, extracurricular can also be done outside of school also, right?
That's what extracurricular is.
Right, yeah,
Co-curricular was.
Yeah.
But
It's
Well-
connecting the child through something versus connecting the adult is what you were saying, right?
With extracurricular actually being low fits what you're doing, because as I understand, you don't have much of a sports program.
right.
Just at middle school, yeah.
So that's consistent with where you're at. So if I was a parent who said, man, we need to build a sports program on this campus, I'd be advocating for extracurricular to be way up. I'm about ready to go family engagement extracurricular unless somebody has some really big argument.
If
Jim
you had
Fenner
to just
was doing
think
it
in
for a while.
terms of like ordering
Yeah.
them and what we
I think it was
already
before.
Oh,
COVID.
okay, yeah,
That's when a real
way
piece,
before.
Maria,
yeah.
Maria, we got an argument going on here.
Just in terms of like priorities one over the other, I would say that we're already pretty good on the family engagement side. But we probably could use some more focus on what we could be doing for students outside of their classroom. That would be my only thing.
Like a little more sports.
Not even necessarily sports, whatever other clubs.
Well, I was just raising right now with Laura that middle school, we have cross country and we don't have it in high school. And, you know, I don't know what kind of facilities we need to have in high school that, we- you know, if middle school here does it, so. So, yeah,
Yeah.
So that'll be my.
Okay.
All right, so we've got our order. Those,
Yeah.
those 2 are those extracurricular and then family engagement. If y'all could vote for one between community outreach and student transitions, please. Between community outreach and student transitions.
Kind of a no-brainer.
well. Yeah. All right, Ashante. All right, Ashante, come on now. Come on, don't, no pressure. Pressure. Come on, stand up.
This is you,
Stand
Maria.
up. Yeah.
Anybody want to convince Maria to move?
That makes sense.
Well, I will say on my behalf here that in order to keep Natomas Charter as diverse as it is and continue that, we need to reach out to the community. And I think we need to do more of that and be more conscious of that. Yeah, because that's my pitch for community outreach.
Does anybody else want to pitch into that conversation?
Right, I agree.
People
What's
like
that, you're gonna move?
people like the way it is already, so no improvement here.
She moved. You're voting
Thank you.
against it, okay? So as we have the votes, unless somebody else is gonna move, the order is going to be student transitions and then community outreach, unless somebody convinces somebody from student transitions to move to community outreach right now.
To me, transitions.
What sort of financial resources would we need to put into like student transitions? Like what does that look
College
like?
career, things for like preparing kids for leaving high school and going into those types of things. It could be like going from STAR to middle school. We do like a field trip every year, bringing the kids to paper buses and things like that, maybe helping them understand the choices they have to make, communicating with parents.
More guidance
I would-
counselors potentially?
I would say if we could say that we will do more to get leading edge kids to come to PFAA. Not a field trip because they're here, but we gotta do more to get them to PFAA. We lose too many. I would support transitions. Yeah, because I don't think we do enough, unless new stuff is happening, but not when my kid moved over.
It'll be one of our metrics.
Yeah, okay.
Eighth grade retention.
Yeah.
You know, from leading edge to PFA.
And maybe starting in 6th grade.
This one's the bottom.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Shante, for your support.
Okay,
I appreciate that.
now I need all of you trustees to come over here, please.
Good job.
We need to actually move over this way.
I know. Okay, you got 10 more minutes. That was fun.
Leave this space for Sean.
Oh, at least I didn't feel alone.
Come on, no, trustees, up here. You're in the hot seats right here.
Oh, we got it
Another activity.
What, are these, no cushions? No cushions?
And bring your cushion. Oh, no. Yeah, no cushion, we don't want you to get comfortable over here.
Oh, my God.
Okay, now, what you are looking at is all of these in their totality. Does it make sense to have them in this order? And I'm gonna read the order to you right now.
As if you're the CEO.
Yep, no, I'm just gonna read the order, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna talk to you about where I see the problems in your thinking. As if I were Joe. All right, human resources, math, English, mental health, wellness, science, clean, safe facilities, world language, social science, visual performing arts, career technical education, PE, new and modernized facilities, technology and equipment, student decision-making, physical health, alternative options, extracurricular, family engagement, student transitions, and community outreach. All right. You ready for me to tell you the problems in your way? Okay, the first one I'm gonna go to is right here. New and modernized facilities. In your overarching plan, you said you're gonna set aside $10 million in reserves as your overarching piece. If I'm a teacher in your district, I'm gonna come at you like crazy and say, what the heck are you setting aside $10 million for if this is prioritized as your number 12 priority? You're putting $10 million here. $10 million represents 45% of your annual budget. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I recognize that it's in the overarching piece, but if you have it down this far, why is that in the overarching piece to save $10 million? Now, I want to back off for a second. I'm just arguing for the sake of arguing. That's all I'm doing right now. I'm not telling you you need to change it, but actually right now I'm telling you you need to change it. This just doesn't make sense to me, so you choose.
I have a question.
Is there any other issues?
Well, before.
Oh, there's more issues, but I'm gonna talk about that one.
Yeah, now, that one, for example. All right, now, however we approve it, if we move it first or whatever, dealing regarding the budget, I get what you're saying. So then, how often do we do this so that we can move things around in future years, once we get that let's say, once we meet that goal of that $10 million building.
So you have an 8-person board right now. Anytime 5 of you say, I want to revisit the priority of the strategic plan, you can revisit the priority of the strategic plan. I know you came in a little bit late today.
Oh,
We
I'm
talked
sorry,
about
yes,
this. No, I'm
right,
sorry. We
okay.
talked about this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, okay.
You cannot put Joe in that spot though. You need to have somebody, because Joe can't get up and say what I just said. He can, but I would call that what's called a CLM, a career limiting move. Because this can't be Joe's strategic plan. This has to be your strategic plan.
Right.
So Walt, myself, Mary, we all get to walk out of here at the end of the day. Now, the times that it really should happen is anytime you have a new board member or you have a new CEO.
Oh, that's
Those
when
are
the
the
normal
times.
cycles to review.
Yes.
Okay.
Or in this case, if you do put it up, you've completed the building
Right.
project, I wanna, how about we reprioritize?
Okay, anytime 5 board members.
Right.
Okay, so that's fine.
Now, I realize that you are not a union district. However, if I was a crafty teacher who really wanted a raise, every board meeting, when we're sitting down and having conversations about salaries, I'd be putting this in your face and say, what do you mean, board? This is your #1 priority in the strategic plan, and it says it right here that you are going to pay us competitively. You're not paying us
Let
competitively.
me ask you this question. Are we paying them competitively now?
Close.
So
We have some work we need to do.
So Joe.
Okay, in your opinion, you're paying them competitively, but me as a noisy squeaky wheel
Yeah.
teacher who doesn't agree with you that you were paying them competitively, I'm gonna use this against you every opportunity I get. The other thing I'm gonna do is if we get into tough fiscal times and you start having conversations about, hey, we want to build new buildings, you have $10 million sitting in there, you make your reserve and you're 5 years down the road and you're about ready to pull the trigger on building the new buildings, I'm gonna say, hey, don't forget about me. You need to give me a cost of living raise. I don't care that the budget is horrible. You have this $10 million sitting inside of here that I want you to give to me first.
Okay, well, you're telling us, which if it's the way we gotta go, we gotta go. But-
No, I'm not
but
telling you.
no,
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not telling you.
What you're educating us about, what you're
You can speak to
exposing
the other
us
side
to
very
is the
easily.
fact that money should drive our priorities.
Money and time.
Money, well, yeah, okay. Money is what needs to drive our, setting our priorities, is what I'm hearing.
That's what the
said here.
foundation this morning, that's
Yeah.
part you missed, yes.
Right,
Yeah,
money,
yeah.
so that's.
Money and time.
Money and time,
80% of your money goes to people.
Yeah.
People have time.
Okay.
And then if we're gonna make cuts, we're gonna start at the end and then move up. Right, that's what they covered.
All right, my recollection is that one of your academies is built around visual and performing arts. Okay, so, what's the name of the school that's visual and performing arts? Okay, so you mean to tell me that you have an entire program built around this, and I attend this school, and I'm a parent at this school, and I come to your board meeting, and I'm gonna say now, what are you talking about? You have a whole academy built around this. Why is this number 9?
Because
That
it's
makes no
built-
sense to me.
Because it's established.
There's so much
It just needs work.
You're done, I'm gonna go to the next, I want to combine the two.
Okay?
We're not saying it doesn't get any.
Yes.
Hey, normally what we do is we make you go through an exercise of moving these around to reflect what we just said. Because I don't really want the stakeholders normally influencing the board, particularly the elected board. You need to stand on your own convictions. But your stakeholders are very different, you're very different. So I'm gonna give you the stakeholders.
So wait, hold on for a second. Have you explained where this came from? Did you explain?
Go ahead and explain it.
Okay, so what you're getting in front of you was on day 1, when we first spent our 7-hour day together. Remember all those posters were up here? The culminating activity at the end of the day, they got all 20 of these as individuals. And they filled them in as individuals. So what you see are roughly those 35 people's results. The lower the score, the higher they rated it. So if it's a low score, that means it would be their number 1. I think they had HR as number 1, if I recall correctly. So that would mean that it's all the way up there on the top because it's the lowest score. On the bottom, they had student transitions as their highest score, so that would be the bottom. Yes. So,
Wait, I'm misunderstanding. 13, and that's the highest score though.
the highest score is the bottom. So
Oh, it is.
yes.
So we
So-
got-
so they-
agreed on
yeah.
that one.
They ranked 1 through 20, and so if you gave your highest priority a 1, your lowest score would be your highest.
Okay, where do we have our biggest?
So we're up to 10.
Okay, so let's kind of go down here. We've got HR is number one. Math is number 2, number 4. I'll tell you your ranking, their ranking. English is number 3, number 5. Mental health is number 4, number 2. Science is number 5, number 7. Clean, safe is
3.
number 6, number 3. World language is number 7, number 19.
That's a big difference.
Social science is number 8, number 9. Visual performing arts is number 9, number 10. CTE is number 10, number 16.
Big difference.
PE is number 11, number 13. New modernized facilities is number 12, number 12. Technology and equipment is number 13. New and modernized, number 12. Student decision making, number 14.
8.
Thank you. Physical health, number 15. 11, yeah. Number 16 is alternative options, which is number 14. Number 17 is extracurricular, which is 18, thank you. 18 is family engagement,
6.
which is number 6, big difference. 19, student transitions, which is 20, and community outreach is 20,
15.
which is 15.
Understand something, they did not have the concept in place at that time. They have the understanding it's financially and time-wise driven, and not to the level of ownership and understanding that you have. So if you end up moving them because of financial prioritization, that would be the explanation that Joe said. You'll need to be able, if you leave new equipment where it is, or not where it is, and you move it up, you need to have a message from Joe to say to them, why is that important? And I think Fred told you that.
Can I say also, like, we ranked these just based on like the information that's on these sheets. And it was before we did this activity where we did all the metrics and outcomes and all of that.
So you didn't go back and do it again?
No.
Okay, now is the big moment. Are there any proposals by any of you to change the order of any of these? And let me give you an example of a proposal that I could make. I'll just make one that's preposterous, just because I don't want to lead you in any direction. All right, I think that community outreach should be number 3. And so what I would do is I'd bring it over here as number 3. And now I'm going to say the reason that I think it should be number 3 is because your community is so important. And then I will ask, are there any points or counterpoints? And then I'm going to ask for votes. It's going to take 5 of you to move it here. And if 5 of you say yes, community outreach is the new number 3. And then all of these get bumped by 1. So you can do that right now.
This is a proposal.
And you all can get up and look for a second if you want.
If there's no proposal, then this is the prioritization and how Joe will do his work.
Yep, and I'm going to ask for a vote on that though, or a thumbs up. And this will come back to you on a consent calendar for the final approval.
Do we just get up and move them?
No,
No,
you gotta make a proposal.
Make a proposal to me, yes.
Complicated.
Oh,
You have a proposal?
I do think the mental health should be moved up.
To where? In front of it, you have English, math, and HR.
And I think math and English are important too. But can those, like.
Don't forget, they're all important.
Important, yeah, but can they go simultaneously? Like,
I start cutting, I cut from the bottom
There's
up.
no ties.
You can't occupy two spaces.
But the likelihood of getting cutting to the level of 10 is pretty remote. So for example, the only thing that I think financially will make you get to that, if you put new and modernized facilities right up here, then you won't have any money left over, because Joe will say that we're gonna get that 5 million, whatever you need, we can do it real quick. So
I like where it is right now.
right now, it's number 12. Again, I was saying for you, I would encourage you to try to keep it in the top 10.
Yeah. I think that modern facilities, I would move up to,
Is this a proposal?
yeah. I would move it up to 10. Maybe.
Well,
You're suggesting-
maybe, we gotta have a proposal.
Well, I know it's up there somewhere,
So
but
can
I'll
I-
leave it at
Can
10.
I give a little, I'm not gonna propose a position on the board, but on the list here, but let me give a little context. So I will say some of these things that we have up here are a little challenging for us to do without expanded facilities.
Right.
So, part of why we need the new and modern facilities on this campus is like, we need a dedicated special education space. We need better dedicated mental health spaces. We need, we have some classroom rearranging that we need to do. I kind of suspect too, I think Fred mentioned this earlier, there's some overlap between clean and safe facilities and new and modern facilities. Like if we actually sat down and really teased out what is the exact need, might be in the clean and safe bucket, it might be more in the new and modern bucket. So
Can we move it towards the clean and safe then, if they kind of go to.
It's your proposal.
I would, yeah, I would go there. There you go, that makes sense.
Now, the one thing that makes some sense
That's my
about
proposal.
that move, if you're gonna move it, is you have HR, curriculum, students, curriculum, and then you've got facilities,
Yeah.
curriculum.
And the core academic, English, math, science are all above there, social science, it's down lower, but that's been in both groups kind of the lower priority.
And it's not tested.
it's not sad to say.
I have to say it's not on the California dashboard.
Any
What's not tested?
Social science.
Oh, okay.
counterpoints, any counterpoints? Anybody who does not want it to be moved there? All right, you ready to vote? Thumbs up, sideways, thumbs down. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're there. All right, we need pen help, Mary, please.
Get ready for another proposal. Or a proposal to say we're done.
Please change the numbers in case we lose track, because when we start moving them, if somebody else moves it, we can't keep track of what it is sometimes. Other proposals? Or as Walt said, a motion to close it out.
Is tested math, science, English?
Yes. World language comes as a part of the dashboard as the seal of biliteracy, as one of the career college indicators, but it's not a test score that we.
From, I'll just give my perspective now, not as an argument's sake, but just as the superintendent, you picked and fixed, in my opinion, what I thought was the most glaring issue of your ranking today. That's just my opinion.
What was?
So that is,
Oh, okay.
I just felt
Yeah,
the
yeah.
disconnect between what you had up there and where you ranked it.
Yeah.
The only real what's family engagement rate is for what?
It's high for the staff.
Six. Six, and there's a big discussion about that. To be symbolically, putting that down here may be an issue for you.
Symbolically, what you're saying with it being down here is your families are engaged and you really don't need to do much more work on
That's
engaging your families.
And that's kind of what we're,
And yet the staff is saying,
It's not.
So,
It's a little, go ahead.
yeah, the discussion that the staff were having is that the staff feels that at post-COVID, we have far less parent engagement at this point than we did prior to COVID. And we see that in our like the parent groups, like the, arts parent group, the booster clubs, right, the parent meetings, we're seeing less interaction and then less, people are slowly trickling back into like volunteering and that type of thing. And so that was the discussion that the staff had around that, was that they want to like get us back to that more engaged parents.
And not even pre-pandemic, it's partially the pandemic, but also remember, a couple of years before the pandemic, charter schools were no longer allowed to require volunteer hours. And probably rightfully so, but the benefit of required volunteer hours is it gave most families a real meaningful reason to be on campus, like I get my volunteer hours done, sort of thing. And so what I heard from teachers and staff was that parents post-pandemic don't seem to be as engaged as they were pre-pandemic, and then certainly as engaged as they were when we had volunteer hours. And then actually what I heard from some of the families, especially yesterday, because the family engagement team ended up being a social emotional counselor and a parent working together. And the parent actually reminded us of a lot of family engagement activities that honestly we forgot about, that we just haven't brought back post-pandemic, like Wednesdays walking at Star Academy, or even Marie just kind of brought one up about, parents coming on campus to do like a career day sort of thing. And I think, we lost some institutional memory in the 3 disruptive years of the pandemic. And so trying to remember like, we want families to be engaged, and we really want it to be in a meaningful way, not just when you're frustrated with your
it's
teacher.
one of the foundations of the charter, basically family.
Yep.
So is there a proposal by anybody for anything, family engagement or otherwise?
Does anybody think you should move it?
Switch.
Do you think you should move it?
will the theme, like asking people what language.
Switch and family engagement.
So you switch or move this up to where world language?
Switch.
So you're,
Move world language to the end?
No, not to the
No,
end.
that's what he's, yes,
That's
that's
what
what
he's saying. That's
That's what he's saying. That's his proposal.
So let's vote on that, I don't think that's the radical thing.
No.
So you wanna, argue as to what?
You wanna move this up?
Yes.
Okay, if you move it up before world language and you leave world language here in the priority, that meets your need. Because I don't think you can get to 5.
I don't think you can get to 5 on this one either.
Foreign language. I think it's,
You think it should be down here?
I think it should be.
Okay,
Lose the vote.
all right. Any other input on that one? Let's have the vote. Thumbs up if you want this swapper. Thumbs down if you don't, or sideways. All right.
Good try, John.
Good try, Sean.
Is there another proposal?
I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to moving it up and slowing things down.
Right, I was just gonna say.
So where do you
So
want
is
to?
that in the form of a proposal?
Yeah, where?
In the same spot?
You can put it at the same spot and just shift them all down one.
Okay, so again, this is, as far as meaning and stepping back and looking at it, it makes sense because you have this split between curriculums, and then you put it back in and go into curriculum in this area from a overall perspective.
Yeah, you got safe,
Arguments?
you got safe schools, you got facilities, safe schools, and then family. And then the other curriculum.
Any points, counterpoints? Are you ready to vote? Thumbs? 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got it.
Any other changes, or are you gonna put it to bed?
Is that in the form of a motion or a proposal? Not motion, a proposal.
What is your proposal?
I heard someone say that looks good.
I said that.
Is that in the form of a proposal to shut it off?
I think so. I think we've done good, like a lot of the top 10 are, you know, high priority, or, you know, the top 15, I guess I could say. Because visual arts is of course very important since that's one of our academies. And then a lot of the subjects are already in the top 10. And then you also are touching on the facilities and mental health. I mean, to me, I think it looks good.
I'm just kind of wondering about the tech and equipment. I feel like it got pushed further down.
All right, so hold on for a second. So is that in the form of a proposal or no?
You got social science, after you get world language, social science, BAPA, CTE, PE, tech, student decision making, physical health, alternative options, extracurricular, transition, community outreach.
And you paused too long. So do you have a proposal?
I just, I look at it, I don't know where that would fall in, like, in the order, right? Like, I feel like it's further down the list, but at the same time, I don't know that.
I'll say a couple of things as the former technology director. We've made significant investments in technology and equipment over the years, and we've kind of gotten ourselves into a more maintenance model. I also think some of the things that are on the clean and safe and new and modernized facilities are such technology oriented ideas like, you know, mounted television displays or something like that, right? The things that are in front of technology right now are things that we have not necessarily provided dedicated attention to until you get up into the higher things, you know, but that's sort of like, I'll say between 5 and I guess 10, that those are things that have been there, but we haven't really attended to.
Right.
While we've been attending to technology. So my perspective is that it makes some sense where it's at.
And I feel like if it needs some attention, then it'll be looked at.
And it probably would need some attention in the context of the other things, like we need these devices for as part of our math curriculum, you know, or we need these devices as part of virtual therapy that we're providing with social emotional wellness or something like that, you know.
I propose that we keep as it is.
So propose to close it.
Yeah.
Be done. All right, points or counterpoints on that?
Has community outreach, was that last originally?
Yeah.
Yeah, community outreach was last
Yeah,
originally.
And for the staff, it was 15.
So is that a counterpoint? that you-
No, it was just a clarification, it had gotten bumped.
All right, I'm gonna ask for thumbs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're there? You got it?
Good teamwork. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for all your hard work, and Joe and all of you for, and Viva particularly for your assistance and support of our work. And I want to thank you. It's the bottom of our heart. Thank
This is
you.
our last activity?
This is it.
Oh, all right.
Thank
So-
you, everyone.
So someone can call us to adjourn when they're.
Thank you, Ziva.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Ziva.
I normally take these back because I don't think I'm,
Yeah.
because you have people.
I think we should take them back, because
Okay.
yeah, they're kind of coming out.
He wants the priorities back.
All right,
I will adjourn us at 2:19, Ms. Hone.
Yeah.
Got it, thank you.
Bring it back.
Good job, guys.
Are you gonna send us the final?
And I will.
Oh, no.